Chapter 1, Death Under the Night. United States, New York. This metropolis known as the center of the world, in addition to the bustling streets and dazzling neon, there are some hidden dark corners. And the Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan is just such a place, hidden in the sun and mixed with fish and dragons. This is a gathering place for countless gangsters and criminals. Even the government and the police are unwilling or unable to govern the inaccessible zone. The day belongs to justice and the night belongs to evil. This sentence is the best description of Hell's Kitchen. But in the last few days, some weird things have happened in Hell's Kitchen, making these lawless people frightened. "Hey, Jack," a black man said to the black man next to him, "have you heard? Recently there seems to be a killer who specializes in picking out gangsters." "Of course, Bob." Jack shrank his neck, looked around in a circle, then lowered his voice and whispered, "My uncle saw it with his own eyes. Tianlong helped more than 100 people with their bodies." Hiss. Bob took a deep breath, couldn't help but wrap his coat tightly, curled his neck and asked, "Really? Don't lie to me, your uncle really saw it?" "Of course." Jack immediately patted his chest and promised, "My uncle is from the Penguin Gang. Several of them saw it. After my uncle came back, he was scared to have nightmares for several nights." Bob's eyes lit up, he became interested, and asked, "Tell me, what did your uncle see?" "This." Jack hesitated, "My uncle won't let me say it. If he lets him know, I have to break my leg." "Hey, brother." Bob was a little unwilling, he forced his arms around Jack and said, "I won't tell others, so don't worry. How about I invite you to have a drink at night?" "Okay then." Jack, who was full of bars and young ladies, instantly ignored his uncle's warning and whispered in Bob's ear, "My uncle said that the slaying of the Tianlong gang is not a person, but a monster." "Monster?" Bob was taken aback when he heard the words, then his face was a little ugly. "I treat you as a brother, do you treat me as a fool? Where is the monster in this world? Isn't your uncle an illusion caused by fans?" "No, I didn't lie to you, there is really a monster," Jack anxiously defended. "Impossible." Bob snorted coldly, and then pushed Jack away forcefully. "You just wanted to lie to me to drink, so I made up a monster on purpose. Jack, I'm so disappointed in you." "It's true, Bob." Jack saw that someone didn't believe him. He immediately stretched out 3 fingers and swears earnestly, "I can swear to God's ass, my uncle really saw the monster." Bob still didn't believe it, and said disdainfully, "Jack, you are no longer a kid, don't believe those ridiculous bedtime stories, let your uncle breathe less by the way." "Fax quid." Jack scolded angrily, "My uncle didn't fans, there really is a monster." "Is it?" Bob put his hands on his chest and said impatiently, "I don't believe it, there can be no monsters in this world. If it does, let it come to me, do you see my fist? I'll hit him on his knees and call him Dad." "Okay." Bob hid himself for a long time, only to find that Jack did not speak, but looked at him in horror. "Jack, what's the matter with you?" Bob is a little puzzled, he shouldn't be so timid. "Bob, you, behind you." Jack was full of horror at the moment, his pupils dilated, and his whole body was shaking like chaff, as if he had seen something terrifying. "Behind me." There was a trace of doubt on Bob's face, and then slowly turned his head, his expression gradually solidified, and replaced by fear. What caught Bob's eyes was a horror mask that was as pale as ashes and shaped like a beast, followed by a pair of dark and hollow eyes, dark enough to swallow a soul. It is 5 or 6 stories tall, with a fist-sized circular hollow in its chest, and its 2 arms are extremely thick and huge, and it looks like a huge mutant ape. Bob can even feel the airflow that the monster sprays from under the mask, as well as a strong pungent smell of blood. Is really a monster. Jack didn't lie, his uncle really saw the monster. Bob's pupils suddenly tightened, his legs trembled frantically, and he almost couldn't stand still. "Wang, De, fa. Bob only had time to swear, and he saw the terrifying monster and opened his mouth. Blood is splattered and bloody. The gums of the white masked monster squirmed and chewed, and there was a scene of swallowing a living person. Poor Bob. When I just set up, I was met with retribution in an instant. It can be seen from this that it is best to be honest and not stand up casually. Bob. Jack trembled, he almost fell to the ground with fright, his face was full of horror. After swallowing Bob, the white masked monster seemed unsatisfied, and directed his greedy scarlet eyes at Jack, who had already scared to pee. Help me! Under the threat of death, Jack finally plucked up the courage and ran out, screaming for help while running. Roar! The white masked monster let out a loud roar, raised his hand and slapped it. Ho-ho! 5 huge fingers swept across the air, and a violent gust of wind suddenly rushed towards Jack like a huge wave. Ah! Jack's young size, like a leaf in the strong wind, was lifted up in an instant, and then hit the wall heavily. Jack spit out a mouthful of blood, only to feel dizzy, his internal organs are about to be crushed, and he can't lift a bit of strength. Boom! Boom! The huge masked monster, under the night and moonlight, reading www.yuyugonshu.com looks extremely horrible and terrifying, and is walking towards Jack step by step. Help! Help! Is there anyone? Help me! Jack's painful face was distorted and he fell into extreme despair, crying for help with fear, but no one responded to him. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, opening his mouth wide, Jack was about to be torn alive, but suddenly someone appeared in front of him. Next second, Jack couldn't even see what was going on, and the scream of the monster came from his ears. A deep knife mark spread from top to bottom, splitting the monster from the middle, and with the rain of blood, it rose into the sky like a fountain. Jack looked at the man in horror. In the dark night, the man was wearing a black kimono with a long white belt around his waist. The lower part of his trouser legs was relatively wide, and he was stepping on a pair of wooden clogs. The man is an Asian face, with short light silver hair, slightly reflecting the light in the moonlight, making him look a little sacred. The blue eyes are extremely deep, as if the sea of stars is hidden. The nose is tall, the lips are thin, and the eyebrows are slanted like a sword on the sideburns. Who are you? Jack's eyes were wide and his mouth was big. That white masked monster was killed by this man. So strong. He didn't even see clearly the process of this person's shot. You can call me Reaper. Against the backdrop of the moonlight, Lord, dressed in a black kimono, has a gentle smile on his lips, like a sacred angel. Chapter 2, Shoot him, Sharp Gun. Grim Reaper. Jack opened his eyes wide, and drew back toward the corner of the wall in horror. You are the of death? Are you trying to take my soul? In the traditional American culture, the of death should be a black robe, holding a huge sickle, and then taking away the souls of everyone who is dying, and bringing them into the horrible image of and punishment. It's Lord. Pale silver hair, deep blue eyes like the sea, and a gentle smile on his mouth at that moment. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a of death, but more like an angel, except that he doesn't have wings. Lord laughed blankly, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I am not the kind of death you understand, and I won't take your soul away." Do not know why. Jack saw Lord's gentle smile. Maybe he was infected, his fear gradually subsided, and his heart was a little settled. "Thank you for saving me," Jack said very gratefully. Had it not been for this mysterious man, it is estimated that he would have become the monster's mouth food just like Bob. When he thought that he would be cruelly eaten by that monster just now, Jack felt that his legs were soft and his crotch was a little moist. "No thanks." Lord, with a gentle smile, said lightly, "Can you still move? If you can, then leave here as soon as possible." "Leave, leave." Jack was still a little puzzled at first. He was puzzled before asking, but then he heard a terrifying roar. Roar! S cry was full of resentment, as if thousands of souls were howling in pain. Jack was so scared that he cried his head and urinated his pants uncontrollably. The moonlight was suddenly shrouded in shadows. Jack subconsciously looked up and saw several white masked monsters falling from the sky. Boom boom boom! The size of these white masked monsters is almost the same as that of the previous ape monsters, almost all 3 or 4 stories high, and the mask styles and shapes are different. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 imaginaries. Lord looked calm, and said faintly, "There are so many births at one time. It seems that Hell's Kitchen is really a good place to breed evil." The undead's reluctance to leave the world, or other obstacles, after years of sorrow and torture, or artificial acceleration, eventually degenerate into a emptiness. It just so happened that Hell's Kitchen met the conditions for the birth of the virtual. The most indispensable thing here is the tortured death, and the sorrowful and angry undead, so the birth rate of the virtual is so high that it far exceeds other places. 6 monsters. Jack suffered a cardiac arrest, his face paled with fright, and a pool of urine dripped from the middle of his legs. 6. Lord smiled, without fear, and walked slowly towards the void. "I'm going to find you if I save it, and it happens to be solved all at once." Lord slowly drew a knife from the scabbard hanging around his waist. But when Jack saw the weapon, his eyes widened and his mouth widened in surprise. "That is a katana?" "No. Wrong. If it is a knife, is it too short? But if it is a dagger, it seems to be longer." Although I have seen katana on TV, Jack has never seen it. There is such a short katana, as long as a dagger. Just. Is this kind of knife really useful? Faced with several huge horrible monsters, does this man in front of him intend to fight with such a short weapon? No. Impossible. What a ridiculous thing. Jack couldn't imagine how the man in front of him would use this ridiculous dagger to kill those huge monsters. 1 to 6. And still use that kind of dagger like a toy. No matter how you look at it, Jack doesn't think this man can win. But that man is different. Is obviously in a weak position, but he seems to be holding a winning ticket, and walks towards the monsters confidently. Something strange happened. The 6 huge monsters, facing the man, showed fear at the same time, and took a step back. Yes, it is. They are afraid of that man. I didn't expect it. Lord still had a gentle smile, and walked unhurriedly. It's you who clearly dominates in numbers. Adding up so many imaginaries, would you still fear me? Yup. Clearly has an overwhelming quantitative advantage, but they are very real, feeling the huge threat of death approaching. 1 step, 3 steps, 10 steps. As the invisible spiritual pressure gradually climbed, the young lord in their eyes became like a mountain of 10,000 feet. The heavy pressure made them almost kneel on the ground. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Lord came to Lu Sukzu and smiled indifferently. "If you don't make a move, you may not have a chance." Roar. Seemed to be stimulated by death, 6 imaginary eyes were flushed, a tyrannical aura swept all around, uttered a sky-shaking roar. Kill. A shark's bone face was the first to rush out, with sharp bony fins popping out of both arms, like 2 indestructible swords, which instantly cut through the air and slashed towards Lord. The fin-shaped bone knife came across, and the air where it passed was cut like a stream of water. But seeing Lord still smiling, he calmly tapped his toes on the ground. Lord's feet seemed to be stepping on an invisible ladder, and he stepped up several meters in the sky. Blast! A blow of the fish fin bone knife slashed into the air, instantly arousing a violent air current, splitting the hard concrete floor, and setting off a burst of dust and rubble. Ah! Jack had no time to dodge. His thighs and shoulders were pierced by a few shots of gravel, and he couldn't help crying in pain. At the same time, after seeing Lord easily get out of the way, another imaginary shape similar to a centipede rushed up. Roar! The mouth parts under the centipede virtual mask. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.com's countless sharp teeth spin at high speed like a grinding disc, biting towards Lord in the air. Lord taps his toes again. Is only a few millimeters away, and once again dodged the attack. Roar! The other four Zus stopped watching, their scarlet eyes flashed with tyrannical aura, they rushed up to besiege Lord together. However, under the bright moonlight, among the many virtual sieges, Lord wandered in it, his figure was as graceful as a dragon, as if dancing on the tip of a knife. Jack looked at the bottom with a horror, and he couldn't help but squeeze a lot of cold sweat for this mysterious man. Too dangerous. If there is any mistake, that man will be torn apart by those monsters in an instant. Is it only this level? Lord, while avoiding the attack, still looked at ease. It seems that you are just the lowest level of emptiness. Lord stepped on the air lightly, his whole person drew an arc in the sky, and then landed on a street lamp. Wow! The black kimono was drifting with the wind. Lord stood with his back to the moonlight, and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes like a crescent, and said, 123,456, just right, they are all lined up. I am struggling to save. It turned out, when the six Zus were besieging and chasing him, they had been quietly changed their positions, looking from Lord's direction, they just lined up in a neat row. Lord held a short knife like a dagger, slowly raised it to his chest, pointed the tip of the knife at them, and said with a smile, "Shoot him, sharp gun." Chapter 3, Spirit King Development System. Shoot him, sharp gun. The rib-like short knife in Lord's hand suddenly burst into dazzling light. A flash of cold light broke through the air in an instant, with a heart-pounding sharp aura, passing hundreds of meters at a speed that the naked eye can't catch. Blast! The cement floor of the whole street and the shops on both sides are divided into two at the place where the knife light passes. The six voids arranged in a row, without even reacting at all, were cut off by the extremely sharp blade light. The blood surged like a fountain, splashed high, and then fell like a torrential rain, staining the entire street red. Allah! Lord took the knife into its sheath, looked at the huge damage he had caused, and said lightly, "I'm sorry, I used a little too much force." Gudong! Jack swallowed hard, a trace of panic involuntarily rose in his heart. What happened tonight has far exceeded his imagination, and even collapsed the worldview he had shaped for more than 20 years. So, there is really a God in this world. When Jack came back to his senses, he found that the mysterious man had disappeared, just like when he came, and disappeared quietly. Ended. Jack lay slumped on the ground, his eyes staring at the street blankly. The Queen. In front of an unknown grocery store, Lord suddenly appeared, reached out and pushed open the inferior wooden door, and slowly stepped into it. Although this grocery store is not big and there are usually no people coming, it is a hidden place, and it is the only place where he stays in this strange world. Came to behind the counter in the shop. On a bench, there was a corpse that looked almost the same as Lord's. This is a corpse of justice. Lord in the state of the of death cannot be seen by humans, nor can he communicate with the society normally. As the carrier of the soul, the of death can disguise the of death as a human being. It is an indispensable important item for activities in this world. Hey! After entering the corpse, Lord stretched out and lay on the bench for a sigh of relief. Although he has traveled to Marvel and has become a of death for more than a year, he is still more accustomed to the days of having a physical body before. In the state of the soul body, Lord can't enjoy the food. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, there is no Corpse World and Technology Development Bureau. This corpse was not made by him, but from his golden finger, the Spirit King Development System. Speaking of this system, it is actually a Grim Reaper mobile game played by Lord's last life. After he came to the Marvel Universe, it became a system for some reason. This so-called Spirit King Development System, in fact, has very simple functions. There are roughly 3 parts: lottery, shop, and task. The first one is a lottery. As the name suggests, there is no need to explain too much. Everyone knows the Krypton mobile game, but this system requires a Krypton soul. Such as transcending those dead souls, or slaying the fallen emptiness like today, can obtain souls, and then according to the quality of their souls, they can be divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The second is a shop. The system opens a special shop every month. You can use your soul to buy some rare props, Zanpakuto knives, and even characters from the original work. The third task is the task. The system will release some tasks from time to time. You can decide whether to accept the task according to your own situation and difficulty. You can get rich rewards after you complete it. Like his sharp spear, it was actually the Zanpakuto knife that was rewarded to him after completing the mission of Reaper Awakening when he was crossing a year ago. All in all, this system is very realistic. If you want to become stronger, you can only collect soul, regardless of good or evil, just look at the quality. Soul, just a currency. Lord rubbed his temples, and said, 1,000 inferior souls, I finally have enough, give me a shot for 10 consecutive times to try the water. This is the family that he has worked so hard for a full month, beheading the emptiness and super soul, only to accumulate praise. Detected holding inferior soul *1000, do you want to open the store lottery? Yes. As the familiar interface opened, Urahara Kisuk came out with a smirk. Yes, Kisuk Urahara. There are 3 lottery card pools in this mobile game, corresponding to the upper, middle, and lower soul currencies. And this guy Urahara Kisuk is just the inferior soul currency card pool in charge. Lord has reason to suspect that the producer of that mobile game absolutely added private goods, otherwise, why choose an uncle? Pretty girl, isn't she fragrant? Tuko returned to Tuko, but Lord is still looking forward to this lottery. It has been several months, and it is not easy to accumulate 1,000 souls. Please. Lord put his hands together, closed his eyes and prayed, give me something better. Along with a golden light, 10 illusory and transparent cards appeared on Lord's retina. White inferior spiritual power beads *5. Blue-white hitting experience book *1. Blue kendo experience book *1. Purple instant step skill book, empty cicada. Purple kendo skill book, sword squeeze. White Women's Reaper Association 125th Summer Swimwear Magazine. Purple White Fighting Skill Book, 1 bone. Golden Collapsed Jade, Broken Fragments 5/10,000. Golden Urahara Kisuk's Playground, choose the address to release, get a secret space, and come with healing hot springs. Golden Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, First Solution. 3 gold and 3 purple. Lord's breathing was instantaneous, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it, he pulled it out by himself. Senbonzakura, needless to say, Kukaki Byakuya's Zanpakuto is full of force and splendor. In addition to the Zanpakuto, the thing that makes Lord delight the most in this is actually Urahara Kisuk's playground. In the original work, the training ground where Kurosaki Ichigo and Yoichi were in the Soul World was built together by Urahara Kisuk and Yoichi. Is not only hidden and difficult to discover, but also has a huge range. There is also a healing hot spring. Reading www.yukakunsha.com happens to be what Lord needs most at the moment. As for the broken jade fragments, Lord didn't bother to care about it, this thing is rare, but the key is too difficult to put together, a full 10,000 pieces, put together in the year of the monkey. A few other things are also good, 3 skill books, just to make up for his lack of skills. The worst is the inferior spiritual power beads. With his current strength, the increase in spiritual power after eating is minimal. What? You said that the Women's Association 125th Summer Swimwear Magazine? Although I am very embarrassed, Lord thinks that magazine is quite good, but it contains all the women's swimsuit photos of death, so you can make money. This 10 consecutive draws have made a lot of money. Lord can't wait to say, system, check personal information. Niter, Lord Car. Lineage, death. REI pressure LV.6, the 5th class official, 5,000/50,000. The first solution, Gunslinger, Senbonzakura. Not unlocked. Kendo LV4, 1,000/5,000 sword pressure. White Fight LV4, 1,000/5,000 bone. Shan Tao LV4, 1,000/5,000 empty cicada. Ghost Road LV4, 1,000/5,000 proficient in Ghost Road below 40, 61 of Bound Deo 6 Rod Light Prison. Blur, not unlocked. Excursion, not unlocked. Holy Text, unlocked. Skills. Hold Soul, 0. Props, Righteous Skeleton, Reaper's Proxy Card, Flesh Tonic, Hell Butterfly, Memory Replacement Machine, Shattered Jade, Broken Fragment 5/10,000, Female Reaper Association Magazine *1, Urahara Kisuk's Playground. Chapter 4, Please enter the urn. 6th Class Ryutsu is equivalent to the last seat officer in the 13th Division of the Godai, which means that he has initially mastered the first solution of the Zanpakuto sword. Although not very powerful, in this crisis-ridden Marvel universe, he barely possesses a trace of self-protection ability. Not enough. I'm still not strong enough. Lord, who is familiar with the plot, knows how deep the water in the Marvel universe is, and he wants to survive with his current strength. It is far from enough. And so, in order to survive, Lord decided to set the next round after careful consideration. And everything that happened tonight was a drama named Death God Appears, specially staged by Lord. The two blacks in Hell's Kitchen are the protagonists carefully selected by Lord, rare human beings with high spiritual power and can see the Death God. With the dictation of the survivor, S.H.I.E.L.D's attention was drawn, and then he had sufficient reasons to intervene, and then used the power of this behemoth to accomplish his goal. With the bitter character and desire to control, I must never allow it, but an inexplicable death of death suddenly appeared under my nose. SHIELD. Lord lay on the bench, thinking about the past, the corners of his lips curled up. Let me borrow your power. In fact, when he first traversed, Lord, like other traversers, planned to accumulate strength in secret, wait for the full wings, and then jump out to kill the quartet. However, it is counterproductive. In the past year, after becoming the of death, Lord went around killing the void, and finally realized one thing. Reaper, there are limits. Slaying the void slowly like him, completing the task of the system, when Thanos arrives a few years later, his strength will be the captain level. Although the captain class seems to be very powerful, but in fact, facing the Heavenly Father class Thanos, it is still not enough. The existence of the Heavenly Father level absolutely must crush the captain level, so he must become stronger, even beyond the boundaries of death. Time waits for no one. Even if he works hard alone, he will not be able to reach the Heavenly Father level in a few years, so relying on the power of others is his best choice so far. And beyond that, there is actually another very important reason. Lord once thought, why is there a virtual reality in the Marvel Universe? Before he arrived, the Marvel Universe should have no imaginary, but after his arrival, imaginary suddenly appeared. Is strange, isn't it? It is clear that there is in Marvel, and the soul after death is controlled by death, one of the 5 great creation gods, so why do these emptiness appear? According to the system, it is because his body is lodged with the power of the Spirit King, so as he becomes stronger, it will cause these souls to fall within a certain range based on himself. In other words, the reason why Su appeared is precisely because of him, the heir of the Spirit King. And, this is just the beginning. As he becomes stronger and stronger, the scope of influence of the Spirit King will be larger. At that time, the entire United States, the whole world, and even the entire universe, all dead souls, will be under his jurisdiction. This is undoubtedly grabbing the death job. You must know that death is one of the 5 great creation gods in the Marvel Universe. It is not only the conceptual embodiment of death, but also in charge of the death of all things. However, with such a supreme god, what would happen if he suddenly discovered his power and was divided away by a weak earthling? The answer is self-evident. If death discovers that his power is usurped, then he will die very ugly. Let's assume. If death is not discovered, after all, she is in charge of the death of the universe, and the possibility of noticing the earth is unlikely. Does that mean that Lord will be fine? Do not. The earth is very special in the Marvel Universe. Even if death would not pay attention to it, there is still a terrible enemy in front of Lord. Latitude. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, can also control some of the dead souls on the earth, and Lord, as the of death, has the right to oppose him. In other words, whether he wants to or not, as long as he still has the death, he must face it, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and the creation god Death. Maybe. This is the so-called, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Lord, who inherited the Spirit King, is incompatible with them. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between them. And so, in order to survive, Lord must become stronger as soon as possible. To this end, he will do whatever it takes to do. I really look forward to. Lord said with a smile, if S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that there are 2 major organizations in this world, Death and Void, Soul World and Void, how would they react? The next morning, Coulson, with a tired face, was ordered to go to Hell's Kitchen with Agent May to check the battle that took place here yesterday. Did the report come out? Coulson came to the side of the technician, looked at the entire blockade, and couldn't help exclaiming, "It's terrible. Every street is destroyed. The whole street is destroyed." Agent May observed it, frowning and said, "From the level of destruction and the situation on the street, it's almost like being cut by some kind of sharp weapon in an instant." A sharp weapon? Cutting. Coulson muttered these 2 words, could it be some kind of high-tech weapon? No. A technician came and said, from the situation on the scene, there is no high-level energy residue, which means that it is not caused by high-tech weapons. Strange. Coulson leaned down, carefully inspected the damage on the street, and said in doubt, "These fractures are very smooth, it looks like it was cut by a knife. The blade cut it." May laughed and said, "Don't be kidding, this street is more than 180 meters long, what blade can be so long?" Well. Coulson was silent, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. "Don't jump to conclusions too early, May, it is not the first time we have seen this kind of abnormal situation to know about this abnormal situation." May not comment on this. Another technician said, "By the way, we checked the surveillance and found that there was another survivor here last night." Oh. Coulson raised his brows and said in surprise, "There are survivors? Great, maybe we can ask something out of his mouth." "I hope so." May shrugged and said, "But I don't have any hope for it. After all, such survivors are generally not useful." A closed interrogation room. Jack, who was still in the hospital, was taken away by a group of people in black who suddenly appeared, claiming to be the FBI, and came here all the way. "Who are you?" Jack was tied to a chair and shouted in a panic, "Where is this? Why are you arresting me? Quickly let me out." "Good morning, Mr. Jack." Coulson was wearing a straight suit, sitting opposite Jack leisurely, and then said casually, "I have a few questions to ask, I hope you can cooperate well." "Who are you?" Jack struggled and roared with an angry look, "Quickly let me out, you are illegal." Coulson put his hands on his chest and smiled, "Mr. Jack, please don't panic. We are the FBI. We will bring you here, just asking a few questions. Fax quid." Jack scolded, "What about the FBI? I just won't answer you, I want to sue you for illegal detention." "Please." Collison picked up a piece of material without hurriedly, swept his eyes over it, and said. Jack Morse, male, 22 years old, a member of the Penguin Gang, was jailed for 3 months for fighting and fighting. After he came out, he participated in activities such as selling D products and kidnapping people. Am I right? You. Jack was shocked and speechless. Collison put down the materials and said faintly, "Sue on these charges, Mr. Jack, you will be sentenced, but if you are willing to cooperate, I can assume that nothing happened and let you leave here." Really? Jack swallowed unconsciously. Really? You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Collison folded his hands on his chest and said in a leisurely manner, "After all, there are too many punks like you. It is not the FBI's purview to arrest you. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to cooperate with us." I cooperate. Jack stopped struggling, and said with a grey face, "What are you asking?" "I can tell you." "Very good, Mr. Jack." Collison smiled and said, "Trust is the basis of mutual cooperation. It seems that you have understood it. Then please tell me what happened last night." "Last night?" A trace of fear flashed in Jack's eyes, and he trembled subconsciously. "Last night, I saw the of death." Collison, who came out of the interrogation room, had an extremely serious expression. He passed through many levels and reached the highest level of SHIELD all the way. "Director." Collison came to the secretary's office and said solemnly, "I have a very important thing to report to you." "Are you here again?" SHIELD Director Nick Fury turned his chair, rubbed his temples with 2 fingers, and said helplessly, "Say, what's the matter this time?" "Last night in the Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, a battle broke out and destroyed one of the streets. After investigating, we found a survivor and obtained information from him." "Oh." Nick Fury realized from Collison's serious expression that this might not be easy. "What intelligence is it?" Collison took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice, "It's about Reaper and Void information." Chapter 5, Dagzukilian is here. The information Collison got from Jack was reported to Nick Fury. "Reaper and Sue." Nick Fury crossed his hands, stared at Collison with one eye, and asked, "What do you think of this matter? How reliable is it?" Collison took out the flat-screen computer, swiped his finger on it a few times, and projected a blue screen. "From the level of damage on the scene yesterday, and the inexplicable damage in various districts of New York City in the past year, the credibility is very high." Nick Fury glanced at the projection, his heart sank slightly. As Collison said, on the blue projection, the emergencies in various districts of New York City in the past year are marked with red dots. There are roughly 1,000 similar cases, and most of these cases have not been detected yet. Collison took out another report and continued, "This is the conclusion I reached after I contacted 24 independent laboratories through the analysis and comparison of these crime scenes. You can take a look at the director." Nick Fury took the report, and after reading it roughly, his expression became more and more solemn. "In other words, do you think that Void and Reaper are real?" "Although I don't want to admit it." Collison took a deep breath and sighed, "But judging from the current analysis results, this world really has a soul, an existence that we cannot see with the naked eye." Da. Nick Fury fell into silence, tapping his fingers lightly on the desktop. "Reaper, Void. These 2 existences are completely beyond human cognition. What does it mean to appear suddenly?" Nick Fury, who has been in a high position for a long time and is in charge of SHIELD, who knows most of the world's secrets, is deeply disturbed by this situation beyond his control. A long while. Nick Fury stopped his percussion, and a solemn expression was revealed in his single eye. "From today onwards, things about the Reaper will be blocked and files will be set up. The level is top secret. Your authority is raised to level 8, and you are responsible for it. Investigate this matter. Level 8 Agent. Collison was slightly surprised, knowing that there are no more than 10 agents of this level in the entire SHIELD. 8th level agents need to be extremely loyal, and have served for SHIELD for more than 10 years. During this period, they have no bad records, and almost everyone is at the senior level. Moreover, once you reach the 8th level of agent, you can already initially involve some internal top secret information. It is good. Collison pressed the surprise in his heart and replied briefly. Another point. Nick Fury continued, this matter must be done in the dark. Don't leak it out. If you have any situation, report it directly to me. Yes. Collison nodded and agreed, then turned and left. After Collison left, Nick Fury lay on a chair, picked up another report on the table, and sighed, Italy. What an eventful time. Report top secret. Non-level 9th agents cannot be viewed. Investigation content, located in the famous sculpture building Mouth of Truth in the famous sculpture building The Mouth of Truth in Rome, Italy, in the Church of Our Lady of Cascasmedin, an underground cavity was found, about the size of a football field, with a sculpture in the center. About 100,000 years ago. Description: the sculpture is columnar, about 5 meters wide and about 10 meters high. It is painted with ancient patterns and 3 unknown humanoid creatures. It has the special ability to absorb blood. The reason has not yet been determined. Facts proved. Nothing is true when it comes out of the FBI's mouth. Jack was not released. Instead, Collison used the criminal law as a threat to be shot and forced him to participate in this mission. Of course, Collison promised Jack that once the task is completed, he will not only be exempt from his previous criminal record, but he can also be arranged for a decent job and a generous reward. Hit a big stick and give a red date. Although the method is simple, it will never be out of date. No one can refuse the green Franklin, just like no one can refuse a jacuzzi bathtub. Jack naturally agreed. In many cases about the Reaper, only Jack is an eyewitness, and he can see the existence of the Void and the Reaper. So Collison believes that ordinary people cannot see those special existences, so Jack probably has a certain special physique and can see those soul bodies. If they want to find Reaper and Void, then Jack's special physique is a necessary condition. Sir. Jack sat in a luxurious black Audi car and shouted impatiently, we've all been in Hell's Kitchen for a day. Where are you going? Find someone. Collison looked out the window and said faintly, you only need to be responsible for watching. Once you find the kind of creature last night, immediately notify me. All right. For the green Franklin, Jack swallowed his breath and said, I'll say yes first, if I really find out, I will run away immediately. Up to you. Collison smiled, then ignored him. 3 days in a row. Collison and Jack wandered around the streets and alleys of Hell's Kitchen day and night, trying to find the traces of death and emptiness. But unfortunately nothing happened. There is neither death nor emptiness, but he grabbed some short-eyed punks, which made Collison a bit of a headache. Can't find, what should I do? Don't say it's death and Sue, they didn't even find the dead soul. Collison even began to wonder if he was deceived by this little bastard. The black Audi parked on the side of the road, and Collison got out of the car and bought a cup of coffee, sitting in the co-pilot and drinking slowly. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity work, even if he is a seasoned agent, he will inevitably feel a little tired at this time and can only rely on coffee to barely lift his spirits. As for Jack, it's even worse. The whole person has fallen asleep in the car. Collison rubbed his red eyes tiredly, and muttered, Reaper, where are you? However, they don't know. The of Death who has been searching for 3 days is now on the high-voltage power line above his head, watching them silently. Lord stands on the high-voltage power line, looking down at Coulson below, whispering to himself, 3 days, should be almost there soon. In these 3 days, Lord, besides monitoring the whereabouts of Collison and Jack, also did a very important thing. And this thing is a luxurious gift package he prepared for his official appearance and to convince Shield that there is no soul world behind him. Well. Lord raised his eyelids slightly, looked at a place not far away, and showed a smile. Finally, is it coming? Boom. Collison, who was drinking coffee, suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet. Reading www. There was a violent vibration from yunsha.com, and the coffee in my hand was spilled all of a sudden. What happened? Coulson was shocked for a while. My fac. Jack, who was still sleeping, was awakened all of a sudden, and he poked his head out of the window cursingly. Boom! 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 The tremor became stronger, and Collison felt that the ground was about to collapse. 200 or 300 meters in front of them, on the continuously collapsing asphalt road, huge footprints appeared. Weird, it's a monster. Jack's pupils shrank instantly, tore his throat, screaming hysterically. Monster? Collison's heart trembled, and he followed Jack's gaze, but he saw nothing. Afterwards, Collison seemed to have thought of something. He quickly pulled Jack by the collar and yelled and asked, "Tell me, is it it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Jack was so scared that he was already delirious, and he stammered subconsciously, It's coming, it's too big. It's taller than a building." Collison's heart twitched, and the chill went straight to his forehead from the solace of his feet, and what came was a void taller than the building. In Jack's perspective, that is a body that is hundreds of meters tall, with a black and slender body, a white proboscis mask, and 2 scarlet and tyrannical pupils. Daegzu Killian. It takes hundreds of animals of the same kind to swallow and fuse, and then it is possible to produce a high-quality virtual. This huge Killian was carefully selected by Lord and was specially raised for today's debut. Chapter 6, Novice Guidance Task for Village Chief Collison. Daegzu Killian. A high-level imaginary that needs to swallow hundreds of similar species before it can be born. In addition to its huge size, and the powerful spiritual pressure equivalent to the high-ranking official of the of Death, you can also use a special technique, virtual flash. This is a kind of ray-type flash that concentrates the spiritual pressure with a high degree of explosive power. Its explosive power is enough to instantly smooth a street, comparable to a cruise-type Tomahawk missile. Generally speaking, if you want to deal with the Killian-level Daegzu, at least the top seat officer in the 13th Squad must be dispatched. But Killian is different. In order to ensure the first successful debut, Lord, in the process of integration, specially limited the strength of this big virtual. In other words, the strength of this big imaginary is not even as good as that of some lower imaginary, it's just a shell with its own watch. But, although it has been restricted, it is a high-level Killian after all. It is almost impossible for the current humans to defeat it. Only debuts. Killian's powerful spiritual pressure, as well as the terrifying sense of oppression, hit like a landslide and tsunami, setting off a billowing wave of air. The concrete floor of the asphalt road seemed to be lifted up in pieces by an invisible big hand, and was torn apart by the bursting wind in mid-air, turning into a sky full of rubble and bursting out. The glass of the tall buildings on both sides of the street was shattered one after another, and the telegraph poles and high-voltage wires on the roadside were cut off by the spiritual pressure in an instant, dancing in the air like a poisonous snake. Even the experienced old agent Collison, when faced with this invisible unknown existence, he still inevitably feels fear in his heart, and even a hint of retreat has sprouted. This is virtual. Collison's whole body was cold and straight, feeling every nerve in the cerebral cortex screaming hysterically at him. Although it cannot be seen with the naked eye, the fear from the depths of the soul, as well as the shouts of cells and nerves, all told Collison, the terrible monster. Jack screamed in horror, trying to escape here like crazy, but was grabbed by Collison and pressed against the co-pilot. "Don't move." Collison held down Jack with one hand, and started the car with a fire with the other, shouting, "I can't see it, you come as my eyes and tell me where it is." The more dangerous it is, the cooler Collison's brain is. Jack can't die. The only person he can see to see the emptiness is the key to solving this matter, so there must be no accident. "Sit down." Collison roared, then stepped heavily on the accelerator. Blast! The black Audi uttered a roar, the four wheels rubbed the ground violently, and the whole car suddenly turned around and rushed out. Fax quid! The huge reaction force caused Jack to hit the windshield and almost knocked his nose flat. "Is it still there?" Coulson yelled. "Yes." Jack looked back and shouted in shock, It's right on top of our heads." "What?" Collison hadn't reacted yet, and in the next second he felt like the sky was spinning, the whole car was overturned by a huge force. Boom! The black Audi turned a few times in the air. "Quickly jump the car!" Collison roared, ignoring Jack's life or death. Before the vehicle landed, he forcibly kicked the car door and jumped out. As soon as the vehicle landed, it was crushed by an invisible Bigfoot, and the entire vehicle body was twisted and deformed, as thin as a piece of paper. Hiss! Collison took a deep breath as he watched, and said a dangerous cry in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, I'm afraid it would have become a lump of meat. But the next second, when he saw the blood flowing out of the car, Collison, who had escaped from death, instantly solidified the joyful expression on his face. Jack, dead. Think about it carefully. In the situation just now, even a well-trained agent like him escaped by a pinch, let alone Jack is just an ordinary person. It's over. Collison suddenly became cold and his complexion turned blue. Without Jack's help, he is now a blind man, let alone completing the task, even to live, seems to be a luxury. Boom! There was a violent vibration from the ground, and there were two huge footprints on the concrete road, which were less than 10 meters away from Coulson. It's coming! Collison bit the tip of his tongue, forced himself to wake up, took out his pistol and pointed it in the direction of the footprints, and fired several shots in a row. It wasn't until one magazine was finished that Collison panted and stared straight ahead. Dead, dead! Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Collison felt a little loose in his heart. When he just wanted to put the pistol away and check it out, he suddenly felt his body tighten. Next second, 5 transparent fingerprints appeared on Collison's body, as if there was an invisible palm, holding him in the palm of his hand. Creak creak! A huge force that can be called terrifying suddenly came from all directions, constantly squeezing toward the center, causing Collison's bones and muscles to make a oozing cracking sound. The bones and muscles of the whole body are being squeezed, making Collison's face extremely distorted, and can't help crying in pain. Roar! Dagzukilian screamed, and under the white proboscis mask, his tyrannical eyes flashed red. Collison screamed in pain, blood oozing from all over his body, it looked like he was bleeding from the 7 orifices. Coulson in extreme pain, UU reading www.uuganshu. When Com's consciousness was confused, he felt like his eyes lit up, and he saw a very huge, hazy, and illusory silhouette. This is, virtual. Collison immediately realized that this hazy and illusory huge silhouette was probably what Jack called void. Above the sky, Lord, who was watching all this silently, had a smile in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Collison could actually see Dasu. This saved me a lot of effort. After all, he played this big show specifically for S.H.I.E.L.D. Jack's use value lies in relaying all this to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. Although it is not bad, it is not as good as Coulson after all. Go harder! Lord did not intend to stop it, because it was not yet time. It's not enough now, just seeing an outline is not enough for me. What he wants is to fully awaken Collison, can clearly see with the naked eye, the existence of Daegsu Killian, and his appearance as the of death. Of course, Lord will not let Collison die before that. After all, he is the only audience. After all, Lord thinks that such a wonderful drama, but without an audience, is a bit too lonely. Besides, as the head of the novice village who everyone ridicules, shouldn't Collison take on the task of guiding novices? Oh! Lord forgot. Maybe this newbie guidance task is a bit too difficult for Collison, but it's only challenging, isn't it? Come on, Coulson. I believe you can. Chapter 7, Gorgeous Debut, Kildesu. What? Collison let out a weak moan, the bones all over his body were almost shattered, and he uttered a hysterical whine under the squeeze. Invisible enemies, huge size and terrifying power, all these challenged the agent's nerves. An unprecedented despair gradually spread from the bottom of Collison's heart. No matter what kind of despair he faced in the past, Collison would always find a way out in the despair, but now he is desperate, and he can't see where the way is. Am I dying? Collison's eye sockets were congested due to squeezing, and his consciousness became blurred, as if he was only one step away from death. But in this case, Collison's line of sight has become clearer and clearer instead. From the beginning, only a vague outline can be seen, and now in the dying state, you can already see it quite completely, this huge imaginary. It's ridiculous. Collison felt bitter in his heart. Is it because I am dying that I can see it? Under the funny proboscis mask like a clown, there is a bloodthirsty and tyrannical appearance hidden. As Jack said, it is a terrifying monster. Goodbye, Director. Collison, who was dying of consciousness, vaguely saw the distance, a black shadow galloping forward. Breaching the road forth by lay. Boom! A hot white beam of light cut through the night like thunder, and with an extremely fierce momentum, it penetrated Desu's wrist in one fell swoop. Oh ah! Jillian released Collison in pain, and let out a sharp whistle. Coulson, who was falling fast in midair, was suddenly caught by the black figure, and then the two slowly fell to the ground. Collison, who had managed to escape, suddenly panted heavily, raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the mysterious man who had saved him. Short silver hair, blue pupils, black long-sleeved kimono, loose black trousers, and a ribbed short knife hung around the waist, just like the of death described by Jack. Death, Reaper. Collison was surprised. Are you a of death? Okay. Lord brows frivolously, pretending to be questioning. You actually know the existence of the of death? He really is a of death. Hearing Lord confessed, Collison's heart was shocked again, and he hurriedly said, I knew from Jack that it was the black man you saved that day. We have been looking for you. Find me. Lord continued to act. You should be humans. What do you do with me as a of death? Collison coughed up some blood, and then said weakly, we have a lot of things we want to ask you, such as the of weakness and death, such as how long have you been there, etc. Roar. A loud roar interrupted the two of them. A trace of apology appeared on Lord's face, and he turned around and said, sorry, it's not the time to talk about this, let's wait for me to kill this big Su. Desu. Collison was taken aback when he heard the words, and then looked at the huge monster, thinking that this is really a big imaginary. Roar. The moment Daegsu saw Lord, he seemed to have seen an enemy, and burst out with crazy bloodthirsty killing intent. Hundreds of people of the same clan that have been swallowed by it, among those countless fragments of grievances, there remains a deep resentment towards this man. It's him. It is this man who imprisoned them, who are still human, in a deep cave underground, forcing their souls to mutate, and finally degenerate from the whole spirit to nothingness. Kill you. Dasu made a difficult sentence and rushed towards Lord frantically. Oh! Lord raised his eyelids slightly and said with a chuckle, unexpectedly, Daesu still has residual memories. It seems that the depravity is not complete enough. Kill you! Hula la! Daesu raised a big slender and pale hand, 5 sharp nails suddenly slashed across, ripples in the air. Be careful, get away! Collison's heart was tense, and when he saw that Lord was still in place, he was so scared that he reminded him to avoid. Do not mind. Lord still looked calm, and under Collison's frightened gaze, he slowly raised his right hand. It's just this level, not enough to make me move. The 61 of the bound Dao 6-rod light prison. The moment S voice fell, 6 flaky rays of light appeared, flying out like a 6-pointed star, fixing Dasu in place. And this scene made Collison's eyes wide open, his chin was almost on the ground, and he was shocked. What is this? Magic? Witchcraft? Or Qigong? Not. Lord put down his hand and explained, this is a ghost way, a high-level curse that only some death gods can use. Collison looked dumbfounded. Ghost Dao? Advanced spells? Ha 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 ha! Daesu was firmly bound by the 6 rods of light. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move. He could only roar incompetently, and the scarlet light in his eyes became more and more intense. Bluffed his mouth under the mask, and dazzling red rays gathered in front of the mouth, accompanied by heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. Fack! Collison saw this familiar scene, and his heart suddenly twitched. Isn't this an energy weapon? Virtual flash. Seeing the red light gathering, Lord was slightly surprised. Have you even learned this trick? This is an orthodox maneuver. I didn't expect this low-level fusion monster to have learned it too. But it's okay. Lord sneered, and said, just so, let's try the moisture. The King's Landing. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane flutters its wings and is crowned with the name of mankind. Truth and temperance, the wall of ignorance of sin and dreams, only stand on it. 33 Broken Dao Kang Huo Fall. Roar. Completely chanted broken path, spiritual power rushed from the palm of his hand, a azure blue dragon roared and rushed out. The two completed their energy storage at the same time. The red flashes of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com collided with the azure blue tunnels, erupting a deafening roar. Rumbling. The streets collapsed and shattered in an instant, the violent winds visible to the naked eye were raging and howling, huge stones and building fragments were thrown high into the air. Is this, the battle between Reaper and Su? Collison looked at the ruins in front of him, as if he had been bombed by a cruise missile. His heart was filled with solemnity. It's a virtual flash. In the smoke and dust, Lord stepped on the void, his figure a little embarrassed, and a touch of helplessness appeared on his face. If you want to use a ghost road above 30 to defeat the virtual flash, it is really impossible. But this is also expected. After all, it is only the 6th class REI pressure, which is equivalent to the last seat officer. After becoming the captain rank, even with the escaped REI pressure, it is enough to shake this emptiness. Roar. A big virtual roar, the torrent of spiritual power visible to the naked eye is boiling, and the surrounding space is shocked, and the 6 rods are broken for life and the shackles of the light prison. Well. Lord's eyes drooped, the movement just now is big enough, your task has been completed, and now you can go to death with peace of mind. The ribbed short knife at the waist came out of its sheath, and the silver blade reflected the cold glow in the moonlight. Shoot him, sharp gun. A gleam of silver light flashed suddenly, accompanied by a sharp blade, across the sky at several times the speed of sound. Daesu's roar stopped abruptly. Rodner's knife returned to its sheath. A huge head broke, and it fell heavily to the ground. Daesu Kylian death. Chapter 8. Want to catch it? Only one knife. Then killed a horrible monster with a height of 100 meters and a destructive power comparable to that of a cruise missile. Coulson was horrified. Grim Reaper is an individual creature that is far more terrifying than the imaginary, and even more difficult to deal with than the humans with special abilities he has encountered before. Formidable individual strength, unknown magic methods, and the level of soul involved, no matter from that perspective, it seems that the death in front of him is not an existence that Shield can control at present. For a moment, Coulson fell silent. He didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and human beings to face such an unknown and terrifying existence. As a professional SHIELD agent, Coulson knows a little bit deeply. If there is no limit to the power, it will surely lead to a huge disaster. The world is chaotic, it has two sides, justice and evil are opposed to each other, but they are indispensable. Absolute justice is not desirable, and absolute evil is also undesirable. I feel that the existence of SHIELD is responsible for the reconciliation and jurisdiction of the two. Just like those superheroes have their own enemies and supervillains, SHIELD, and pray for the elimination of evil, they only hope to stabilize the balance between the two. But now, the balance is broken. The of death that suddenly appeared, a term that had never been heard before, broke the balance of this world. Just when Lord was about to turn around and leave, he was yelled by Coulson behind him. "Wait, Mr. Grim Reaper!" Coulson endured the pain in his whole body, struggling to get up from the ground. "My name is Phil Coulson. I am an agent of the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. On behalf of the United States and humanity, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you for destroying this monster." This large string of English made Lord stunned for several seconds, and then said with a weird look, "You said you are, what is the situation of the country? You can also call it SHIELD, Mr. Reaper." Coulson showed an already familiar appearance. After all, the full name of SHIELD is the same as Leonardo da Vinci. Coulson has never seen a person who can remember the name of their organization in more than 20 years. "Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. Lord nodded slightly, and then smiled gently, "If you thank you, you won't be able to do anything. What can you do with me?" Seeing that the other party was so easy to talk to and seemed to be very friendly, Coulson was relieved immediately, and after some brewing in his heart, he said, "That's it, Mr. Death. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been committed to protecting humans and eliminating all dangers and abnormalities. Therefore, we would like to ask you a few questions about the large monster just now. Do you think it is okay?" "I reject." Lord looked indifferent, and said with a slight smile, "Whether it is SHIELD or human beings, what does it have to do with me? You guard the living, we guard the dead, that's all." Coulson choked for a while. As the of Death said, an organization that protects the living, and an organization that protects the dead, there is no need to contact the two. Why should people answer his questions? But this is not the result that Fury wants, nor is it the result he wants. Coulson said again, "I don't think that's the case, Mr. Grim Reaper." "Oh." Lord raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of impatience flashed through his blue eyes. "Then what do you think it should be?" "Oops." Coulson could see clearly that the of Death was obviously impatient. But due to his duties, Coulson had to bite the bullet and said, "I'll be honest, Mr. Death, you just said that there is no connection between us, but the monsters that appeared today have obviously threatened us. This..." Lord hesitated slightly, his face showed a touch of helplessness and anger. "This is just an accident." That flash of helplessness and anger was captured by Coulson very accurately. "There is a play." Coulison's heart was overjoyed, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Coulson then said, "Mr. Grim Reaper, as far as I know, dozens of similar accidents have occurred within a year. The construction loss caused by is at least estimated to be tens of billions of dollars. Of course, in your opinion, these may not be a lot. But when these monsters appeared, they also caused the death of hundreds of people. As the living, shouldn't we, as the living, ask, have to say. Collison is really good, not only keenly caught his mood swings, so he guessed and even grasped the flaws in the words, and in turn questioned him. But it's a pity. All of Collison's speculations are based on the fact that everything is true. Are you questioning me? Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice became a bit cold, releasing a hint of spiritual pressure. Boom! Coelson suddenly felt like a heavy pressure, and was instantly pressed on the ground. Heavy terror is like a deep ocean under 10,000 meters, with invisible pressure coming from all directions. Even breathing has become a luxury. No. Collison was terrified, and squirmed his lips with difficulty, and said, "You misunderstood, I'm not questioning you." Humph! Lord is condescending, his eyes are slightly cold, a trivial human being, you are really brave enough to speak to me in this tone. The person is under the eaves and has to bow his head. Collison doesn't think this master would be afraid of the so-called shield. Collison said very wittily, "Mr. Grim Reaper, we just want to talk to you. There is no malice. Talk about it." Lord laughed, with a hint of disdain in his tone, "Only you, what can you talk to me? Cooperation." Collison immediately said, "You guard the dead, and we guard the living. You reading www.yuyukanshu.com, we can cooperate to guard the world together." Cooperation. Lord's eyes were indifferent, and he sneered, and said, "It's a pity, you don't deserve to wait for cooperation with me." But before Collison finished speaking, he was suddenly pointed on the forehead by Lord with a finger. One of the bound roads sigh. An invisible force tied Collison's arms back and blocked his mouth at the same time. "Goodbye, interesting humans." Lord imitated an instant step and disappeared into Collison's sight. So far, his plan is considered preliminary. If you want to deceive SHIELD, you can't be anxious. Then who is Nick Fury? A veteran of World War II who has been in charge of SHIELD for decades, he has a delicate and suspicious mind, extremely tough wrists, and participated in most secret projects. Someone once commented, "No one can guess what is in the mind of this bitten egg, and no one knows who he trusts." No one even knows whether the person standing in front of him is really Nick Fury. Facing such an old and cunning man, Lord must be careful and cautious step by step, and never show his feet. And so, if you want that suspicious bitter egg to believe that there are death god and soul realm in the world, then his attitude and arrogance can't be too low. He must show the kind of mystery possessed by an ancient organization that has passed on for thousands of years, as well as the powerful and terrifying strength. Human, that's it. The harder to get things, the more they cherish. Things are like this, so are people. Chapter 9, Despair. Shield Delta Wing Building. Boom. Mom messed with fake. Hearing the news of Collison's serious injury, he yelled at him, threw a coffee cup worth $3,000, and hurried to the medical room. Entered the door. Nick Fury saw Collison, covered in bandages, like a mummy, with only one pair of eyes exposed, lying motionless on the bed. "How are you?" Seeing that Collison was still alive, Nick Fury took a sigh of relief. "Don't think he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but there are leaders in the Security Council, and there are eyeliners placed by others. There are not many people who can be called confidants. And Collison happens to be one of them. If it is damaged because of this mission, Fury is afraid that he will be distressed to death." "Don't worry, Director." Collison moved his eyes and said hoarsely, "I'm fine, I just broke some bones, but the mission failed." "Some bones?" Nick Fury looked solemn and comforted. "It doesn't matter if the mission fails, you will live well, and there will be opportunities in the future." Don't look at Collison's understatement, but the situation is actually much more complicated. On the way to the medical room, Fury had read the medical report about Collison, which was shocking. The skeletal muscles of the whole body were squeezed from the outside, causing more than 50% of the bones to break, and even several ribs were inserted into the organs, causing serious damage. It stands to reason that Collison could not survive such a serious injury, and even insisted that rescuers arrived, and he would die because of hemorrhage of internal organs. But strangely, Collison is still alive. It seems that there is a magical power that protects Collison's damaged internal organs, and is repairing his injured tissue at an extremely slow speed, making him insist on the arrival of rescuers. Miracle. With today's human science and technology, this matter can only be called a miracle. Nick Fury guessed that the reason why Collison was not dead may be related to the mysterious Reaper. "You have a good rest, I will leave the task to someone else." Nick Fury calmed down Collison and returned to his office. Although Collison was seriously injured, he still submitted a report, which contained a detailed description of the incident and some speculations on the Reaper. Nick Fury picked up the report and scanned it carefully. Level: Top Secret Level 8. Code: Death. Gender: Male. Age: between 25 and 30 years old. Appearance: short silver hair, blue pupils, East Asian race, with a hand-painted portrait. Personality: on the outside, he is more gentle, but on the inside he is very arrogant, and has disdain and contempt for humans. Special ability: by chanting a specific syllable, it releases a certain magical ability called Ghost Way. There are currently 3 known types, 2 of which are restrained and 1 is offensive. Evaluation: although the appearance of the target is the same as that of a human being, it must not be regarded as the same kind. Whether it is asking questions or approaching, it is necessary to pay attention to the way of speaking and attitude. Attachment 1: when the content of the question related to the topic of virtual, the target suddenly showed anger and even a hint of panic, saying that it was just an accident. Attachment 2: the creature Dagzukilian can be up to 100 meters in size, has a powerful destructive power, and can release a destructive light similar to an energy weapon from its mouth. It has been killed by the Reaper. The method is unknown. It has to be said that Collison can become Fury's confidant. In addition to his loyalty, his ability to do things is among the top secret agents. It can also be said that the content of this report alone is enough to prove 1 or 2. Nick Fury put down the report. After a moment of deep thought, he picked up the phone at hand. "Notify Natasha, let her come back quickly to solve the matter at hand, I have a very important task for her." Jingling Department Store. This store finally has a name, and Lord personally mentioned it 3 days ago. Lord, who returned to the store, didn't rest and got into the warehouse at the back of the store. This warehouse is built in the store, with an area of less than 10 square meters, and the decoration is old. The floor will even creak when stepped on, so on weekdays, Lord will not put things here. Walking to the center of the room, Lord squatted down and lifted a newer colored floor, which was an extremely deep hole. Lord did not hesitate, and jumped straight down from the hole. After tens of seconds of falling, Lord's eyes suddenly opened up, and he came into a huge open environment. Surrounded by undulating rocks, rich green vegetation, and a steaming hot spring, it is an excellent environment, no less than some tourist attractions. This is the playground of Kisokura-hara, the golden card drawn by Lord. In the original work, Yoichi Shikiden and Ichigo Kurosaki, where they practiced karma in the soul world. But Lord did not stop, but walked straight in one direction and came to a huge cave. This cave is located on the ground with a diameter of about 5 meters and a vertical downward of nearly 100 meters. The surrounding rock walls are extremely smooth, without any raised points or tools for climbing. Help! No! Don't! Standing outside the cave, one can faintly hear, and someone below is crying for help in pain. Lord jumped down from the top of the cave and came to the bottom of the cave. At the bottom of the cave, the light has almost completely disappeared, there is only the purest darkness, and there is no sound at all. In this special claustrophobic environment, it is enough to drive a person crazy. Although the environment here is very dark, Lord, who is already of death, is completely immune to these effects. A blond young man with tied limbs is lying on the ground like a dead body. It is worth noting. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. On the chest of this blond young man, there was an extended chain, but the front end of the lock was cut off. That is the chain of cause and effect, which links the soul and body while a person is alive, and the chain will disappear after the person dies. But if the chain of cause and effect is forcibly cut by external forces, the soul will be eroded by the chain. There are only two endings left to the soul in the end. Either, become of death. Either, become imaginary. Help, help me. The moment the blond young man saw Lord, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes, but then it turned into indescribable fear. This man is Morrison, the boss of the Tianlong gang who was destroyed by Lord. Like other members of the Sky Dragon gang, he was forcibly dragged out of his soul by Lord, and after cutting off the chain of cause and effect on his chest, he was locked in this cave called the Abyss of Despair. The soul in the Abyss of Despair, with the passage of time, eventually gradually degenerate into a virtual. The big emptiness before was born in the Abyss of Despair. After the fall of hundreds of whole spirits, they fought each other and swallowed, and finally merged into inferior products. I beg you. Morrison cried and cried, kneeling on the ground and begging Lord, I don't want to become that kind of monster, please help me. But unfortunately, Lord has compassion, but he will not abuse it. Anyway, this kind of person is a waste of life, it would be better to make a contribution to him after he died. People are born with a certain value. In Lord's eyes, the value of these scumbags is to become his test subject. Chapter 10, First Solution, Zero Sakura. No need to worry. Lord smiled slightly, soon, you will become like them. The voice fell. Morrison suddenly stunned and looked down at the chain of cause and effect on his chest. The chain is creeping. Is supposed to be a chain of dead things, but at this moment it seems to have life. The chain seemed to come alive suddenly, giving birth to countless small mouths full of sharp teeth, greedily and madly gnawing the chain, making a sour sound. The last erosion came more violently than ever before. Ah! Don't! Stop! Stop it for me! Morrison looked very frightened, screaming hysterically. The chains derived from his chest were all turned into greedy evil spirits at this time, madly gnawing on the chain that symbolized his life. In the past few days, Morrison has witnessed countless times with his own eyes that his subordinates, after the chains on their chest were eroded away, turned into a monster covered with a white mask and a huge hollow on their chest. Help me! Please, help me! Ah, you, the devil! Morrison screamed and wailed in pain, his eyes full of spite. Morrison's body was curled up in pain, and a black hole was torn out at the position where his chest was locked. Then, a stream of white liquid spouted from his ears, nose, throat, mouth, and eyes, covering his face like a mask. Oh! Seeing this situation, instead of stopping, Lord said with surprise on his face, obviously, he has begun to degenerate, but the soul can still remain intact. According to common sense, when a whole spirit degenerates into void, the process should be that the soul is broken up, and then the reorganization is completed somewhere, and finally a white mask symbolizing void will be formed on the face, and the chest will appear hollow. But Morrison is different. The process of his fall is just the opposite. First, a white mask and emptiness symbolizing void appear, but the soul remains intact. This means that Morrison is still resisting. He still has a glimmer of hope, that is, in his inner world, he can find his own Zanpakuto knife and then become of death to reverse the process of blurring. Not bad. Lord nodded in satisfaction, saying that a superior test product appeared in his heart. Why don't you stop him? Because, not necessary. Morrison is still screaming in pain, his soul has been covered by most of the white liquid, and the white mask symbolizing virtual on his face has become clearer and clearer. Blast! There was a violent sound at the bottom of the pit, and the wind roared. Lord stood quietly on the spot, and then stared at the smoky place ahead. Let me see, what have you become? Is all over the atmosphere, and suddenly becomes boiling, like boiling water. Hulla! The bursting spirit blew away the smoke and dust, and Morrison wore the same death tyrant as Lord, and he also had a standard Zanpakuto knife in his hand. Lord's eyelids lifted slightly, and a smile appeared. Have you really become a of death? Death Master outfit, Zanpakuto. These two things that marked the identity of the of death undoubtedly prove that Morrison has successfully survived the blur and became the real of death. This is the feeling of power. After experiencing a brief trance, Morrison felt the power gushing out of his body, and suddenly roared angrily, I'm going to kill you. Boom! Just lightly stomped the foot, but the ground suddenly cracked, but Morrison rushed like a cannonball. Die to me! Devil! Morrison slashed towards Lord, his mind was full of pleasure after revenge. Cut it down with a single blow. But it was not Lord that hit, but a light and fluttering coat. Shunbu empty cicada. Reaper's high-level footwork, abandoning a coat on his body, can escape an attack, a bit similar to the ninja's substitute technique. Disappeared. Morrison was shocked and found that Lord did not know when he had been standing behind him. Die me! Morrison suddenly turned around, exhausted all his strength, and swung a knife at Lord. Ding! The sharp blade was actually downplayed by Lord, and it was clamped with two slender fingers. This is impossible. Morrison couldn't believe it. With all his strength, he couldn't move the blade half a minute. No need to be surprised. Lord held the blade with two fingers, with a smile on his face, calmly said, because the gap between you and me is far greater than you think. You know, the Battle of Reaper is actually the Battle of Ryotsu. Morrison is just a rookie who has just turned into a of death, and his Ryotsu barely reached the 10th level. How can he fight against him, the 6th rank Reaper? I do not believe. Morrison's eyes were red, and he roared, the gap can't be so big. It's absolutely impossible. Ah! Morrison's blood vessels burst all over, and after exhausting all his strength, he barely drew the knife from Lord's hand, and then cut it away without any rules. Die to me! Die to me! However, Morrison, who has not been in actual combat, is not only messy with his swordsmanship, but also inferior to the punks on the street. He has even completely lost his mind. How can he hit Lord? It's over. Lord is a little boring. He thought that Morrison would be able to free the Zanpakuto sword, but he didn't expect it to be only this way. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. Lord held the Zanpakuto knife upside down and slowly let go of his hand. The fallen Zanpakuto knife, the blade turned into a piece of cherry blossoms, scattered around him like a pink ocean. What is this? Morrison looked a little blank, attracted by the cherry blossoms all over the sky, and subconsciously muttered, it's so beautiful. But he did not know, reading www.yukanshu.com. Beautiful things are sometimes accompanied by great dangers. Senbon Sakura looks beautiful, but in fact the sakura is made up of thousands of blades. Fall. Lord stretched out 5 slender fingers, and then slowly closed them. Who? The pink sakura petrel whizzed in and drowned Morrison in an instant. The cherry blossoms turned into thousands of blades, like a meat grinder, chopped up all the flesh and bones of Morrison. After a while, the scattered cherry blossoms return, condensed into a blade. And Morrison's body was covered with dense cutting edges, standing there like a blood man. Morrison, I want to thank you. Lord quietly looked at Morrison, who was about to disappear, and said lightly, because you have become a of death, you can provide me with a medium quality soul. It turns out, you arranged all of this. Morrison, who was dying, gradually lost his eyes and said weakly, "Yeah, it's all arranged. Regardless of whether the final result of Morrison's fall, whether it is imaginary or death, it makes no difference to Lord. Has not yet begun, the ending is doomed." Morrison's efforts and struggles were nothing more than a sideshow in Lord's eyes. "Tell me." Morrison took his last breath and yelled at the man who was still laughing, "What the am I? Props." Lord's eyes were indifferent. "As a prop, you are qualified. Chapter 11, System, you are deflated and calculate me." "Thanks Morrison." "Thank you Tianlong Gang." "Thank you CCTV." Seems to be far away. In short, Lord is very grateful for their selfless dedication to obtain these two medium souls. One is contributed by Morrison, who became a of death, and the other is contributed by inferior products. The value of middle quality souls far exceeds that of inferior quality souls. Not only can the system's medium card pool be turned on, but the demand for 10 consecutive cards has also been greatly reduced, from the original 1000 to 100. In addition, medium quality souls can already buy some pretty good items in the special shop that the system refreshes every month. This incident made Lord think of a business opportunity. 1 Daegzu and 1 Reaper can contribute 2 medium-sized souls. What about 100 Daegzu, 100 Reaper? Using the characteristics of the Abyss of Despair, cultivate a large number of ordinary people's souls into Daegzu or death, and then he will kill them. This kind of method, which is similar to exploiting the system, allows him to quickly acquire a large amount of soul in a short period of time. If you can increase the scope and come a few more times, you must be a heavenly father, right? But after thinking about it, Lord still held back. Although this idea is tempting, the risks are far greater than the benefits. Is the Supreme Master really blind? There are not many souls that disappeared this time, much less than the number of people dying every day on Earth, so the Supreme Mage won't find it either. But if it continues, as the scope expands and the number increases, more and more souls disappear, which will definitely attract the attention of the Supreme Master. An ancient pair of lines with the Supreme Master? Sorry. Lord now has no such guts. Don't talk about him. Even if you look at the entire universe, how many people dare to line up with Gu? Odin and Thanos, both of the Heavenly Fathers, and even the dark dimensional monarch Domum, would retreat 3 feet when facing the earth when Gu Yi was in town, and they all chose to wait for Gu Yi to invade again after his death. It can be seen how terrible Gu Yi's deterrent is. In summary, development of wretchedness is king. Although the truth is clear, Lord still feels a little regretful. After all, it is a lot of soul. Forget it. Lord shook his head, expelled the messy thoughts, and rubbed his hands. Let me see, what good things are in the store this month. The shop interface of the system is expanded. On the window-like interface, there are only 10 products in total, and the amount of soul required to purchase is marked below. Lord glanced over the merchandise, and when he noticed a hairpin of a 6-pointed star, his eyes suddenly turned red. Dun Shun Liu Hua. This is one of the most buggy abilities among all the gods of death. It can rewrite reality's horror abilities. Big Boss Aizen describes his ability as, the rejection of everything in the world is an ability that violates the realm of gods. Speak in easy-to-understand terms. Dun Shun Liu Hua's power of rejection can deny all the bad factors in the shield, including but not limited to regenerate the arm that has disappeared, heal all wounds, repair the broken Zanpakuto knife, etc. But when Lord looked down and saw the price of Dun Shun Liu Hua, his heart was cold. Item, Golden Dun Shun Liu Hua. Evaluation, for the first time involving the rule-level perfecting technique, with it, my mother will no longer be afraid of me getting hurt. Price, Superior Soul *5. Excuse me. Lord's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help sighing from the bottom of his heart. Poor. If it weren't for a hint of reason, Lord would even want to go out now and catch hundreds of criminals to cultivate Daegzu. In the future, there will be some. Lord can only comfort himself in his heart, such as bread and milk. With difficulty, he moved his gaze away from the Dunshun 6 flowers, and then Lord continued to look. Item: Blue Meat Blasting Agent. Evaluation: this is a human bomb, produced by the scientific madman Nai Yuli. Price: inferior soul *10. Lord is a little speechless. This thing is completely useless. Okay, move on to the next one. Item: purple monitor bacteria. Evaluation: the scientific madman Nirvana is a product that can be lodged on the soul level. It is extremely difficult to be found. It can monitor the situation of others 24 hours a day. After using it, a certain quintessentially expressed it very rough. Price: medium soul *1. What? Lord's eyes lit up. This thing is pretty good. It can monitor others around the clock and guarantee that they will not be discovered by others. It can be said to be a must-have product for inquiring about intelligence. But considering that the price of monitoring bacteria is relatively high and requires a medium soul, Lord decided to look at it again. Item: golden artificial human, Nai Yin Meng. Evaluation: the artificial man created by the scientific madman Nirvana, combined with the righteousness technology and the soul transformation technology, has absolute loyalty to the creator. Price: medium soul *1. It can only be said that it is a special store, the things in it are very random, and there is actually a probability that this kind of small top product will be brushed out. You are the one. Lord did not hesitate at all, so he decided to exchange the Nirvana dream. Choosing Nyan Men is definitely not because she is loyal and obedient, and she has long and thighs, but because she needs an assistant. After all, you think. Now that Lord wants to fabricate the existence of the soul world, he can't be the only one, right? Besides, after he usually goes out, it's okay for no one to watch the door in the store, right? So, assistant is still necessary. As for the remaining medium soul, Lord decided to exchange for monitoring bacteria. Just right, he can be put on that old treacherous bitter egg, in case this old yin is thinking about harming people all day long. Exchange artificial people and monitor bacteria. After paying 2 medium souls, a slap-sized injection appeared in Lord's hand. Looking through the glass outside the tube, Yu reads the blue liquid in the injection tube, as if it is alive. Not bad. Lord nodded in satisfaction. With this thing, there will be no secrets for him in the future. Just Nai Yin Men? What's so spicy? Where is the big Yuja Yin Men? Just as Lord was puzzled, he suddenly felt that the hem of the death tyrant was pulled by someone. Dad, Dad! There was a slightly immature lowly voice, and Lord suddenly felt a little bit bad, and lowered his head to see a black-haired little lowly hugging his thigh. Little Lori's long black hair is draped softly on her shoulders, her dark eyes are clear and transparent, her thin pink lips are slightly upturned, revealing a sweet smile. Dad! Little Lori touched Lord affectionately, and then looked up at him expectantly. Lord, a black line, wait a minute, are you Yin Men? Yes. Little Lori tilted her head, showing a cute expression, and blinking her big eyes. Doesn't Dad recognize me? Lord! He got it. System, you old turtle, 3 calculations for me. Originally, he thought that the system refers to the adult Nirvana dream, who can think of a lowly version. But think about it carefully. If it is an adult Nirvana, not only has the assistant captain's spiritual pressure, but also served as Sui Nyulai assistant, has the information and knowledge of the Technology Development Bureau, how can it be possible to sell a medium soul? This. Is it a joy to be a father? Chapter 12, SHIELD is back. Dad, do you hate Omomu? Although she was very young, Yinmen was very smart, and she keenly noticed that Lord seemed a little unhappy. How could be? Lord squatted down, reached out and rubbed little Lolita's hair, and said softly, however, Yinmen should not be called my father, but should be called my brother. Well. Yinmen bit his finger. Although his big eyes were full of doubts, she still agreed with milky voice, although Yinmen doesn't understand, since this is your order, Yinmen will definitely obey it. Good boy. Lord rubbed Xia Yinmen's hair and asked, tell my brother, does Yinmen remember the Technology Development Bureau? Of course I remember. Yinmen proudly said, brother, don't underestimate Yinmen, all the materials of the Technology Development Bureau are in Yinmen's head. Nice. Lord's eyes lit up, it seems he was right. Although his body size has become smaller, Yinmen's head still stores information about the Technology Development Bureau. This is what he wants. Nai Yuli, the captain of the 12th Squad and the director of the Technology Development Bureau, is the second scientific madman in the of death, with countless black technologies. Similar to physical transformation, soul transformation, righteous corpse technology, battle soul technology, Zanpakuto knife transformation technology, shadow medicine, Superman medicine, etc. This series of countless black technologies are all made by this big man. If he wants to get these things according to the normal process, he can only spend a lot of soul and buy them in the system store or card pool. But it's different now. With the dream of nirvana, he is equivalent to mastering all the techniques and materials that have been kept in the Technology Development Bureau for nearly 1,000 years in the soul world. This is the foundation of the soul world, but it will also become the foundation of Lord. Although Lord feels a little regretful that Yinmen is not Yuja, but fortunately, he has obtained more important things. This wave is barely a small loss. Sound dream is awesome. Lord happily picked up Yinmen and kissed her on the forehead. Glug. Yinmen's eyes were bent into crescents, and then he laughed, his voice as crisp as a silver bell. In a good mood, Lord took Yinmen to play in the playground for a while, and soaked in the hot springs by the way. In the juvenile state, Yinmen was only about 6 or 7 years old, and soon felt tired, and fell asleep deeply in Lord's arms. While Yinmen was asleep, Lord checked Yinmen's soul and confirmed one thing at the same time. In lowly Yinmen's body, he could faintly perceive that a hidden spiritual power, even close to the third-class Reiki, was equivalent to the first-level death of the deputy captain. It can be inferred from this that this lowly Yinmen should be the Yinmen named Mian 8 after being resurrected by Nirvana after he died in a 1,000-year battle. Everything can be explained. Since she is Mian number 8, which is the dream of Nirvana after resurrection, the hidden spiritual pressure in her body should be the remaining power when her predecessor was the deputy captain. Am I the best dish? Lord's face became a little weird. Isn't it that his younger sister is stronger than his brother? The next day, early morning. After Lord made breakfast, he went to wake up Yinmen who was still lying in bed. Morning, brother. Yinmen got up wrapped in a quilt and turned into a ball, and then rubbed his distressed eyes with his little hands, as if he couldn't wake up. Morning, Yinmen. Lord smiled and rubbed Yinmen's head, and then said, my brother takes you to go shopping today, don't you want to go shopping with Yinmen? When I heard the word shopping, Yinmen suddenly became completely drowsy, and his eyes widened. As expected. No matter how old a woman is, her enthusiasm for shopping will not be reduced by half. Thank you, brother. Yinmen rushed out of the bed and hugged Lord's neck, like a koala, staring at a pair of cute eyes, counting with his fingers, New clothes, new shoes, and delicious food. Okay. Lord was amused by little Lolita, stroked Yinmen's hair, and said, but Yinmen has to be a corpse first. No problem. Yinmen patted his chest, and confidently said, Yinmen's technique is very simple, and Yinmen will be able to make it soon. Okay, let's go eat first. Brother. After dinner. Yinmen fully showed Lord, what is a professional technician. Although the technique of Yumu is not difficult, it is not something anyone can do, especially a yumo that can accommodate the soul of death and does not affect any activities. Soon, Yunmeng made Yimikuro, her appearance and soul state, exactly the same physical body. Let's go, Yunmen. Lloyd took the Yunmen after wearing Yuwu and walked out of Jingling department store together. The two drove to a nearby shopping mall. Wow! Yunmen's eyes widened, and he was full of curiosity about everything in the outside world, a lot of people, so many beautiful clothes, brother. Lord smiled slightly, holding Yunmen's little hand, softly said, "Do you like it?" Yunmen. Yunmen nodded heavily, "I like it, brother is the best." Next, Lord took Yunmen and wandered around the mall. After a while, Yunmeng changed into a cute outfit, holding a fried chicken burger and ice cream bucket in his hand, and a happy smile appeared on his face. The two came to a cafe. Yunmen sat on a chair, dangling his legs, and fought against the food in front of him. And Lord, he ordered a cup of coffee and watched Yunmen struggle leisurely. He stretched out his hand from time to time to wipe off the food residue from Yunmen's mouth. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. However, this warm picture of brothers and sisters did not last long, but was broken by a sudden person. "Hello, may I sit here?" A charming voice came, and Lord raised his eyelids slightly and saw a woman on the opposite side. A woman with a big red wave, wearing tight and seductive clothes, will highlight the bumpy figure to the fullest. "Finally come." The corners of Lord's mouth rose slightly, because the people he was waiting for finally came. Is worthy of being the deputy head of Novice Village. The appearance rate of this Black Widow is second only to Collison's highly popular character. This beauty with red hair and big waves is the famous Black Widow in the Marvel Universe, Natasha Romanoff. Makes me wait, S.H.I.E.L.D. Lord was not surprised that SHIELD found him, because all this was what he expected. Collison has seen his appearance, SHIELD will definitely draw him through, and then use the powerful intelligence network to search across the United States. So as soon as he shows up, SHIELD will inevitably find out the first time. The fact is just as Lord thought. Through the Sky Eye system, SHI. As soon as she discovered Lord, Natasha was ordered to come over and try to talk to Lord a second time. "Good morning, sir." Natasha knew the danger of this mission, so she put on the most respectful attitude. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" "No." Lord put down the coffee cup and said coldly, "Quickly roll, don't let me repeat it a second time." Chapter 13, This wave is in the atmosphere. Damn straight guy. Natasha looked embarrassed. Although Collison and Fury had reminded her before they came, the target of this mission is not humans, and beauty may not work. But Natasha doesn't believe it very much. She thinks that whether it is human or not, the appreciation of beauty is always right. As a result, she was disappointed. This guy, codenamed Reaper, not only didn't feel tempted by her beauty, but even uttered vulgar words to let her go. Fortunately, those who work as agents have good qualities in their hearts. Natasha is considered one of the leaders, so naturally she won't be hit by this little thing. Since Lord did not eat this set, Natasha no longer pretended. The charming expression on her face disappeared for a second, and she became calm and serious. "Mr. Natasha said with a serious face, "I'm here on behalf of SHIELD, thank you for your help last time, that agent also survived because of you." Jingle bell. Yunmen puffed up her cheeks and was struggling with the steak in front of her with a knife and fork. Lord was drinking coffee quietly, but his eyes floated out of the window, leaving Natasha hanging aside. Was completely ignored. Natasha had a row of black lines on her head. If it weren't for her, she would have used scissors to pinch this person's head. A long while. Lord's coffee was finally finished, and Yunmen was finally finished. The pile of plates on the table shows how much this little guy has an appetite. And Natasha? She stood here for a full hour. Stinky man. Son of a bitch. Natasha has already regarded this incomprehensible style and treated her as a man who does not exist, and she scolded her almost 10,000 times in her heart. Although she can't wait to scold him, Natasha still keeps smiling on the surface, and from time to time she looks at Xiao Yinmen, showing a pitiful look. Brother. Yinmen felt soft for a while, stretched out his hand and tugged on Lord's sleeve, and whispered, "That sister is so pitiful, why don't you let her sit down?" Good assist. Lord praised Yinmen in his heart, and then as if he had compromised, he glanced at Natasha and said coldly, "Since my sister is begging for you, then sit down and talk." Hey! Natasha felt relieved, seeing that she had passed the first level, her eyes were grateful, and she looked at the Xiaoan dream who was pleading for her. From now on, that's the topic. Lord noticed that the crowd around this restaurant had been quietly replaced by SHIELD agents. Not only that, but under Natasha's long red hair, there is also a communicator in her ear. If there is no accident, it should be the old yin coin. Interesting. The corners of Lord's lips slightly raised a curve. This should be regarded as the first time he has been in line with the bitten eggs, right? Natasha pretended to fix her hair, but in fact she tapped twice in her ear, indicating that the conversation could officially begin. At the same time, on the opposite side of this headset, SHIELD has assembled dozens of elites. There are experts in charge of negotiation, doctors proficient in psychology, experts in charge of micro-expression psychology, psychological profiling experts, logic analysis experts, etc. Nick Fury crossed his hands and sat in front of everyone, and there was a sly look in his one eye. Finally appeared, Reaper. Through the comparison of portraits, they borrowed the Sky Eye system and searched almost the entire United States before they found the man's trace. Bring it on. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, and said secretly in his heart, "Let me take a look, what is the secret of the so-called Reaper?" "Hello, Mr. Death." Natasha sat steadily, and then stared at Lord. "I will introduce myself first. I am codenamed Black Widow. I am one of the agents of SHIELD, and I will have this conversation with you as a representative." "It doesn't matter." Lord landed one hand on the table, one hand propped his cheek, and said lazily, "Say, what are you looking for me?" Natasha sorted her thoughts, and then said, "That's it, Mr. Death. In order to better protect humanity, we just want to reach a good cooperative relationship with you." Cooperation. There was a trace of disdain in Lord's eyes, and his index finger tapped the tabletop lightly. Only when both sides are based on the same standard can it be called cooperation. What do you think? That's right. Natasha nodded and said nonchalantly, "But I think that as long as they can help each other, it can be called cooperation." Interesting saying. Lord was expressionless, and continued, "Then you are going to talk about it. With your strength, what help can you provide me?" "Any." Natasha raised her head and said confidently, "Although you are very strong, please believe me, this is a human society after all. And we, SHIELD, have the strongest technology on the planet. As long as you ask questions, we will definitely solve them for you." "All questions?" Lord deliberately sneered, and sneered at this. "The tone is not small, you can't even see it, how can you help me?" "You are wrong." Natasha smiled, took out an instrument from her arms and handed it to Lord. "Look at this, although we can't see the imaginary, but through the scanning of this instrument, we can already accurately locate the imaginary." "Fuck?" Lord was taken aback, but there was still no wave on his face. After taking a look at the instrument, his eyelids twitched fiercely. "New break. Deserves to be Marvel's black technology." In just a few days, SHIELD has already produced an instrument that can detect virtual positioning. And SHIELD over there. After a joint analysis by several experts, they made suggestions. "He is shaken, hurry up, continue to suppress him, don't give him time to react. After receiving the signal, Natasha smiled and continued, although it's still not working, you must have seen it. Our scientific and technological power can still help you some. Lord frowned slightly, pretending to be hesitant, even so, your strength is too weak. Mr. Natasha straightened up suddenly, and said solemnly, strength is not the only criterion for judging, besides, the appearance of vein really has nothing to do with you. You, what do you mean? Lord heard these words, his expression instantly became a little flustered, as if he had a secret in his heart and was suddenly seen through. On the side of S.H.I.E.L.D., the experts in charge of negotiation and psychology experts, seeing Lord's expression change, immediately got up and patted the table and shouted. He is in a hurry. It seems that we are right to speculate, the appearance of the virtual is not an accident, it must have something to do with this person. Full of confidence, Natasha continued to ask, Mr. Grim Reaper, how do you plan to explain this? Lord suddenly turned pale, slapped him on the table, and shouted, don't talk nonsense, how could the imaginary have something to do with our of death? We. Natasha's brows moved slightly, and she noticed the word Lord used. We and me, the meanings of the two are absolutely different. In other words, there is more than one death. It sucks. Nick Fury's face sank at the same time. There is more than one of death, which means they may be an organization. Natasha put away the shock in her heart, and tentatively said, according to our big data, in the 50 continents of the United States, only one area of New York City has a virtual reality. Is this really an accident? Besides, we are really worried. Natasha sighed pitifully. You? What are you worried about? Lord snorted. Of course I am worried about you. Natasha showed a hint of worry on her face, the emptiness is so terrible. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you are facing it alone again. If something happens someday, aren't we humans dead? Lord snorted coldly, don't worry, even if I die, someone will come to replace me. What? Natasha clutched her red lips, and said in surprise, is anyone else coming? Isn't the death alone you? Of course not. Lord pretended to be impatient and said, are you stupid? How could death be the only one I am? Then, are there many death gods? Of course. Then where are they? In the world of corpses. Pretty. Nick Fury, who is far away in S.H.I.E.L.D., can't wait to give Lyman Natasha a hug. This information is so important. Corpse Soul World. It turns out that the of death is not a person, but an organization called Soul World. Easy. The corners of Natasha's mouth rose slightly. It seems that her technique has not regressed. It is too simple to try to cope with this of death. On the other hand, Lord, who was argued, looked as if he had said something wrong, even though his face was pale on the surface. But actually, he is almost laughing to death, okay. Black Widow and Nick Fury thought that their aggressive strategy was very useful, but it was all in Lord's expectation. In a reasonable way, accidentally revealed the news of the Soul World to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. Old and cunning people like Nick Fury only believe in the information they have, don't they? This wave of S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the 5th floor, and Lord is in the atmosphere. Chapter 14, Shivering S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Death. Natasha flicked the hair on her temples, since we are all to protect the safety of human beings, why can't we unite? This. Lord hesitated, his face seemed to show an unnatural expression. And this expression of hesitation, as well as a flash of fear in the eyes, were all caught in the eyes of Natasha, who was sitting on the opposite side. Is he scared? Natasha squinted her eyes slightly. Obviously this man was heart-stricken, but for some unknown reason, he didn't dare to cooperate with them. What is the reason for? What is this Reaper afraid of? Mr. Death. Natasha decided to ask clearly, Mr. Grim Reaper, although we don't know what you are hesitating, if you have any questions, you may be able to raise them. We will help you find a way. What do you think? A trace of struggle flashed across Lord's face. The right hesitation, as well as the complex expressions, made the people of Shield even more convinced that they can make words out of the mouth of this of Death. Mr. Death. Natasha came forward and deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Please trust us. We just want to better protect the world. We will never leak your news." But Lord still seemed a little hesitant and jealous. Natasha sighed suddenly, and said with a sad face, "You tell me that, in fact, we are eager to cooperate with you. Apart from the idea of protecting the world, there is actually one more thing that we haven't told you." "What's the matter?" Lord raised his eyelids and asked. "It's one of our enemies," Natasha said solemnly. "They have been against us since World War II, and secretly conducted large-scale human experiments, just to make the war sweep the world again." Lord's eyelids twitched, already thinking of who she was referring to. As expected, Natasha said in the next second, "That evil organization is called Hydra and is our lifelong enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Recently we received news that they have discovered the existence of Void. Good fellow." Rodette almost called a good fellow. "S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau is throwing a black pot, so sooner or later you will get retribution, do you know? For the world not to be destroyed, for the continuation and safety of mankind." Natasha said solemnly, "Mr. Death, I urgently ask you to cooperate with us." Lord was slightly speechless. This Shield is really unconscionable. In order to deceive him, even the Hydra was pulled out, no wonder it became a snake shield in the future. "Please." Natasha spoke earnestly, with tears in her eyes, as if she was a great spirit of sacrificing the ego for mankind. "I can't help it." Looda descended down the ass, with a hint of helplessness on his face, and sighed, "Reaper's contact with humans without authorization is strictly forbidden in the world of corpses. Once found, I will be imprisoned." Natasha's expression suddenly shuddered. From this seemingly simple statement, S.H.I.E.L.D. has analyzed a lot of intelligence. 1. The corpse soul world strictly prohibits any contact between the gods of death and humans in any form. 2. There is a law in the world of corpses. From the above 2 points, the corpse soul world seems to be more inclined to a country than an organization, with strict order and laws. Natasha, hurry up, continue to follow his words, and ask this so-called corpse world. Nick Fury said solemnly. After receiving the message, Natasha deliberately showed a look of surprise on her face. "A powerful person like you, there shouldn't be many in the soul world, right?" Lord snorted, seeming to laugh at them. "Me? The strong? Don't get me wrong, the death gods who are sent out like me are everywhere in the world of corpses. This is not actually a lie. After all, in the original corpse soul world, he is really not a of death, there are simply too many people better than him." Hiss. After Natasha listened, her facial muscles twitched slightly, her eyes were full of shock and amazement. Nick Fury, Omega Omega. Coulson, Omega Omega. The rest of S.H.I.E.L.D., Omega Omega. Seeing Natasha being so shocked that she couldn't speak, Lord secretly rejoiced in his heart. He could already imagine that the old fox from Shield is probably not much better. The facts are just as Lord expected. Including Nick Fury, all the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. who heard these words subconsciously took a breath. The of death in front of them, they thought it could be considered a rare existence in the corpse soul world. "I didn't expect. This kind of man is actually just a small role in the world of corpses. That, then you." Natasha's mind is already a little confused, and the word sequence is out of order. "I'm very sorry, sir, I want to ask, how many death gods like you are in the soul world?" "Not many, just tens of thousands." "Up, tens of thousands?" "Yes." "Then, How many death gods can be called the strong? Not many, only 13, all the captains of the 13th Godii division. 13, how strong are they? Well. Lord pondered for a moment, then pointed to himself, and said, death gods like me, they only need a look in their eyes, and they can shake me to death with their spiritual pressure. Are you kidding me? Natasha swallowed and said that she was a little unbelievable. There are tens of thousands of people in the corpse soul world like him? No. Lord said with an extremely serious expression, the 13th division of the Guardian is an important force to protect the soul world. Each captain is a strong man who has been tempered for hundreds of years, and will be included in the 1,000-year history of the entire soul world. Among them, hundreds of years. Natasha looked startled, and then subconsciously asked, could you take the liberty to ask, how old are you this year? 270 years old. Lord took a sip of coffee, and then said without flushing and heartbeat, of course, compared to those captains, my age is still too young. Natasha gritted her teeth hard and said, Reaper, is there no life limit? Lord looked at Natasha with a very strange expression, Reaper is the person in charge of death. How can there be a life limit? Looking at his eyes, Natasha knew that she had asked a very stupid question. Is also right. Everyone is of death, how can there be a life limit? This moment, Nick Fury felt his weakness deeply. A huge organization that has been handed down for thousands of years, in charge of all the dead souls, and also has a terrifying armed force such as the 13 Squad of the Guardian. It has only been discovered by them today. How long has the United States been established? 200 years. Someone can randomly pull out of death, all over 200 years old, comparable to the entire history of the United States. In contrast, SHIELD has only been established for a few decades. Even if you have mastered some black technology, facing this behemoth that has existed for thousands of years, it is as ridiculous as a child. Although Lord looks serious on the surface, he is secretly delighted in his heart. Correct. That's it, ask more. If he can realize his heart at this moment, he must be a sinister and cunning fox. The current shield is like a mouse. Was being attracted by the cheese that Lord had dropped, and unknowingly, step by step walked into the trap that had already been arranged. The more you know, the more you will be afraid of the unknown world of corpses. Chapter 15, Punisher. Fear comes from the unknown. Human beings are afraid of death, so they place their hopes on illusory beliefs, hoping that they can enter heaven after death. But when they learned that there is another world after death, their mood suddenly became depressed. The place where humans will go after death is neither heaven nor hell, but a place called the soul world. There is no demons. There is only death. Tell me. Nick Fury's face, which was already dark, has also become darker, and his eyes swept across the experts in turn. Is what he said is true or not? In this office surrounded by soundproof glass, the most authoritative experts in psychology, criminology, micro-expression, and negotiation have gathered in the world today. Their only task is to analyze the psychology and behavior of Reaper from all angles, and provide corresponding suggestions and countermeasures for Fury and Natasha. But now, the faces of all the experts seem to be painted with a layer of white dust. Look at me, I look at you, this group of top experts in the world can't say a word for a long time. Talk. Nick Fury was annoyed, slapped him on the table, and shouted, What do you want to eat? Say it. Director. Seeing Fury's madness, one of the more courageous experts bit his head and said, According to our analysis, the credibility of what the Reaper said exceeds 80%. 80%? Nick Fury's cheek twitched violently. Doesn't that mean telling him that it is 100%? When I think of the huge organization that has been passed down for thousands of years behind that Reaper, Nick Fury feels his back is chilling. Da-da-da. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, tapped his knuckles on the table, and said quietly, Natasha, try to continue talking about Hydra and see if you can change his mind. Hydra? The defeated player. Nick Fury sneered from the bottom of his heart, but it was an organization that had been wiped out by SHIELD, not what he wanted to say. Could they still jump out again? Since the Reaper opened his mouth and closed his mouth, he was talking about observing the order of the soul world, then things are much simpler. Just use a greater order to suppress the so-called order in the soul world. Reaper can't come into contact with humans without authorization? What if someone came into contact with the virtual without authorization, and tried to use and modify it, in an attempt to turn the virtual into a biological weapon? Just a few seconds of work, the insidious Nick Fury has already figured out how to trick this Reaper over and die for them SHIELD. Natasha on the other side, the contact lens on the retina, suddenly some information appeared. After reading the information, Natasha nodded imperceptibly and said, "Sir, we have found something about the intelligence of why the virtual suddenly appeared in New York." "Oh." Lord raised his eyebrows lightly. "Let's talk about it." "It's about the Hydra and the imaginary." Natasha said solemnly, "As far as our investigation knows, Hydra has not only mastered the imaginary things, but also secretly carried out an evil plan. One of our agents, who was ordered to hide inside the Hydra organization, sacrificed his life and exchanged this information for us. Hydra is secretly studying the possibility of the transformation between humans and the imaginary, and plans to create a large number of imaginary based on this, and use it to provoke a war in the entire world." Just finished speaking. Natasha took out her portable notebook and laid out a series of related materials. What are the photos of the secret experiment of Hydra, the direction of virtual research, the ideas for the transformation of biological weapons, etc. Wonderful and wonderful. Just this reasoning, this prediction. If he didn't know the plot, Lord would almost think it was the Black Widow peeking at the script. Nick Fury's operation is so sharp, Lord is a little admired. In just a few minutes, SHIELD has forged the information. Congratulations to Hydra, take another pot. Lord reckons that if Alexander Pierce knew that his subordinate Nick Fury was so pitted against Hydra, he would probably be vomiting blood. Natasha said to herself, "You have also seen that in order to protect the peace of the world and the future of mankind, we have to stop the Hydra. For this, we desperately hope that Mr. Death can join us and guard the world with us, crush the evil Hydra and defeat their evil conspiracy plans." Is well-founded and convincing. If it wasn't for the occasion, Lord even wanted to applaud them. This. Lord pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Okay, for the future of mankind and the peace of the world, I agree to cooperate with you, but the premise is that you must keep it secret." "No problem." Natasha was overjoyed, her eyes filled with ecstasy. "Is not easy." After a lot of effort, they finally made this arrogant Reaper into SHIELD by tricks and abductions. Actually, SHIELD is happy, Lord is even more happy. Not only successfully blended into SHIELD, but also received a surprise. After Nick Fury's reminder, Lord suddenly thought of a plan. What he can't do, he can find someone else to do it. Like Hydra. Human body experiments, soul-changing experiments, artificial virtual experiments, etc. If it is a plan led by Hydra, then everyone will not find it strange, and this kind of frenzied thing, Hydra did not rarely do in World War II. Yet. Anyway, Hydra has gained notoriety, presumably that Secretary Pierce won't care. Do you have a few more hacks on your body? Come like this. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. There is a Hydra on his face that attracts his attention, and Lillard can collect souls with peace of mind. Thank you Director Pierce for his great dedication. Thank you Nick Fury for his advice. Happy cooperation. Natasha stretched out her white hand and looked at him with a smile. Lord also stretched out his hand, shook hands with Natasha, and said profoundly, "Happy cooperation." After the two parties reached a cooperation, Natasha apologized and left. Lord took Yinmen and bought some clothes and snacks in the mall. The two of them wandered until the evening before returning home with some tired Yinmen. Queen's Jingling Pavilion. Lord carefully picked up the sleeping Yinmen, and when he was about to open the door of his house, he found a corpse lying next to the trash can not far away. "Help me!" The corpse squirmed, then raised his head, revealing a standard American tough guy face. "It's you." Lord raised his brows, feeling the slightest surprise, and said faintly, "So, Frank, who did you meet this time? You were beaten so badly." This famous Punisher in the Marvel Universe, a steel man nicknamed Uncle Punisher, has a luxurious record of slaughtering all superheroes and villains in a parallel universe. It is hard to imagine such a man lying here dying. "It's the bullseye," Frank said, dying. He suddenly has become stronger, like a monster. Chapter 16, Frank and Number 039's Choice. Frank Custer, nicknamed the Punisher, a typical European and American tough guy. The angular face, the well-trimmed beard, and the black tights with white skulls are his signature outfits. The original Frank was born in the Marine Corps. Because of his outstanding performance during combat and his great strength, he has been awarded medals many times and is considered a positive figure. But after Frank retired from the military, while having dinner with his wife and children in the park, he witnessed the gang's trading process and was brutally killed by the gang. Although Frank himself escaped a gangster by virtue of his powerful skills, his wife and children died at the hands of the gangster. Later, when Frank collected evidence and found the murderer of his wife and daughter, and brought him to the law, the judge was repeatedly bribed by gangsters with various legal loopholes and money, and finally escaped due sanctions. Disheartened, Frank hated unfair laws and governments, and finally decided to avenge himself, which led to the birth of the anti-hero Punisher. So, what is an anti-hero? If we say that heroes have handsome appearance, powerful abilities, correct behavior, and standard values, and it will always be presented to the world in a perfect positive image. So anti-hero is the hero after the aura has faded, with a side, cruelly presented in the eyes of the world. They have many shortcomings, maybe it is a vague view of good and evil, maybe it is the ugly face, maybe it is a miserable life. But they are not bad guys, they have their own justice and bottom line. They are flesh and blood, not so far away, and closer to the real hero. And Frank the Punisher is an anti-hero who resorts to violence, upholds blood for blood, tooth for tooth, and kills criminals without mercy. In truth, Lord actually likes these people better. Compared to superheroes who are full of benevolence and morality, they are obviously more real. Of course, whether it is a hero or an anti-hero, these have nothing to do with Lord. He is only responsible for selling things. Lord first used the reversal to stop Frank's bleeding, and then stabilized his vital signs for a while, then dragged Frank by the arm, as if dragging the dog to death, all the way back to the store. Frank himself expressed no opinion on Lord's violent behavior. The premise is, if Frank can still protest. Speaking of which, Frank is also a regular customer of this store. To some extent, Frank should be one of the shareholders of this store. Thanks to Frank's kind sponsorship, how can Lord buy such a decent real estate in the Golden Queens area? So, if someone were to lie here, Lord would rather die outside than take him back into the shop. Oh! As soon as Frank opened his clothes, Lord couldn't help frowning. The abdomen and shoulders and other parts have penetrating lacerations caused by firearms. The left leg was forcibly torn off from the root, which can be seen from the residual flocculent muscles, and the right arm bones were reversely broken, and the chest, the ribs also had signs of collapse from being attacked by heavy objects. After reading it, Lord had to sigh with emotion. Uncle Punishment's vitality is really tenacious. If this is replaced by someone else, I am afraid that the bleeding and pain will have to die 10 times. And Frank is not dead yet. On the one hand, it is due to his abnormal physique and superhuman will, on the other hand, it is because of Lord's merchandise. Jingling Pavilion's main business, in addition to treating people with trauma, also sells some small items that he has taken out of the system from time to time, but are basically not used. Protecting Frank from death is one of the props. The healing amulet produced by the 4th Division team responsible for professional treatment can inject a certain amount of spiritual power, activate the return in the amulet, and provide long-term continuous healing for the wounded. Although the healing amulet saved Frank's life, it was limited to this. Lord frowned as he looked at him. This injury, basically can't be saved. Injuries of this degree are no longer treatable. So, there are only 2 ways to save Frank. Either, now come to the 4th Division team who is proficient in return, or, he is now drawn to Zanpakuto Deo Roshi, N. Shat. But it is a pity that Lord does not possess these 2 requirements. Hui Deo belongs to Ghost Deo, but it is different from Bin Deo and Bro Deo used in combat. It is a special Ghost Deo developed specifically for healing. Lord usually does not pay much attention to it, so the level is limited to the lowest grade. As for the meat, it is even more unreliable. He has just drawn 10 consecutive times. Where can the souls go to draw again? Lord turned his gaze and fell on Yunmen, suddenly thinking that this little guy might have a way. Yunmeng. Lord rubbed the little Lolita's hair on the side, and said gently, "Can you save him?" "No, only high-level answers can save him." Yunmen bit his finger and said, "Or if there is a laboratory now, I can try to reform him or save him." Laboratory, are you referring to Nirvana's Technology Development Bureau? This thing is even more unreliable than Roshi. He is now very poor and white, where to go to set up a laboratory? Here, you saw it too. Lord shrugged and looked regretful. It's not that I don't save you. I really don't have the ability at the moment. Now, Frank is dead. Brother. Yunmen tugged Lord's sleeve, blinked his big eyes and asked, "Do you want to save this person?" "Yes." You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lord sighed, "But unfortunately, we can't save him. It's not right." Yunmen suddenly pursed his lips, and said strangely, "Brother is too stupid, isn't there another way?" "Is there another way?" "Yes." "Any solution?" "Brother, have you forgotten what you are?" "You mean, Reaper?" "That's right." Yunmen shook his head triumphantly and said, "The of death is in charge of soul and death. A physical death does not represent the true meaning of death." "Correct." Lord's eyes lit up. Why didn't he expect that? He immediately picked up Yunmen and kissed fiercely. "Ha ha ha, Yunmen, you are so smart." Yunmeng is right. If you want to save Frank, there is another way, which is to turn him into a of death, so that you can win Frank with one stone. Wouldn't it kill 2 birds with 1 stone? As for whether he would be betrayed by Frank, who became the Queen of Death, Lord did not consider such a problem at all. Will the strong be afraid of the weak? No. All 10 blades are rebellious and regard death as scum, but why would they obey Aizen? Isn't it because the power gap is too big, you can only bow down and claim your court? So, as long as he is always better than Frank, isn't it all right? Lord, who is sitting on the golden finger of the system, if he doesn't even have this confidence, he might as well hang himself in the morning. What about aligning with Death and Mephisto in the future? Lord said, "I am looking forward to it. I hope to become the Punisher of the Queen of Death, who can bring something different to this chaotic world." Chapter 17, The Man Under the Abyss of Despair. Just do it. Besides, Frank's breathing is getting weaker. If he delays any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late. Lord carried Frank, who was dying, in one hand, and Yunmen followed closely, and the 2 came to the secret space of the Lord Jingling. Before officially making Frank a of death, he still needs to ask his own opinion. If he doesn't want to, then he won't force it. Because he was in the physical state, his Zanpakuto knife turned into a walking stick with a symbol of death printed on the bottom. There is only one use of this thing, that is, it can push the soul of a living person out of the body. In the original, Rukia and Yura Harakisuke used this method to help the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo get out of the physical state. Lifting up Frank, who was almost dying, Lord raised his cane and pointed it at his forehead, and then gave it a hard punch. A slightly transparent Frank was pushed out of his body by the cane in an instant, with a long chain on his chest. Yo! Lord supported his cane with both hands, and smiled gently. Frank, how do you feel now? Hey, hey. Frank knelt on the ground, breathing quickly, his face pale. Why, my breathing feels so difficult. Normal. Lord said with a faint smile, it is normal for a living person to feel breathless after the soul is out of the body. Don't panic. Living people? Soul? Flesh? What do you mean? Frank looked dumbfounded, unable to understand the meaning of this string of words at all. It means. Lord's cane pointed to the side. You are dead, Frank. I'm dead. Frank looked in the direction of his cane, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. Wait, Lord, is that my corpse? Not yet. Lord took a look and said, but, wait a minute. The moment the soul leaves the body, the death time of the body will come to a standstill. From now on, it will take about an hour or two before Frank's body will completely die. I'm dead. Frank's face was as pale as paper, his thick lips trembled slightly, and there was a touch of pain and gloom in his eyes. Even you can't save me. Under the man's last hopeful gaze, Lord silently shook his head. No. The injury you have suffered is so serious that it is irreversible. I'm sorry, Frank. The last glimmer of hope in the man's eyes also disappeared with these words. Ha ha. Frank's face was ashamed, and there was endless anger and frustration in his heart, but there was nowhere to let him go. He died. But the enemy who killed his wife and children is still at large now, enjoying the life of being drunk and fanciful, under one person and above 10,000 people. He hates it. Hate their inability to do anything, hate the law and government injustice, hate this absurd world even more. Frank hit the ground with a punch, let out a hoarse roar, wantonly venting the resentment and dissatisfaction in his chest. Ahem, interrupt. Lord said in a timely manner, in fact, there is another way that you can live in another form, that is, I don't know if you want to. What? As soon as Lord said there was a way to keep him alive, Frank's eyes widened and he couldn't wait to say, what way? No matter what the price is, I am willing. Including your soul. This. Frank hesitated. In the Western world, if you say that it is at the cost of soul, it is basically the devil that has not run away. And in Frank's view, since Lord said that he is his soul, there is a high probability that he is also a demon. After and calmed down, Frank discovered a problem. Since he is now in a soul state, how did Lord see him? It's safe to say that the devil didn't run away. But, what about the devil? When his wife and children died tragically, how did God pity them? When he pinned his hopes on the law, how can the government be fair? Never. 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 In that case, it's better to fall into hell. Even if he sacrifices his soul, he has to avenge his dead wife and children. Including my soul. Frank did not hesitate, and said decisively, as long as you can let me take revenge, no matter my soul or life, you can take it away. Very well, Frank. Lord nodded in satisfaction, saying that he was the one he liked. Since you agree, then I have a few things to tell you. Do you want to sign a contract? Contract? Yes, it's the kind of parchment that the devil often uses, burning flames, and it contains a lot of deceptive stuff. Lord looked at Frank silently. Frank, I'm curious, how do you connect me to the devil? Frank, TV series are all performed like this, demons will pay the price of human souls. Frank, watch less TV shows. Lord rubbed his brows and said, I am not a demon, and I don't want your soul. No problem, devil. Frank wrote on his face that you just said, Lao Tzu would never believe it, so how are you going to resurrect me? Are you going to turn me into a demon? Forget it. Lord didn't bother to explain to him, look down, do you see the chain on his chest? Frank noticed that a chain stretched out from his chest, linking him to his flesh. Frank tugged on the chain and frowned, it's pretty sturdy, what's this for? The chain of cause and effect. Lord said, the chain used to link the soul and the body, once the chain breaks, you will die completely. Oh. Frank didn't care too much, I care more about how you want to resurrect me than these things. A weird smile appeared on Lord's face, Frank, I didn't say I want to resurrect you. What? When Frank was about to say something, a cold light flashed before his eyes. When? With a crisp sound and splashing sparks, Frank saw that the chain on his chest was cut by a sharp knife. Frank's pupils dilated violently. He remembers very clearly, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Lord just said that this chain is connected to the body, and once the chain breaks, he will never be able to resurrect. All right. Lord said in a leisurely manner, now, you can't be resurrected at all, Frank. Fuck you. Frank's forehead violently, and he shouted, what the are you doing? Devil. As you can see. Lord said lightly, I cut the link between you and your body. Lord. Frank's angry face was slightly distorted, and he gritted his teeth and said, asshole. You lied to me because I believed you so much. Calm down, Frank. Lord said, the definition of living does not necessarily mean living in a human form. There are other ways to do it. Humph. Frank sneered, so, you are going to turn me into a demon? Of course not. Lord shook his head, did not intend to explain to him, and continued, if you want to live and have the power of revenge, then it's better not to have so many problems. Frank, who was born in the army, inherited the fine traditions of soldiers. After a while, he said in a deep voice, no problem, even if I become a demon, I have to live. Very good, good enlightenment. Lord said, rather than using your mouth, I think it's better for you to see it in person. Instead of wasting your tongue and explaining to Frank, Lord felt that it was better to do it directly, it would be easier. Very good. Frank obviously didn't like cumbersome explanations, showing his white teeth, and said, I like to be simple, let's talk about it, what do I need to do? Chapter 18, 72 Hours. Live. Lord stretched out a finger and said lightly, you just need to live, nothing more. 1 of the Bound Roads Sigh. The 61 of the Bound Deo 6 Rod Light Prison. Frank's hands were tied back, and Guideo temporarily sealed it. Frank looked at Lord with a look of surprise, what are you doing? You will know soon. Lord said, snapping his fingers. Snapped. The abyss of despair suddenly appeared, and Frank felt the sky below him, falling as fast as a meteorite. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came out of the pit, accompanied by Frank's scream. Lord also followed, and jumped down the abyss of despair. The bottom of the hole. Frank, who fell to the bottom of the pit, didn't suffer much damage because of his soul, but he still oozes cold sweat on his forehead. Free fall for a few seconds, he used to play skydiving, but he didn't have the excitement of this thing. After calming down a little bit, Frank only noticed that the surrounding environment was extremely dark, and the feeling of silence was even more depressing. What are you going to do? Frank's face was a little weird, thinking that Lord first bound his hands, and then threw him into a sinkhole. How could this operation look familiar? Wait a minute. Isn't this operation the way they treated the group of prisoners when they were in Vietnam? Wait. Lord. Frank suddenly had a bad feeling, looking at Lord in front of him, his eyelids jumped wildly. You don't want me to crawl out of here, right? Smart, Frank. Lord leaned on his cane and said lightly, I just want you to climb out of it. A cross popped out of Frank's forehead. Are you kidding me? My hands are by you, how can I crawl out of here? Lord raised his eyebrows slightly. Who is kidding you? I mean it. Lord, are you crazy? Frank's forehead is already sweating. This hole is at least 100 meters deep. How can humans climb up without using their hands? Lord, then you won't be a human being. Looking at Lord's expression, Frank suddenly felt cold, knowing that he was not joking. Are you serious? Frank said hard. Of course. Lord nodded and smiled. If you want to live and avenge your wife and children, you must rely on yourself and climb out of it. What if I can't do it? Frank asked again, what will happen? Will you starve to death in this place? Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, his cane was placed on Frank's chest, and his lips moved slightly. Frank, the first erosion, is about to begin. The first erosion. Frank just wanted to ask him what he meant, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the depths of his soul. Unimaginable pain. Even made this man who is known for his iron-blooded and tough guys roll on the ground in pain, his teeth creaking. He tried to take out the bullet fragments left in his body without anesthetics, but the pain at that time was less than 1/10,000th of what it is now. Erosion comes fast, and it goes fast. What the is this? Frank lay weakly on the ground, looking at Lord with blank eyes. The erosion of chains. Lord continued, remember what I said before? The chain not only links the body and soul, but also symbolizes the integrity of your soul and heart. Under normal circumstances, the speed of chain erosion is not so fast. But in this abyss of despair, the erosion process of the chains will be shortened to 72 hours. Once all the chains on your chest are eroded away, it means you will lose your heart. Your wife and children, your memory, your past, your experience, these things will disappear with it. And you will become a monster that has no mercy and reason, acts by instinct, and feeds on human souls. This method is very risky. But Lord has no choice. At present, he wants to turn ordinary people into death, and only this is feasible. Who makes him poor and white now? I don't even have the most basic shallow strike. Even if I want to learn Rukia to infuse the power of death, I guess Frank's soul cannot bear it. No one can become a of death. Is no one, just like Kurosaki Ichigo. He is born with a huge spiritual pressure and can perfectly withstand the power of death. He can't do this, and Frank can't do it. What if I become a monster? Frank asked. Until then. Lord's exit interrupted him, with a chill in his tone, I will personally kill you. Lord is serious. From his words, Frank didn't have the slightest doubt, and he could even feel the trace of Ruaohu's killing intent in Lord's eyes. But it is strange. Frank didn't feel scared, but his heart became very peaceful. For him, wives and children are one of the few memories that can make him feel warm. If even these are to be taken away, it would be better to die. The Punisher never fears death. He is afraid that his wife and children will not get revenge, and justice has not been done. Come on, Lord. Frank bared his white teeth, his eyes flashed with enthusiasm, and grinned, instead of becoming a monster with no memory, it's better to die in your hands. Frank understands that if you want to gain strength, you must pay a price. And now, this opportunity has come, and he only needs to pay a small price. There was a ray of appreciation in Lord's eyes, and he said, good enlightenment, since you are ready, then I will tell you a little more. It is good. Frank listened seriously, reading www.yuyuganshu.com knows what Lord said next is very important. Lord continued, the erosion time is about 72 hours, which is about 3 days. But it actually depends on the individual's situation, and the last time the chain erodes, the pain and speed are far more than the sum of the previous ones. If you don't want to become a monster, there is only one way to find the power that is hidden deep in your soul that has never been discovered. It may be a person, an animal, or an object. In short, it is an existence that implements your soul and beliefs, and has a psychological dialogue with it. Then, call it. It's not good to explain too much, so Lord simply didn't explain it, and only told Frank something necessary. As for whether it can succeed, it can only depend on God's will. I understand. Frank said very calmly, as long as I find the power hidden deep in my soul, I can live and gain the power of revenge, right? To put it simply, yes. Lord nodded slightly, and then said, I am waiting for you up there, I hope you can succeed. Frank, I don't want to kill you myself. Hey! Frank laughed, unfortunately, you probably don't have this chance, Lord. Lord smiled, then I will wait and see. Lord stepped on the air brick composed of lingzi, and as Frank watched, he returned to the top of the cave step by step. 72 hours later. Everything will be revealed. Frank the Punisher, will he degenerate into a void or become a reaper? Chapter 19, The Beginning Solution, Pale Justice. It has been 70 hours since Frank entered the abyss of despair. Period. Frank tried to climb up countless times, and even used his teeth to bite the protrusions on the rock wall, just to replace his hands and let him climb up a little bit. But even so, Frank's best record was only to climb 2 or 3 meters more, and the price was a good tooth. Time is almost here. Lord said silently in his heart, Frank, don't force me to kill you with my own hands. Under the abyss of despair. Frank lay weakly on the ground, his face revealing a touch of bitterness. He was careless. I thought it was easy to find the power hidden deep in my soul, as Lord said. After dozens of hours and countless attempts, Frank was almost desperate, and even a hint of doubt emerged as to whether Lord was lying to him. Where is the power hidden deep in the soul? In this quiet and claustrophobic darkness, Frank has called countless times, prayed countless times, and even begged, but he didn't get a response. Only the chain became shorter due to erosion, and now only the short section on the chest is left. The pain of the soul and the despair of his heart all herald his ending, and it will disappear like this chain. But Frank was not reconciled. Consciousness gradually dimmed, and Frank felt as if he had a dream. In his dream, there are his family members, and there are dead souls who died under his hands. These pictures switch back and forth, like a marquee. Ticking, ticking. There was a cold touch, and Frank opened his eyes and found himself lying in the ruins. The grey sky was raining heavily. The rain dripped on his body, cold and biting. Frank slowly got up, his eyes a little confused. Here, where is it? This is your inner world. A man wearing a white trench coat appeared, his appearance was somewhat similar to Frank. Who are you? Frank suddenly became vigilant, and his muscles were tight, ready to fight back at any time. Poor, sorrowful. Frank in white said coldly, how many times do I have to call before you can hear my name? Frank's eyes were cold, I have never seen you before, who are you? Why do you look the same as me? Have you not seen it yet? Frank in white snorted, his face showing disdain, I am you, Frank. You are me. Frank flashed in his mind, and suddenly thought of what Lord said before, subconsciously, you are what Lord said, that power hidden in my soul. You can say so. Frank in white said lightly, but to be precise, it should be your death power. Great. Frank's eyes lit up, you give me strength quickly, or I will become a monster. Give you strength. Hearing this, Frank in white had cold eyes, Frank, you may have made a mistake. What do you mean? Frank frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you my power? Tell me, what do you want?" Frank in white said coldly. Frank was stunned. For a moment he didn't know how to answer this question. Yet, what do I want? He had never thought of this before, but only relied on his anger to avenge and eliminate all sins. But when Frank in white asked it, Frank suddenly didn't know how to answer this question. "Frank?" Frank in white said lightly, "Remember how many lives fell under your gun? Is 100, 200? Or 1000 or 2000? What are you pursuing again? Revenge? Still uphold justice? Or is it just venting anger? Tell me, Frank. Are you an avenger or a punisher?" Frank squeezed his fist, and the veins on his forehead burst out. "Does it make any difference?" "There is a difference. Frank in white has a deep gaze. "I need to know your answer. Tell me your truest answer, Frank." Frank was silent. As Frank in the white said, "Many times, I have not figured it out. Is he an avenger swallowed by anger, or a punisher who executes justice?" Frank lowered his head, his eyes full of loneliness, and muttered to himself. "I was desperate. I was also lost. Whenever I think back to that day, when a bullet of sin penetrated their chests, my anger could not be contained, and it was about to swallow my sanity. I am certain. As long as there are benefits in this world, then the evil will never be eliminated. This is an isolated and endless war. Anger is my bullet. Hate is my blood. And justice is my belief. Since law and order cannot be judged, it is up to me to be the punisher to maintain that ridiculous and pale justice. Fight violence with violence, and return blood with blood. This is not revenge, it is punishment. The sinner, be punished." Frank's eyes were red, and he roared almost roaring, and the invisible spiritual power was shaking, setting off a tornado that soared to the sky. "Remember your beliefs at the moment." Frank in white showed a faint smile, with a trace of comfort and a trace of pity. "Call, Frank. Call, my name." Boom! A flaming meteor shot straight into the sky from the bottom of the pit, and then quickly fell to the ground. "Oh!" Lord raised his eyebrows lightly and said with a smile, "It seems you have succeeded, Frank." Frank in a black trench coat, with a huge white skull printed on his back, holding his Zanpakuto knife in his hand. Different from Lord's Zanpakuto and Frank's Zanpakuto, the style is a standard Western knight sword. This sword has no gorgeous appearance, no gorgeous decorations, it's an ordinary and simple sword that is easy to be ignored. This sword. Lord's eyes fell on the knight's sword, slightly surprised. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Zanpakuto is the manifestation of its soul. In other words, its style, appearance, and abilities are all related to the individual's soul. But Frank's Zanpakuto knife turned out to be an ordinary Western knight sword, which was a bit beyond Lord's expectation. "Thank you." After Frank thanked Lord, he turned to look at the sword in his hand and muttered, "Is this my power? Congratulations." Lord clapped his hands and applauded, and said, "From today, you are no longer Frank the Punisher, but the of Death Frank." "Ah!" Frank grinned, shook his head and said, "I like the Punisher more than the title of Death." Then the third lesson. Lord drew the knife from the stick and pointed it at Frank. "Come and let me see your Zanpakuto sword ability." Compared to Frank's title of Death, he was more curious about the power of this seemingly ordinary sword. "Okay." Frank did not object, and said with a smile, "I was almost killed by you. Let me cut twice, right?" Lord smiled and said, "If you can do it." "Be careful, Lord." Frank stroked the blade with a rough hand, a heavy touch in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "This is the first time I have used it. I won't be responsible if I kill you. Bring it on." Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and the huge spiritual pressure was released instantly, like a landslide and tsunami, rolling up wind and waves out of thin air. Frank crossed his sword in his chest, glared at him, roared, and said, "Justice is pale and humble, but it is by no means powerless. The beginning solution: pale justice." Chapter 20, Frank with 2 guns. Pale justice. After Frank's Zanpakuto sword was first solved, its appearance changed from a Western knight sword to a weapon that combines guns and blades with 2 elements. The gun blade is silver grey, and the overall design is fairly simple. With a huge barrel and sharp blade, everything is best suited for combat. The overall appearance of the gun blade continues the appearance before Hajime, still the characteristics of ordinary and simple, without a trace of excess. 2 guns. Lord laughed and said, "It's really like your style, but I didn't expect it to be a pair of Zanpakuto swords. There are only 3 pairs of Zanpakuto knives in the entire Corpse Soul world. These 3 paired Zanpakuto knives, without exception, are the captain-level users, even the very powerful group among the captains. Captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Chun Shui's Zanpakuto knife Huaishan Kuangwu. The captain of the 13th Squad, the Zanpakuto knife of Yucatec Shiro Pisces. And Kurosaki Ichigo, Zainu after reforging." "Ha ha ha." Frank laughed and said, "Like it? I can't give it to you if I like it." "That's not necessary." Lord laughed back, "My knife is also good. Be careful." Frank suddenly raised his hand, and the trigger had already been pushed away at the moment the sound came out. When a person is talking, it happens to be the moment when his spirit is most relaxed. For the Punisher, the combat style never sticks to the rules and restrictions, and the ultimate goal is to kill the opponent. Frank is not worried about killing Lord, because from the situation of Ryutsu just now, he is obviously at an absolute disadvantage, and he can only rely on sneak attacks if he wants to win. Boom! The gun blade made a huge roar, just like the roar of a beast, ejecting a fiery flame and pushing a metal bullet out of the rifling. The bullet's exit speed was extremely fast, even piercing through dozens of meters of air, as if there was no resistance at all, and it shot straight towards Lord. "It's too slow." Lord smiled indifferently, and then took a half step, and the Zanpakuto slashed out. Kendo sword pressure. All the spiritual pressure visible to the naked eye was condensed on the blade, and then aimed at the bullet, slammed the knife down. When the blade split the bullet, splashing countless sparks. Lord, who thought it was over, suddenly saw Frank's mouth, raised a weird and inexplicable smile, and immediately secretly said a bad voice in his heart. Patter. Inside the cracked bullet, a sound similar to the expansion of a spring machine was emitted, followed by countless steel needles, ejecting out like a torrential pear blossom. Swish swish. Instant step empty cicada. Lord's ankle moved, and the whole person disappeared instantly, leaving only a coat. Puff puff. Countless explosive shots of steel needles pierced the coat, leaving dense holes like a honeycomb. Hiss. Lord looked at him and gasped, thinking that Frank was too dark to start. What if he would be worth it? Did you avoid it? Frank narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering Lord's steps just now, and then raised the gun blade of his right hand. This time, speed up the bullet. This time the bullet was at least 3 times faster than the previous one, almost in the blink of an eye, it came to Lord. So fast. Lord made a soft sound, but his body was not in a hurry. He put the Zanpakuto knife across his chest and blocked the shot. When the bullet with 3 times the ejection speed, under the impact of huge inertial force, even Lord's physical fitness is still inevitably repelled by a step. Speed up. Frank gave a cold cry, and did not give Lord any time to breathe. He fired 18 shots in a row with the blade of his right pistol. Bang! Bang! 18 bullets roared, tearing through the air, and with visible flames, they struck in various arcs in the air. This is arc shooting. Lord's face is a little weird. If he remembers correctly, this should be the skill of the Assassin Alliance. Is this the ability of Frank himself or the ability of Zanpakuto? But I can't think about it now. 18 bullets circled a huge arc in the air with a trajectory beyond ordinary understanding, like a fishing net, enclosing Lord inside. Bingo! Frank's eyes narrowed slightly. No one had ever escaped his trick. But, it's still too tender. Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled lightly, and said, "Frank, you can't beat me at this kind of kid level. Say it." The Zanpakuto knife came out of its sheath and turned into countless swords. The speed of continuous cutting is so fast that it can no longer be caught with the naked eye, as if it had split 18 bullets in an instant. I guessed it a long time ago. Seeing that the bullet was split, Frank did not panic, but said confidently, "But unfortunately, Lord, you forgot, my bullets are not just bullets." Click! After the 18 bullets burst, the familiar sound reinforcement sounded again. Boom boom boom. With Lord himself as the center of the circle, a violent explosion suddenly occurred within a few meters of the surrounding area, mixed with poisonous gas, flames, steel needles and other attacks. "Have you won?" Frank carefully observed the situation of Lord in the smoke, but suddenly felt a chill, coming from behind him. It's him. The attack just now was unsuccessful. Frank reacted instantly, and the spear blade in his left hand turned around and cut out. Gun blade and sharp gun battle. "You are really fine." Frank looked at Lord, who was unscathed, gritted his teeth angrily. "You have too much ability, right?" Lord was also dumbfounded at the moment, and suddenly became curious about Frank's Zanpakuto abilities. 18 bullets can have 18 different effects. Could it be possible that the Zanpakuto knife's ability can change the structure and properties of the bullet? "You are not easy either." Frank grinned, "I can avoid that trick." "Thanks for the compliment." Lord squinted his eyes and smiled. Frank was completely suppressed by the power of one hand, and the latter was almost on his knees. Frank gritted his teeth to support him. His spiritual power is not as good as Lord, his physical stamina is even more incomparable, and he can only be severely suppressed. Finished. Lord was a little disappointed. If there is only this level, it seems that your hope of revenge is far away. Although Frank's Zanpakuto abilities seem to be quite fancy, but in fact it is really average. Neither the Ghost Deo system nor the slashing system bonus www.readaloud.com just changes the bullet's attributes. This ability is really tasteless. Is it? Frank suddenly smiled strangely. "Lord, fighting is not only about each other's strength, but the most important thing is intelligence." "Oh." Lord raised his brows and curiously asked, "What information is there?" Frank stepped back abruptly, and after a distance from Ladra, he raised the spear blade he had never used before, holding it in his left hand. Left hand. Lord understood instantly. Frank has always used a right pistol blade, but never used a left pistol blade. Could it be the gun blade on the left-hand side? Is there any other ability that can't be achieved? Just as Lord was thinking, Frank raised the blade of his left pistol, pointed it at his heart, and then smiled. "Lord, there are two parts to the original explanation of Pale Justice. One of the guns is called Justice. You can modify the bullet's additional attributes as I like. You've seen it just now. The other gun is called Pale, it can give me some extra abilities. For example." The gunshot sounded, and a blood-red bullet poured into Frank's chest. Until the dead end. Frank raised his head, his eyes were blood-red, his whole body was boiling and bursting, and there were faint signs of breakthrough. "Its role, there is only one. I have greatly improved all my attributes, and within the duration, no matter what kind of damage I receive, I can continue to fight. Okay. This is a Punisher." Chapter 21, Blood for Blood, Violence Against Violence. The battle ended soon. Despite Frank's extremely high tactical literacy, his arc shooting and the different abilities of the left and right spear blades caused a lot of trouble for Lord. But in the face of Lord who got serious, Frank could only be defeated in the end. A knife. After, the sharp gun broke through the sound barrier at a speed that penetrated his abdomen precisely without any response from Frank, so that after a while, the pain nerves reacted. As for Lord, except for the clothes that are slightly damaged, the rest can be said to be unharmed. Frank was obviously surprised by this result. He didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big. Lord felt quite normal. The battle between the gods of death is the battle of Ryutsu. No matter how powerful your skills such as Zanpakuto, Kendo, Ghost Deo, White Fighting, etc. are, the ultimate competition is Ryutsu. Just like the captain of the corpse soul world, the first of death in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Motori Yusai Shigakuni. The real horror of this captain is not at all in his swift blade-like fire. It is because of his own huge spiritual pressure. Even if he abandons Zanpakuto to fight, it is still enough to crush 90% of the death gods. Therefore, Frank did not lose. After all, he has just been promoted to the death god, although Zanpakuto can start to solve, but the essence of the spiritual pressure is only 8 levels, just equivalent to an ordinary death god. I ran into Lord, who was in the seat, and was crushed under the state of Zanpaku's sword. Isn't it right that he was crushed? I remember this injury. Frank said sullenly, next time I will make a hole in your bastard's belly too. Whoever comes to his belly and makes someone else open a hole will probably be as unhappy as Frank. Okay, if you can do it. Lord shrugged, saying it didn't matter. But he felt that Frank should be impossible in his life. He who has golden fingers will grow up at an extremely fast speed, and the distance between them will be getting bigger and bigger. Maybe someday. He can also just like Aizen, who can crush a captain-level reaper at his fingertips. It won't be very far. Rod said silently in his heart, he has the Spirit King cultivation system, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Lan Ran. Is back to the topic. Lord admires Frank very much, not only because of his extremely high combat literacy, but also his speed of adapting to unfamiliar situations. Zanpaku knife is of death, but there are very few people who can perfectly adapt to their abilities and use them to the fullest extent. Most of the gods of death have slowly adapted to and mastered their Zanpaku knife through practice and battle over the long years. But Frank is different. Frank, as the Punisher, is extremely keen on combat and possesses strong combat literacy, will, and tactics, and the ability to transform them into reality. The spear blade in his left hand can consume an infinite amount of spiritual power to create multi-purpose bullets as the user wants. Currently includes but is not limited to, blasting, acceleration, flame, poison gas, shotgun, and freezing. I don't know if it will increase in the later period. And the gun blade of his right hand can condense the soul into bullets, and then use the gun to penetrate the soul of the soul, giving the victim different effects, and can give others. To the dead side hue is one of them. It has a similar effect to epinephrine, but the improvement is much greater than that of adrenaline, which is a life-striving skill. There is also a bullet effect. After it penetrates into the human body, it has a healing effect similar to returning. The most important thing is that the effect can be superimposed. It can be said that Pale Justice is very much in line with the style of the Punisher. So, Frank. Lord said lightly, you have power now. Next, what are you going to do? Frank was startled slightly, and his eyes were quickly filled with angry flames. This question, does it need to be asked? He hasn't forgotten the culprit who caused him to suffer so many crimes, and even almost died. Target I. The executioner hired by Jin He, the evil flowing on his body, even if he throws it into hell, he can't be washed away. Of course it is revenge. Frank's eyes were fierce, and he showed a slightly hideous smile. Repay blood with blood, use violence to control violence, this is the style of the Punisher. Good luck. Lord took a step back a little, and then made a gesture of please. I will. Frank nodded heavily and said with a serious face, "When I come back, my life will be yours." He never makes promises to people easily, but to the man in front of him who gave him strength in his second life, Frank made the greatest promise. "No need." Lord smiled and shook his head. "Frank, I save you, just because I want to save. Your life is yours, it doesn't belong to anyone, so you don't need to be grateful to me. To give up my life and loyalty rashly because of longing and gratitude is the most stupid behavior for me. It is the most inferior method to conquer a person, to coerce with kindness, and Lord disdains it." Even if he agreed today, but with Frank's character, if not sincere, how long can this relationship last? So, put a long line, catch a big fish. Lord is not in a hurry, anyway. The favor Frank owes will not disappear, and sooner or later it will be in his pocket. "Well, if you insist." Frank glanced at him deeply and sighed, "Your words are always reasonable. I will use my own eyes to confirm whether you are worthy of my follow, as you said." Fisk Mansion. The nation's largest underworld leader, Kim Nam, a man known as the King of the Underworld, lives on the top floor of this building. Kinam, the bullseye. Frank under the moonlight, dressed in a black windbreaker, like a life-saving of death, his eyes flashed with red killing intent. "Your death date is here." Frank step by step, slowly walked towards the Fisk Mansion. The place that used to have to work hard to hide in, but now for him, it is no longer needed. In the state of death spirit body, it is impossible for these people without spiritual power to see Frank at all. The building was brightly lit and decorated with magnificent decoration. Frank was right in the middle, but those who patrolled in the past didn't notice it at all. "Let's start here." Frank groaned in his heart. Zanpakuto begins to solve pale justice. There is no unnecessary nonsense, there is no sign of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Frank started his slaughter. The sinner, there is no need for forgiveness. The roaring bullet burst out instantly, piercing a man in a suit with a face full of flesh. A person died suddenly with a headshot, and the rest of the people who were patrolling saw this scene, and instantly burst into noise. What happened? Peel is dead. Someone invaded. Someone invaded. Another person was headshot, and the white thick material mixed with blood red splashed on the person next to him. Help! Help! Shoot! Shoot! Where is he? Where is the intruder? Frank had no expression on his face, his gun blade roared wanton, and he pierced these people's chests one after another. Yes, it's a devil. He is a demon, we can't see him. Kill him! Kill him! Don't kill me! I was wrong. All beings are equal before death. When they stand on the side of sin and bully the weak, have they ever thought that they will be wiped out by a stronger force? Obviously, they have never heard of it. Criminal punish. Frank ignored the pleading and crying of these people, pulling the trigger ruthlessly, harvesting the lives of these people. Listen. That is the sound of death. Bang! Bang! The crying and pleading gradually weakened, and Frank walked past the blood and the corpse, toward the top floor of the Fisk building. Tonight, the moonlight is so beautiful. Chapter 22, Bullseye. The top floor of Fisker building. In the magnificent office, a fat bald man sitting on a soft sofa, his eyes revealed a bit fierce. This man's name is Jin Bin, and he is the underworld emperor in New York and the entire United States. He is born with an evil mind. In the past, Jin carried out a massacre to other underworld gangs, and colluded with today's politicians to build the largest and most brutal underworld empire. But today, Kinam is not in a good mood and feels surprisingly angry. Just now, an alarm sounded downstairs, and an unidentified person broke in and was slaughtering his men. This is not the point. As the underworld emperor, Kim did not get used to this kind of thing a long time ago. Whether it is a superhero or an opponent on the underworld, there are not too many people who want his life. If the superhero doesn't come one day, he still feels that something is wrong. But no matter which time it was, Jin didn't feel the weirdness he has now. Someone wants to kill him, it's normal. But, how about people? From the death of the first person to the death of everyone, Jin did not see the shadow of the attacker at all. The surveillance video has been confirmed many times. No matter how many times he slowed it down, he was very sure to tell him that there is no enemy at all. At first, Jin did not suspect that the opponent might be a mutant or superhero, possessing similar invisibility capabilities. But the infrared scanning device did not show any body temperature at all. Asshole! Jin smashed all of these monitors in a rage, with a sullen expression in his eyes. Who on earth want my life? A monster that cannot be found with any detection equipment, Jin does not intend to confront him head-on. As the saying goes, the son of a daughter can't sit still. The life of the underworld emperor is naturally more valuable than the lives of these men. Facing this kind of existence that cannot be explained by science, Jin did not hesitate to abandon them and escape alone. But before running away, he still needs someone to help him hold this monster. Monster, you have to deal with it with monsters. Golden and fat-piled face flashed a sullen look. Bulliat, I'll leave it to you here, shouldn't it be a problem? No problem. From the shadow of the office, a man wearing a target eye mask walked out, with a hint of excitement in his tone. It just so happens that I want to try too, how strong I am now. That's good. Jin then got up from the sofa, walked to the innermost part of the office, and pressed a hidden mechanism on a wall full of decorations. Rumbling. The heavy wall slid open to both sides, revealing a circular metal gate. As the underworld emperor, there are 1 or 2 special escape channels, which is very common sense and very realistic. Jinbing strode into the metal door, then entered the password, and the heavy metal door and the wall slowly closed. Jin quickly left in the escape channel, secretly resentful in his heart. If I find out who you are, I must kill your family. He would never think that the man who was slaughtering his men was the Punisher who was severely injured by the bullseye a few days ago. Now, he is back. Incarnate into a of death, to harvest the sinful soul. The last person fell to the ground, the center of his forehead was penetrated by a bullet. With a face full of unwillingness and fear, he swallowed his last breath. 107. Frank exhaled, then stepped over the corpse and stepped towards the next level. Sin is to blame. In his eyes, no one is innocent in the entire Fisker mansion. They have all pointed their guns at those weak. The blood on their hands and the families that have been destroyed because of them are countless. And now, it's time for these people to pay the price. The last floor. Frank took a heavy but determined step and stepped onto the last level. His biggest goal tonight, Kim Nam and the bullseye, the source of the evil empire, is here. Frank held the gun blade tightly, then cut open the heavy metal door in front of him, and walked into the underworld emperor's office. Boom! The moment the door was pushed open by Frank, there was a popping sound. When Frank was unusually calm, the gun blade split the bullet from bottom to top, and the shattered shells fell on the ground with a crisp sound. Only one person. Frank glanced across the office, and found that only the bullseye was standing there, but Jin Dong had disappeared. Are you a mutant? The bullseye held the gun and aimed forward, and the target happened to be Frank. In his perspective, only a very vague shadow can be seen, and the only thing that is certain is that it should be a human. Since he is a human being and possesses such a weird ability, then all he can think of is the possibility of mutants. Frank didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, infused his spiritual power into justice, gave the bullet an acceleration attribute, and then pulled the trigger directly. The bullet expelled at 3 times the speed, almost instantly, penetrated the skull of the bullseye, bringing up a spatter of blood, and splashing it on the expensive floor. The 108th. Frank put away the blade of the gun, turned and walked into the office. But just a few steps away, I suddenly felt the sound of wind coming from behind, subconsciously squatted down, and a lazy donkey rolled. A few strands of hair were shaved off, and Frank was shocked. He turned his head and looked in the direction just now, his eyes widened suddenly. Hey, I actually avoided it. The man who talked was the bullseye that was headshot just now. This is impossible. Frank's pupils shrunk slightly, his heart was horrified. He clearly saw a shot in the bullseye skull just now, but he is still alive now? And not only did the bullseye not die, even the penetration wound left by the bullet on the head disappeared magically. Ha 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 ha. The bullseye seemed to feel Frank's shock. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com laughed arrogantly. Are you surprised now? Why do you think I am not dead? What exactly is going on? Frank's mind was in confusion, and suddenly felt something was wrong. When he was almost killed before, the bullseye suddenly possessed superhuman reaction speed and abnormal physical strength, but it did not show such a weird ability. Frank pulled the trigger and fired several shots in a row, giving bullets respectively, blasting, flame, freezing, and poisonous gas. Ha 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 ha, useless, useless, useless. Bullseye rushed over with a wild smile. Although only a vague shadow can be seen, this is enough for a professional killer. Puff puff. The bullet hit the target eye, splashing patches of blood and minced meat, but the target eye did not retreat at all, and rushed up with the bullet. Fack! Frank yelled and shot as he stepped back. What the is this? He would not choose to approach rashly until he found out the details of the bullseye, and he would fight an undead madman in close combat. The risk was too great. It's useless. The bullseye laughed frantically. Don't you understand? Bullets are useless to me. I have become an advanced creature with an immortal body. Immortal? Frank sneered. He never believed that there is an immortal in this world, that can only explain one thing: the way to destroy it has not been found. Since you can't kill you with a single shot, then I will blow you up into a pile of minced meat, and I will see you still alive. Chapter 23, Mask and Vampire. Immortal? Frank's expression didn't make any waves, and he even wanted to laugh a little bit in his heart. If it was before, he might be surprised, but after 3 hellish days, he is completely dead now. Since even the Reaper can become a reality, it doesn't seem like an incomprehensible thing to add an immortal monster. Judging from the fighting situation just now, the blasting effect of a single bullet is not enough to blow the bullseye into a pool of minced meat. So this time, he didn't intend to keep it, and shot with an arc to solve the bullseye in one go. Justice execution. Frank took a deep breath and gave 18 bullets the blasting attribute. This is the limit he can currently reach, and then he pulled the trigger heavily. The grey-white gun blade spews flames symbolizing death. Along with the vibration of the air and the roar of huge firearms, 18 bullets roared out of the chamber instantly. Don't you understand? The target eye dismissed it. The human bullet is useless to me. Too slow. The speed of the bullet is too slow. If it were before, Bullseye would never be so arrogant. But since becoming a perfect creature, there are very few things in this world that can hurt him. Body and perception have been strengthened several times. Even the speed of the bullet, in his opinion, is like a movie that has been slowed down several times. As soon as the bullseye stepped on the ground, the expensive tiles were instantly torn apart, and the speed surpassed the bullet in an instant. His speed is too fast. The bullet seemed to stand still in front of the bullseye, easily evading the attack, and rushing to Frank in a straight line. Die! The eyes of the bullseye were extremely fierce, and there was a cruel expression on his face. His fingers pierced into Frank's chest fiercely like a sharp blade. A stream of blood rushed out. Get out of here! Frank roared, lifted his foot to kick open the bullseye, and at the same time stepped back. Ziu! The target eye licked the blood on his hand, showing a satisfied expression. Ah, your blood tastes great, much better than ordinary humans. Is it? Frank sneered, and said in disgust, then you can taste it. What does your blood taste like? What? When the bullseye was about to taunt him for being overwhelmed, he found that the bullet shot into the air just now made a bend in the air. 18 bullets, like a huge fishing net, wrapped him inside, accurately hit the bullseye. Success! There was a slight smile on Frank's face. Although there was an accident in the process, fortunately, the result was as he expected. It's you? Punisher. This familiar attack method reminds the bullseye of a person who should have already died. Impossible, aren't you already dead? Why is it impossible? Frank's voice seemed to come from hell, with a piercing chill. The space in is full, so I will come back and take you down. Impossible. The bullseye can't believe it. At that time, he tore off one of the opponent's legs with his own hands and fired several shots. It is impossible for a human being to survive such a serious injury. You just said that you are immortal. The corners of Frank's mouth raised slightly, and a chill was outlined, but I want to know, if you are blown to pieces, can you still survive? Asshole! The pupils of the target eye shrank suddenly. He knew very well that he was not really immortal, but had a resilience far beyond ordinary people. If he is blown into a pile of fragments, he will definitely die. I'm going to kill you, Punisher. Just took a step, the bullseye turned pale for an instant, feeling a huge energy boiling in his body. 18 bullets with blasting properties are exploded in the body of the bullseye, and the damage caused is increased several times. But, I am a perfect creature. How could you die in the hands of a human being? Boom! In the skyrocketing flames and explosions, the flesh of the bullseye was exploded into pieces of meat, and it splashed on the floor of the entire office, making it very disgusting. Perfect creature! Frank sneered, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm still of death. Indeed. As Frank said, it is absolutely impossible for any creature to live if it is blown into pieces, unless the creature itself has broken away from the concept of biology. And the bullseye has reached this point. Inside the pieces of meat that were fried, a line of granulation sprouts suddenly stretched out, and then they were entangled and bonded together as if they were conscious. My fuck! Frank was shocked. What the is this monster? Bang! Bang! Frank fired a few more shots at the meat, only to find it was useless. These already fried pieces of meat, after being hit by a bullet, nothing more than become smaller, and it does not affect their reorganization. Felt the attack, and the scattered granulation was like a poisonous snake, attacking Frank. Fuck! Frank yelled, but he had no choice but to stay away from the meat and shoot to smash the entangled granulation. This time there is no way, he can only watch the bullseye come back to life. Grumble, grumble. The granulation sprouts adhere to each other, gather the pieces of meat scattered in the living room, and then regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frank, I want to thank you. The bullseye looked up and laughed wildly. If it weren't for you, I don't know yet, I have evolved to this point. If it weren't for this time, perhaps he would never know that even if he was bombed into a pile, he could actually be born again. Frank put down the spear blade and said gloomily, Bulliet, what have you become? Do you want to know? The bullseye seems to feel that the victory is in hand. This is a gift from God, allowing me to evolve into the most perfect creature. Gift? It seems that this thing has a close relationship with the bullseye becoming such a monster. God's gift? Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Damn bullseye! Frank deliberately pretended to be desperate, like a man in a dead end. The target eye was really fooled. Looking at the hysterical Frank, he greatly satisfied the vanity of the bullseye. Yes, it is a gift from God, a mysterious mask from 100,000 years ago. Since putting on that mask, the bullseye has never felt so good. Formidable body and keen reaction speed, coupled with the immortal body, you only need to blood to survive. The only drawback is that he cannot stand in the sun as a perfect creature, and can only stay in the night for a lifetime. But it's not important. With such a powerful body, he can completely rule the world slowly. As for Frank, it's just a human being, even if it returns from hell. www.readaloud.com. What can I do with him? It's just a dying struggle. Relax, Frank. I will every drop of blood from your body, and then make you in despair and pain, regretting against me. The target eye came with a grinning smile, and the pale skin all over his body looked strange in the moonlight. Ha ha ha. Frank smiled. What are you laughing at? Target eye asked with a gloomy expression. Vampire. Frank shook his head, slightly disappointed. Originally, he thought the bullseye had gained any power, but he turned into a vampire. If it were replaced by the previous one, maybe he would still find it tricky. But it's different now. Times have changed, the bullseye. Now he is the of death who is in charge of the death of most souls. And the attack of Zanpakuto will only cause damage to the soul, it does not matter whether you are a vampire or not. Even to a certain extent, Zanpakuto is more harmful to vampires than sunlight. Didn't know the information before, so Frank used the bullet after the initial solution in accordance with the previous habit, and did not try to engage in close combat. But if he had known that the target eye was a vampire, he would end the battle immediately when he first met. Thank you for your information, Bullseye. A cruel sneer appeared on Frank's face. In return, let me send you to death. Vampire, right? I'm not old or dead, right? Come, come. I let you see a baby. Frank smiled grinningly, matching the scar on his face. He looked like the villain boss. Chapter 24, Stone Demon Face. Ready, are you ready? Frank said suddenly inexplicably, as if talking to himself. This feeling is very strange. Now in the whole building, there are obviously only two of them, but Frank's tone seems to be talking to another person. A invisible person. Do you still have a helper? The target eye narrowed his eyes slightly, and his ears and nose tip moved slightly. Smell? No. Although the smell of blood and gunpowder is strong, but the vampire's physique allows him to distinguish any substance in the air. Where's the sound? Nor. Through the sound waves similar to bats, it is impossible for any creature within 100 meters to escape his detection. There is no second person here. The Punisher is playing mystery. Still lying to me. The target's eye licked his lips, and there was a touch of scarlet in his eyes, and he laughed. Do you think this kind of trick can deceive me, this perfect creature? There is no third person here. You are wrong, Bullseye. Frank raised his eyelids slightly and said lightly, there is another person here, but you can't see it. The third person is Pale Justice. It just exists, only Frank can see it. Ready? Frank in the white windbreaker said indifferently, just so, you can let him see my true ability. Yep. Frank agreed softly, and then his spiritual power blew out like a volcanic eruption. The word of salvation. Until the dead. The heroic benevolence. Bang. Bang. 3 bullets roared out, but the target was not the bullseye, but Frank himself. The bullseye was dumbfounded, he saw for the first time that someone shot himself. Ha 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 ha. The bullseye couldn't help laughing wildly. Are you crazy? Do you think you can't beat me, so you want to commit suicide now? Suicide? Frank smiled contemptuously, these 3 bullets are his real strength. Ah! Frank's face burst with blue veins, as if he was suffering from some kind of great pain. His skin was red like a cooked shrimp, emitting a hot steam. The violent spiritual power gushes out at once, like a storm of blades, cutting the surrounding expensive tiles and furniture into pieces one after another. Succumb to death, Bullseye! Boom! After a burst of shouts, Frank stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the expensive tiles suddenly burst. The whole person was like a cannonball, tearing the air and rushing out. So fast. The pupils of the target eye suddenly shrank, and with his vampire physique, he couldn't even see Frank's movements. A flash of cold light, accompanied by severe physical pain, only then did the bullseye see his arm. I don't know when it has been cut off. Ah! This injury is different from all previous injuries. The piercing pain is as if the soul has been torn apart, making the bullseye uncontrollable scream. Fack! It's crooked. Frank said, next time, I will cut off your head. If you look closely at this time, you can find that Frank is not in good shape. His skin has shown cracked lines, and blood and sweat are constantly leaking out, and the hot body temperature evaporates into smoke. Obviously, 3 abilities are granted at once. With Frank's current physique, he can't bear it for a long time, so he must fight quickly. Otherwise, the enemy hasn't been defeated yet. I'm afraid he himself will fall first. My hand. The bullseye under the severe pain has discovered another horrible thing. The arm that was cut off by the Punisher can't be recovered. No. To be precise. As if he had never had this arm, it was completely cut off by the punished. What is the most terrifying ability of a vampire? Blood? Of course not. Superhuman perception? Not really. No matter what, even if it is blown to pieces, it cannot be killed. But now, the immortal body is broken. This is impossible. The bullseye roared hysterically, I am a perfect creature, how could I be defeated by a human? Goodbye, Bulliet. Frank exhaled and shot it like a sharp arrow, and then he lowered his body like a cheetah. Justice, execution. Boom. Frank took a step, and with the harsh sonic boom, it instantly disappeared into the retina of the bullseye. The sharp blade cut across the air, making a sharp neigh. No, don't kill me. The pupils of the target eye expanded to the limit, and he screamed in a panic, you can't kill me. I know what Jin doesn't want to do. He has a huge conspiracy, he wants. It was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting the flesh, and a head was thrown high. Is that my body? A familiar back figure, but a headless body, was caught in the eyes of the bullseye. Ah, so. I'm dead. Really, ridiculous. The eyes of the bullseye were slightly distracted. It turned out that he was dead, and he didn't even see how he died. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. Punisher. Knowing that he must die, the bullseye screamed, I will be waiting for you in hell. You, and New York City, all of you will be buried for me. What do you mean? Frank frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Haha, you think, perfect creature, is I alone? You are too naive, Frank. That mask. Frank remembered instantly that the bullseye said he had become such a monster because of a strange mask. In other words, as long as Jin-He has the mask in his hand, like this immortal monster, he can make as many as he wants. Something happened. Frank's sweat oozes on his forehead. Based on his understanding of Jin Bin, that crazy fat man will definitely use this mask to create a large number of monsters, and then plan to rule the entire world. And many more. Frank picked up the head of the bullseye. Tell me, where is Jin Jun? Is the mask with him? What are you going to do? Tell you? Ha ha ha, dream, I will, wait for you in hell, Punisher. The target eye said the last sentence, his eyes gradually dimmed, and he swallowed his last breath. He died. This time it is impossible to resurrect. Fax quid. Frank, in a rage, smashed the head of the bullseye with a punch. This bastard. I'm dead, don't forget to disgust him once. But what the bullseye said before he died, you read www.uuganshu.com always makes him feel uneasy. The mask is very likely to be in Jin-He's hands. If left alone, I am afraid that vampires will spread throughout the city. He must find the mask. Golden and Frank gritted his teeth and hated this man to the utmost. Don't let me find you, or I must kill you. Is a villa located in the suburbs. This is one of Jin Nang's secret bases, only he knows the location, not even the bullseye. Damn the Punisher! Jin Nan furiously smashed a table, his eyes glowing with scarlet light. The empire I worked so hard to build was actually destroyed by you. Through the monitor, he has seen the death of the bullseye, and knows that the invisible person is the Punisher who has not died. This is what you forced me. Jin Bin had a fierce light in his eyes, got up and walked quickly to the innermost part of the room, opening a hidden door. This is an extremely concealed room, surrounded by the strongest material casting, and can isolate all signal waves and sounds. There is a huge safe in the room. There are 3 sets of code locks outside. After gold and the outermost open code, there is a safe inside. Ring and ring, a total of triple insurance. Jin opened the safes one by one, and after the last one was opened, it contained neither cash nor expensive gems. But, a mask. Since the material of the mask is similar to rock, and the appearance is a bit like a ghost, Jin called it the stone ghost face. Chapter 25, Weird World. Inferior Soul *10. 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 Medium Soul *1. The value of an ordinary human soul is 10 soul currency, while killing an ordinary form of emptiness, the value is 100 soul currency. More advanced Killian and Reaper, or superheroes, villains, etc., their soul value is at least medium quality. Poor Kim Nam. Lord estimated that there should be no life in that building. Even if the underworld emperor loses so many subordinates at one time, it must be a painful one. The most pleasant thing in life is to count money. Although Lord counts the soul, it does not affect his happy mood at the moment. Looking at the soul that is constantly making money in the system, it keeps refreshing the beating numbers. The sound of money is so beautiful. Stay in the store like this, let Frank go out and run errands, he can easily harvest a lot of soul. Easy and simple. The only thing that makes Lord feel a pity is that among so many people, there is only one person, bursting out a medium quality soul. Scum! Scum! After Lord spit on his heart, he began to count the gains this time, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1070 inferior souls, and 1 medium soul. Make a lot of money. This is a wave of fat. It took a long time before I had accumulated 1,000 souls of inferior quality. Was replaced by Frank, and one night's effort brought him 1,000 souls of inferior quality and a soul of medium quality. Deserves to be the Punisher. Woohoo! Lord suddenly raised his eyebrows. These souls are enough for him to make another 10 consecutive shots. But it's a pity. It's enough to do something like today, once or twice is enough. If you do a lot, then something big will happen. The first step is successful. With a smile on the corner of Lord's lips, he lay leisurely on the bench, slowly conceiving a plan in his mind. Frank's move, he really did not make a mistake. As expected before, all the people who died at Frank's hand, the system will also count their souls on his head. In the eyes of the system, Frank is his possession, just like Yinmen. It is probably because of the birth of the two of them, they are inextricably related to themselves. Through this harvest, Lord is more certain of his thoughts, that is, he must establish his own power. Is not only the corpse soul world and the of death, but also the virtual circle and the virtual world. He just needs to hide behind the scenes and manipulate all this silently. Now the first step has been successful. It's just that death alone is not enough, he wants to create an opponent for Frank. Ordinary imaginary is definitely not good, it must be a sufficiently powerful imaginary. Who should I choose? For this candidate, Lord is very worried now. At this moment, The door of Jingling Pavilion was pushed open, and Frank walked in with a tangy fragrance. "I am back," Frank said blankly. A trace of killing intent remained in his eyes. "The smell of perfume has already come before people come. How many bottles of perfume did you spray on?" Lord's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Frank weirdly. "Didn't you go out to kill someone? Why come back with a perfume smell?" Frank rubbed his eyebrows and said, "The smell on my body is a bit heavy. I was afraid that I would disturb Yunmen when I came back, so I bought a few bottles of perfume and went to taste it." Lord was speechless. "I didn't expect that Uncle Punishment looked rough on the outside, but he was so delicate on the inside." Frank sat down opposite Lord, his expression a little tired. "Is there any wine? I want to drink." "Have." Lord took out a bottle of whiskey from under the counter, threw it to Frank, knowingly asked, "Is the revenge still going well?" Frank took the wine, unscrewed the cap, and blew directly into his mouth. Tons, tons. After drinking half a bottle in one breath, Frank put down the bottle, and then took a breath, and said with some glum, "It's not going well, something happened." "Accident?" Lord raised his brows slightly. "Did one run away?" Frank called it an accident. After thinking about it, there was only one thing: it should be Jinnun or the bullseye ran away. "You guessed it right." Frank glanced at him in surprise, and then continued, "Jin did run away and only killed one bullseye." Lord was a little surprised. "With your ability, the two of them should not be able to run, right? You know, Frank is not the former Punisher, but a true of death. Even though the REI pressure level is low now, it should be easy to kill two humans. Did you release the water?" Lord can only think of this possibility. No." Frank felt that his face was a little unbearable. When he left, he also told Lord that no one would run away, but when he came back, he was beaten in the face, leaving the most important Jin to run away. "I'm surprised, Frank." Lord took a sip of wine and said lightly, "Tell me what's going on." Frank explained, "The strength of the bullseye is a bit beyond my expectation. I was dragged by him, so I let Jin run away." Lord frowned slightly, put down the wine glass, and said, "What the happened, tell me." A bullseye can actually drag Frank, who is of death, instinctively telling him that there must be a big problem in the middle. Frank took another sip of wine, and then said in a deep voice, "Buliat, you have become a vampire." "Vampire?" Lord frowned slightly, but he didn't feel too surprised. In the Marvel Universe, there are indeed vampires. For example, the Blade Warrior is a person who has the dual bloodline of vampire and human, and has been hunting those vampires. "What about then?" Lord continued to ask www.readaloud.com. "I spent a lot of effort to kill the bullseye, and then got an intelligence from him." Frank took a sip of his wine and cursed, "Jin and that bastard, actually intends to create vampires in large numbers, and then rule the whole world." Lord's face twitched slightly. "You mean Jinhee and Bullseye have become vampires? How did they become vampires? The change of the world line is exaggerated." "Yes, they are all vampires." Frank hit the table with a punch. "The Bullseye said before he died, it was a mask that turned him and Jin into a vampire." Lord spit out a sip of wine, and said in shock, "A mask? Are you sure? It's really a mask?" Frank, who was sitting on the opposite side, caught the drink all over his face unexpectedly. "I'm very sure." Frank wiped the wine off his face indifferently. "It was the bullseye who told me personally. Jin found a mask and turned them into vampires." Lord. "No. Is it really that thing?" As far as he knows, the only thing he can do to turn people into a vampire mask is the stone ghost noodle. Frank has been observing Lord, and seeing that the latter has a weird expression, he obviously knows this thing, and he asks, "Lord, looking at you, it seems to know what it is?" "Know a little." Lord held his forehead and said with a headache, I hope it's not that thing, or something big will happen. If the mask that Jinhan got is really the stone ghost noodle, that means there is a problem in this world. Chapter 26, Portable Righteousness. Lord. Frank also faintly noticed that something was wrong. That mask, is it serious? In his impression, Lord seems to be so indifferent forever, as if everything in this world is under his control. This is the first time seeing Lord's solemn expression. Frank, who is good at observing, immediately realized that this matter is not that simple. He may seriously underestimate the danger. You do not understand. Lord shook his head and sighed. Didn't explain the reason, because even if he said it, I guess Frank couldn't understand it. Seems to be really serious. Damn Jin. Frank felt a little upset. If he were more clever and found a way to restrain the bullseye earlier, he wouldn't be let go of Jin Bin, and things would not develop to this point. In fact, Frank misunderstood. The reason why Lord's expression is solemn is neither because of the mask, nor because of Jin Bin. The real headache for Lord is that the place where this mask appears, but because of the stone ghost face, comes from a comic book JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The big villain Dior there used the face of the stone ghost to become a vampire, and thus became the enemy of the Joestar family. From this point of view, do you think there is nothing wrong with it? It is good. Now let's change the angle. Where is this place? Marvel Universe. Or to be more precise, he thinks this is the Marvel Universe. And the stone ghost noodle is from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It is completely an important prop in another universe. Then the question is coming. May I ask how the JoJo universe's stone ghost face can appear in the Marvel Universe? In other words, if the mask in Jin Hyun's hand is really a stone ghost face, that undoubtedly proved one thing. This is not only the Marvel Universe, but also other universes. So, his greatest advantage as a traverser, that is, his familiarity with the plot, will be weakened to the greatest extent, or even disappear completely. Think about it again. If there is something fused in this universe, it is in conflict with the power of the of death. Think carefully. Just death and hell, it was enough to make him a headache. Now this thing happened again. Lord's eyes were firm, and he secretly made up his mind. The plan must be accelerated. There is no time for me to develop. Originally wanted to be a wretched farming stream, but God's will is hard to violate. The whole world seems to be forcing him, and he must speed up his pace to grow up. Lord calmed down and analyzed. First analyze according to the worst case scenario, that is, the mask in Jin He's hand is the stone ghost noodle. Then the Marvel Universe is obviously fused with other universes, and the plot will inevitably move in an uncontrollable direction, and all he can do is to become stronger before being exposed. Interesting, so much fun. This sudden sense of urgency made Lord feel even more excited, and his muscles were trembling unconsciously. Frank. Lord restored his former indifference and calmness, tapping the table lightly, and said, "Since you didn't let Jin go, then this matter is left to you to solve. Shouldn't it be a problem?" Frank glanced at him, his eyes narrowed slightly. The feeling that Lord gave him seemed a little different. Ming Ming is still that person, but I don't know why, it seems to be more terrible. Yes, it's terrible. That kind of bottomless feeling, as if he would never be able to guess his mind. This kind of similar feeling, he had only seen that one-eyed before. Do not worry. Frank said in a deep voice, since I let Jin Bin go, I will definitely be responsible for this matter to the end. Say it. Frank turned and walked out the door, presumably he was going to look for Jin Bin. And many more. Lord threw a black pill to Frank, take this portable skeleton, you can't always maintain your soul state, right? Considering that Frank can't always appear in the form of death, Lord asked Jinmen to help him to make a corpse for him, and specifically asked to make it portable. Portable Yuwu. Frank squeezed the small black pill in his hand, and asked curiously, how do you use this thing? Do you want me to eat it? Haven't I said it? Lord blinked. No. Frank's face was expressionless, only a slight twitching faintly visible at the corner of his eye. However, this guy's unreliable situation is not a matter of a day or two, and the more times I get used to it. Lord scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He had a lot of things in the past 2 days, so he forgot to give Frank Cope the basics of death. Frank's mouth twitched. It's not too late for you to say it. Ahem. Lord cleared his throat, and then said, Yimikuro is for the sake of death to appear in front of normal people, or an item used in emergencies. You can also understand it as a carrier or container for the soul. Understood. Frank is very clever. He understood the purpose of this thing as soon as he heard it. He pointed to Lord and asked, Then your current body is also a skeleton? Yes. Lord said again, however, yours is a portable righteous skeleton, which is more advanced than mine. When used, it is like blowing a balloon. Just blow it up. Blow a balloon. Frank looked weird and looked at the black pill in his hand. The corner of his eyes seemed to twitch. Are you sure, this can become my body? You can just try it. Lord's eyes were expectant. Hoo. Frank decided to believe him again, put the black pill to his mouth, puffed his cheeks and blew. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Kuromaru really started to inflate and grow bigger like a balloon. After the balloon was inflated to its limit, it suddenly burst with a bang. After exploded, the black pill turned into a human body, which looked exactly like Frank. Frank felt familiar, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fack, isn't this my original body? Lord took a look and found that it was really true, and suddenly cursed inwardly. Not only did the blood remain unspattered, but there were even several bullet holes on it. At first glance, the little guy in Yinmen cut corners. Said that I asked you to make a righteous corpse, but didn't say that you were able to turn Frank's body into a righteous corpse. But at this point, Lord can only cough, bit his scalp and argued, Isn't this good? How convenient is it to make it portable? Anyway, you are now out of death, so you can reuse it as waste. Lord. Frank's eyelids jumped wildly, his teeth rattled. He now seriously suspects that Lord is on purpose. Hey Frank, calm down. Lord waved his hand, and said with a dry smile, This time it is a mistake, I promise that there will be no next time. Frank didn't believe it at all. He sneered, and said, You said the same last time, bastard. Lord shrugged, Trust me, this is definitely the last time. Frank sneered, obviously not believing these words, put on the corpse and said, I'm gone, after I find the mask, I will bring it back. Farewell. Lord took the cup, took a sip, and said faintly, I hope you won't let me down this time, Frank. Chapter 27, Exciting Draw Time. After sending Frank away, Lord calmed down, and then solemnly took out an old almanac from the cabinet. This almanac is not easy, even if he wants to get this thing in the United States, it takes a lot of money. Open the almanac, Friday. Yi, pray for blessings, consecrate the light, Chi. Taboo, marriage, groundbreaking, acceptance. Perfect. Lord secretly praised in his heart, and then closed the almanac. Hand washing. Take a bath. Clean clothes. Burn incense. Pray. Brother, what are you doing? Yinmen rubbed his sleepy eyes, and saw Lord, as if he had fallen into a demon, muttering words in his mouth. Stop talking, Yinmen. Lord looked solemn, like a devout believer, I am praying for the power of the Emperor. Oh Yu Huang. Yinmen's eyes lit up, I've seen it on TV, it looks delicious. Slap. Lord stretched out his hand and patted Yinmen's head, and yelled softly, "Don't talk nonsense, the emperor is not for food, but for worship." "Oh. Yunmen knows it." Yunmen bulged his cheeks aggrievedly and opened a pair of curious eyes, watching Lord continue to chatter. After some metaphysical operations, Lord, excitedly, opened the system shop. Detected holding inferior soul *1000, do you want to open the store lottery? Pump. Lord muttered in his mouth, with anticipation on his face, rubbing his hands incessantly. I hope the system can be more powerful this time, at least it can make him a little self-protection. He. The familiar Urahara Kisuk walked out with a wicked smile holding the wooden box. Every time he saw Urahara Kisuk's face, Lord would wait to go up and hammer him, because this stuff is so cheap. I have to get this stuff out in the future. For nothing else, just because of this smirk, he will beat Urahara Kisuk. After some mental activity, the wooden box vibrated slightly, and then it was suddenly broken. A dazzling golden light, with burning special effects like flames attached to the surrounding, like a high-spirited dragon rising into the sky. Fuck, it's shipped. Lord's eyes widened, and his mouth opened unconsciously. This was never the case when he had drawn a lottery before. What does this mean? Suingxiu saves the wrong. Only the blessing of the emperor can save the non-chief. Lord suppressed his excitement and looked at the result of the draw. Blue something that cuts the soul. Blue Women's Reaper Association Spring Festival Special Magazine, with Uohwari Collector's Edition. Purple Bandit of Anti-Film. Purple Medium Reiki Beads *1. Golden Everything Through, X-Axis. White God's Guardian Guard's Costume. Purple The Pure Blood of the Quincy. Purple 96 Broken Road One-Shot Cremation, One Time. Purple Exterminate Cross. Golden Soul Gift and Contact Healing. Long live the Emperor! At this moment, Lord has been convinced of the power of the Europeans, and he has fallen to the ground. Say nothing. Old Huangli Niu Bi, it is still a reliable thing left by the ancestors. After browsed, Lord was stunned, the system wants me to be a Quincy. Among the 10 lucky draw props, at least 6 are related to Quincy. Isn't this forcing him to open another vest? The thing that cuts the soul. This is an item for the exclusive Quincy, and its power depends on the input spiritual power, not bad or not. Quiet Killer Pure Blood, comes with the 2 skills of Moving Blood Outfit and Quiet Blood Outfit, allowing him to act as a quencher. Mi-K Cross, the same thing as the Zanpo Deo, will change into different weapons according to the individual's spiritual power, but most of the weapons of the Quincy are basically spirit bows. God Forgiveness Guard's Costume. Well, it's just a normal piece of clothing, but it looks similar to a white military uniform, which is slightly better than the Death Master outfit without Haori. Then, next, is the point. The Anti-Bandit Film. A substance created by Eisen that can temporarily close people in a different dimensional space, depending on the spiritual power of the target, or it can be permanently banned. Good stuff. Lord's face was beaming. This thing is of great use. If you provoke a big boss in the future, maybe you can help him buy time. Next. Everything goes through, X-axis. Only belongs to the pure-blooded Quincy, the sacred text ability bestowed by Habich. To describe it in one sentence, it is almost invincible. Between the target and the body, within the distance of 2 points and 1 line, everything touched will be penetrated. There is no way to counteract or defend against this phenomenon. To put it simply, Lord took a gun and fired at any target within the distance. Within the distance of 2 points and 1 line between the bullet and the target, anything blocked will be penetrated by the bullet and cannot be defended or offset. You can think of it as a manifestation of rules, like water flowing to a low place, the gravity of the earth, etc., a force that cannot be interfered by man. As for the cremation with a slash, there is no need to explain it. It is ranked number 96 in the Ghost Road, sacrificially breaks the road, and it is over with a word of B. And the last item. Soul distribution and contact healing. Lord was taken aback. How could he never heard of this strange skill in death? But when he set his sights on the skill introduction, a line of subtle fonts appeared before his eyes. Soul gift and contact healing. When touching others, it can separate a part of the soul and fill the gap in the soul of the toucher, so that the original psychological or physical defects are gradually healed. During the gradual recovery of the body and mind of the touched person, all the knowledge, experience, skills, and talents that he learned will be recorded in the soul fragments that Lord gave him. Once the soul fragment is recovered, the life and soul of the touched person will die instantly, and it is impossible to reverse it. But the difference from the original is: Friends Habiture every once in a while www.readaloud.com has to reclaim the scattered souls and devour the souls of others to survive, otherwise they will return to the state of weakness at birth. But Lord doesn't need it. He can keep the soul fragments in the body of others until he wants to recycle it, then recycle it. This is Yuhabaka's skill. Lord's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his heart pounded violently. Yuhabach, the son of the Spirit King, the founder of the Invisible Empire, the ancestor of all the Quincy, the Holy Text, Almighty, known as the power to change the future, and even call it the strongest character in the whole story. He is the ultimate boss who provoked a 1,000-year battle with his own power and almost destroyed the entire corpse soul world. And soul distribution and contact healing is a special method used by Yuhabaka in order to regain his power during his childhood and sleep. After being prompted by the system, Lord discovered that there are 3 other abilities in parallel with him, namely: Soul Gifts Holy Character Engraving, Soul Recycling Sleep State, Soul Recycling Sanctification. When you have all the skills, the system will unlock the ultimate ability of Friends Habich Almighty. European King Bull B. Lord spit out a suffocating breath, and there was an uncontrollable excitement in his mood. With soul distribution and contact healing, he can develop his subordinates without worrying about whether he is loyal or not. Looking at the costume of the Guardian Guard, Lord's mouth slowly raised a smile. It seems it's time for the Quincy to appear. Chapter 28, Matt Murdock. The next day, a shocking piece of news made the headlines in New York City. Overnight, Fisk Mansion was brutally killed. Chairman Jin Bin disappeared, and his first thug's bullseye was smashed into pieces, which is suspected to be caused by revenge from the enemy. The underworld empire that used to be able to reach the sky with only one hand, instantly fell apart. This news like a tornado quickly swept the entire Hell's Kitchen. Jin Bin disappeared. The scary man who ruled and governed the Hell's Kitchen no longer exists. All the gangs are all about to move. Is located in a law firm in Hell's Kitchen. Hey Matt, did you watch the morning news? A slightly blessed man with blonde curly hair walked up to a man with a coffee. The man turned around and said lightly, Fuji, do you think I can see it? Although he is indoors, the man wears a pair of sunglasses. Larger sunglasses cover most of the man's appearance, but judging from the sharp outline of the face, it must look pretty good. Sorry. Fergie quickly apologized, and said embarrassingly, I almost forgot, you can't see it. It's okay. Matt shook his head slightly, he was used to this kind of thing. This is big news. Fergie took a sip of coffee and said excitedly, I promise you will never think of it, Matt. Big news? Matt raised his brows. I'm a little curious about that. Let me tell you, Fergie. Kin doesn't know you, right? Fergie said, it's the man who is known as the Underworld Emperor. As soon as he heard the man's name, Matt's face changed instantly, and his body tightened unconsciously. Matt's hand clenched tightly at some point, and the white joints bulged, making bursts of crackling noises. Hey, Matt! Fudge found that something was wrong with Matt, and quickly patted him on the shoulder, and asked with concern, Are you okay? I think you don't seem to be very comfortable. No. I'm fine. Matt barely squeezed a smile, loosened his clenched fist, and exhaled, "You haven't said yet, what is the news?" Fudge is still a little worried. "Matt, are you really okay? I see how you looked just now." "No, I'm fine," Matt repeated, staring straight at Fergie through his sunglasses, and said, "What the is the news?" "You can do nothing." Fudge shrugged and had no intention of selling it off. He said bluntly, "The Fisk mansion was attacked last night. There was not a single mouth in the whole building. Both the bullseye and the gold." Click. Before he finished speaking, Fergie saw Matt break the armrest of the chair with his bare hands, and then stood up all of a sudden. Fudge's eyelids jumped wildly. The armrests and seat of this chair are metal, so they were broken by Matt's bare hands? Matt grabbed Fergie, his voice a little excited. "What about the bullseye and Kim? What happened to them?" "Ah, it hurts." Fudge's arm hurt when he was caught, and he couldn't help screaming, "Damn, Matt, you bastard, let me go, my arm is about to break." Sorry." Matt quickly let go, apologizing again and again. He just heard the news about Jinhee and the bullseye. He was too emotional for a while, and he completely forgot to keep his hands. "Damn, you are a jerk." Fudge looked at the 5 purple handprints on his arm, and couldn't help but complain, "Your hand strength is too strong, you almost broke my arm." "I'm sorry, Fergie." Matt apologized, and said, "I will buy you coffee another day. Please tell me first, what is going on?" All right. Fudge said helplessly, "I heard that the bullseye was crushed by the mysterious man, and the entire office was everywhere. Bulliet, dead." Matt was taken aback for a moment, and then a sense of melancholy came out in his heart. This feeling is like suddenly losing a certain goal. I don't know if I should be disappointed or happy. "Then, what about Jin Bin?" Matt asked again. Fudge shook his head and said, "I don't know, but his body was not found. I guess he ran away." "Did you disappear?" Matt frowned and sighed, "Hell's Kitchen, something big is going to happen." "Something big?" Fergie looked puzzled. He doesn't understand, isn't Kim a gangster? In theory, the disappearance of gold should be a good thing. Why does Matt say it is a bad thing instead? "I want Jin and die more than anyone else." Matt looked a bit bitter, and said helplessly, "But, at least not now, he disappears now and Hell's Kitchen is messed up." The disappearance of gold is indeed a good thing, but it also contains a bad thing. Just as a coin has both positive and negative sides, the existence and disappearance of the Golden Union also have both positive and negative sides. Hell's Kitchen is a chaotic place, but when Jin does not exist, he can use his influence and means to check and balance the chaotic situation here. This is both golden and hopeful, and it is also what those high-minded politicians need. Because a place with only chaos is something no politician wants to see. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of Jin Bin, which checks and balances the underworld and the White Way at the same time, which makes the Hell's Kitchen exist in a strange posture, which is the reason why it has not been smoothed by those politicians so far. But now, Jin disappeared, his empire fell apart, and no one could restrain the group of lunatics. Fudge seemed to understand, turned around and asked, "You seem to know them well. Is it possible that you are a superhero?" "Ha ha." Matt smiled, neither answering nor denying. "Ha ha ha, I was joking." Fergie shook his head and smiled, "Besides, how can a blind man be a superhero?" Matt didn't get angry, he just smiled without saying a word, took his guide stick, and said, "Fuji, I'll go back first. You can ask Liz for a leave." Hey, didn't we make an appointment to go to the police station today?" "Go, I suddenly thought that there is still something to do." "Fac. This is your case." "Sorry, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com invites you to have coffee another day. You haven't invited the one last time. Surely next time." Matt leaned on the guide cane, his figure drifting away. "Matt Murdoch, In the daytime, he is a blind lawyer, defending innocent people in the Hell's Kitchen. But at night he is a superhero. Daredevil. This is the nickname given to him by the people in Hell's Kitchen. Like the devil under the dark night, descend from the sky to punish the evil gangsters and save the innocent. Although he is blind, Matt's other senses are extremely keen. Maybe this is God. Closed a window for him, but also opened a door for him. Tonight, it will be a carnival. Matt looked at the setting sun gradually falling outside the window, and a trace of worry inevitably rose in his heart. It's too late for gold to disappear. Recently, hand-to-hand movements have become more frequent, and other gangs are also about to move. And at this critical time, the gold that has been checking and balancing many parties in the middle has disappeared. I have to say that it is really bad news. A chaotic domain that has lost the control of the underworld emperor will surely set off a storm tonight. Is he alone? Can he hold it? Can't hold it, but also resist. Because he is Daredevil. Is the righteous side. How can be afraid of evil? Matt's eyes flashed solemnly. In any case, I won't let you destroy this place. Chapter 29, Heroes Save the United States is a Pit. That night, the moonlight falling from the sky, like a transparent tulle, enveloped the kitchen of hell. As the sun sets, the daytime order ends. In turn ushered in the dark order of the Hell's Kitchen. The ordinary people on the street have disappeared, and the shops on both sides have been tightly closed, as if they had already expected it. Tonight will be a sleepless night. In the dark, in the corner, in the shadows, a single figure was moving, and more people gathered on the street, and there was a cold and murderous air in the air. Kim has died. Come on, grab his territory. No one can stop us tonight. This is Hell's Kitchen. Follow me, slaughter those white-skinned pigs. Fuck Neema's Delma, I chopped your black pork leg today. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Daniel the white pig. Kill him. Come on, kill him. The two gang members roared hard, holding various weapons, rushing up to fight each other. Since Jin became the underworld emperor, their nature has been suppressed for too long, and they can finally be released tonight. This scene also appeared in every place and every street in Hell's Kitchen. Burn, kill, rob, smash. This is like a crazy party, everyone is releasing their nature. The sirens screamed wildly. New York City dispatched most of the police, rushing into the Hell's Kitchen frantically. It seems that the high-level politicians also anticipated that the Hell's Kitchen might get out of control after Jinhee disappeared. Bang bang bang. The two sides fought fiercely, and the gunfire was endless, like a beautiful landscape. Matt wore a red tights, and shuttled on the roof in the dark. The facts are as expected. Without the Hell's Kitchen controlled by gold, it has already fallen into madness. Help! Suddenly, a scream from below caused Matt's figure to stop suddenly, and then rushed to find the source of the sound. In the dark alleyway, a woman dressed up is being surrounded by a few burly men, forced into the corner, desperately calling for help. Hey hey! A black man came up with a lewd smile, his two eyes wandering around the woman boldly. Beautiful, come and play with us. Several other blacks also came up, and several people blocked the beauties in a corner, their faces already showing impatient expressions. This woman, very moist. With long hair, buttocks, big breasts, and wearing a miniskirt, such beautiful beauties are rare. A few black brothers just think about it, their saliva will flow out. Little gangsters like them, how can they usually meet such a superb beauties? At most it is to look at the boss's woman, and forget about the eye addiction. But this woman is more beautiful than their boss. Let me go first. Was the first black man with the strongest body. He pushed a few others away and swore sovereignty to the others domineeringly. No. No, please, let me go. The beauty retreated to the corner, her face was pale and bloodless. Apparently beautiful women also know that if a beautiful woman like her is visited by these people in turn, at least she will have to lose half her life. But obviously, these people didn't plan to let her go, and even gotten worse. Okay. This is the most common scene where the hero saves the beauty. Matt is a bit speechless, not because he needs to save people, but because he has saved more than a dozen beauties this month. Why is he so easy to encounter this kind of thing? Help! No, somebody will help me. The woman's cry for help interrupted Matt's thoughts. Damn it! Matt cursed secretly, no longer hesitating, and jumped off the roof. Justice comes from heaven. The black man who was just about to reach out to touch his arm was hit by a cane in an instant. Click! Huge power hit the bones, and an awful cracking sound was made instantly, and the black man's left hand was bent in the opposite direction. The black man curled up in pain, clutching his interrupted left hand and screamed, "My hand!" Sorry. Matt said lightly, as long as I'm here, you guys don't want to touch this lady. A man wearing a red tights and holding a metal stick in his hand looked at them with extremely biting eyes. It's him. One of the black people exclaimed, the pervert in the masked tights beats us specifically at night. Masked tights are abnormal? Matt was taken aback for a moment, wondering who this is. But then, Matt quickly reacted. They seem to be talking about themselves. Although I can't see it, besides him, there shouldn't be anyone else wearing tights and wearing a mask, right? That's right. Another shouted, he is the masked pervert. It was him last time and broke our boss's leg. Perverted. Matt twitched at the corner of his eyes and slammed a stick. Boom. The whiz flew away on the spot and hit the wall severely, with a vague scream in his mouth, 2 front teeth fell off and fell to the ground. This is definitely not revenge. Yes, who would let him slander himself? Matt has a good idea. Kill him. The with severed hand roared in pain, kill him for me, kill this bastard. It is said that there are many people in great power. A few gangsters glanced at each other. There were 5 of them, but each other had only 1. Even if you are great, we have 5 people here, with a huge advantage of 5 to 1, depending on what you can do. The 5 gangsters pulled out their daggers and rushed up cruelly. They seemed to have seen this tights perverted and stabbed to death by a random knife. Rush! Snapped! Click! Oh, hey! In a flash of kung fu, 5 little gangsters lay on the ground, holding their broken arms or legs, and screamed in pain. Matt solved them effortlessly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Obviously, with his many years of training, let alone these little gangsters, even if there are 10 more people, he can all get down. Go. Matt sternly said, if I find out again, it will be more than just a broken hand or a broken leg. Yes, let's go. A few gangsters did not dare to have the slightest thoughts, but forcibly endured the severe pain, and stumbled away. Beautiful lady, are you okay? Matt turned around and asked softly. I'm fine. The woman didn't seem to get over, with a hint of lingering in her tone. That's good. Ma Featured nodded, and said, then I will go first. Be careful. And many more. The woman suddenly said, I'm so scared, can you send me? My house is nearby. This. Matt hesitated, because he has more important things tonight. I beg you. The woman's voice was trembling and crying. Matt was silent for a while. It's really not safe to let her go back alone. Besides, the home is nearby, and it won't take much time to send her off. The horse headed his head and agreed to the woman's request, let's go, I'll take you home. Thank you. The woman couldn't wait to rush into Matt's arms. Madam. Matt is obviously a little uncomfortable, his old face blushes slightly. However, the woman in her arms suddenly showed a sense of murder in her eyes. Chapter 30, God Forgives the Guards. Is killing intent? At the moment when the woman showed murderous aura, Matt's extraordinary senses moved, and instantly noticed something was wrong, and he was shocked. I found out now. The woman chuckled, don't you think it's too late? Daredevil. A white and slender arm pierced Matt's chest. Wow! Matt's pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't stop spraying blood. The woman sneered and said softly, Master, I succeeded. Good job, Jessica. A man in a suit walked out with his hands in his pockets, with a sneer on his face, Daredevil, we meet again. It's you. Matt fell to the ground in pain, because a hole was opened in his chest, making it very difficult to even speak. Jessica, come here. The man ordered. Jessica's eyes flashed a little struggle, but then she became blank again, and then obediently walked to the man and knelt on the ground. Good job. The man's fingertips ran across Jessica's cheek, as if he was stroking a pet, with a triumphant smile on his face. Daredemon, you didn't expect it, I specially arranged this for you. Purple, people. Dying Matt, endless anger and resentment suddenly appeared in his heart. The purple man laughed and said, I like the way you are now, Daredevil. Puff. Matt spit out another mouthful of blood, and his brain has begun to gradually become confused. Zyron smiled triumphantly, stepped on Matt's head and said, Since a month ago, I have specially arranged for you a hero to save the beauty trick. Until you are familiar with all this and relax your vigilance, I will arrange Jessica to assassinate you. It's not just Jessica, even those gangsters just now, I specially arranged for you. How about it? Isn't that very happy? Ha 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 ha. Purple, people. Matt's voice gradually fainted. He never expected that he would end up like this, and emotions such as pain, annoyance, regret, despair, etc. flashed by. Ha 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 ha. The purple man laughed wildly. The man who had been against him has finally disappeared. Step on, step on, step on. In the quiet alleyway, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted the purple man. Who? The purple man was shocked, and subconsciously hid behind Jessica, looking at it through the dim moonlight. Is that a man? Jessica and Zyron were stunned, because the man's attire was really strange. The standard white double-breasted coat, the lower body is a pair of slender trousers, and a pair of white platform boots, with a black belt around the waist. The overall style is a bit biased towards the military uniforms of the World War II period. The man is combing his neat blonde hair. On the outside of the handsome man, there is a tall nose, thin lips, deep and sunken eye sockets, and a pair of emerald green eyes. Added a bit of refined temperament. The purple man narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, is it an ordinary person? Or a superhero? Matt sensed someone coming, and resisted the severe pain of a hole in his chest, and shouted, Quick, hurry up, get out of here. Kind as Matt, even when he is dying, he is still thinking about the lives of other people. Maybe his physique is not as good as Captain America, and his combat experience is not as good as the Punisher. But there is only the heart of upholding justice, he is not lost to any superhero. However, the man was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard his warning, still walking towards them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man was getting closer and closer, but Zyron's face suddenly changed. Control, hasn't it? It is reasonable to say that at this distance, the pheromones emitted from his body can already be controlled. But this man completely ignored his control. This man in the white military uniform is like an empty shell, without the hormones that a normal person should have. Man, still approaching. Kill him, Jessica. The purple man panicked inexplicably, turned his head and shouted at Jessica. It's the master. Jessica, who heard the instruction, like a puppet, rushed towards the mysterious man without hesitation. A few meters away in an instant, Jessica raised her white fist and hit the man's head fiercely. Who? The fist pierced the air like a cannonball, and suddenly aroused bursts of harsh sonic booms. It is hard to imagine that a woman who seems to be weak can actually punch such a terrifying punch. And that mysterious man, as if stunned, stood quietly on the spot, watching Jessica's fist hit. Ha 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 ha. A touch of excitement leaped on the purple man's face and licked his dry lips. He seemed to have seen the picture of the man's head being blown by Jessica's punch. No. I want. Matt can't bear to look anymore. He knows very well how terrifying this woman's power is. If he is hit in the head with a punch, he will definitely be headshot on the spot. One punch failed. That man is gone. Jessica and Zyron did not expect that the mysterious man disappeared out of thin air under their noses. Step on. In the deadly alleyway, footsteps sounded again. He is behind me. The purple man suddenly became cold all over his body, and turned around as quickly as possible. As expected. The mysterious blonde man, I don't know what method he used, came behind all of them. The man stopped next to Matt, who was dying. Ahem. Matt kept coughing up blood, and even brought out some pieces of meat. His pupils had become distracted. Matt Murdoch. The blonde man's voice was low, with a faint husky, and said very magnetically, "Do you want to live?" Ha, hee hee. Matt squeezed out a miserable smile, and said with difficulty, I want to live." The blonde man squatted down slowly, reached out a hand to touch Matt's chest, and said lightly, "Matt Murdoch, I will give you the power of our king. www.readaloud.com. You will be one of us from now on." A piece of light blue fluorescence the size of a fingernail slowly sank into Matt's chest. Next moment, there was a sudden gust of wind in the surrounding air, and countless souls poured into Matt's body, repairing the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. Have I come back alive? Matt was shocked, and inexplicably, he actually came alive. Welcome. The blonde man's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, and he said indifferently, Matt Murdoch, from now on, we will be a family. Matt asked suspiciously, why save me? Who are you? The blonde man stared at Matt with emerald eyes, because, you are our tribe, Matt Murdoch. This is impossible. The purple man, who witnessed the whole process, changed drastically on the spot. Matt should be dead. No, it should be said that Matt can't live. Jessica punched through her chest and her organs were broken. How could she stand up again? But facts speak louder than words. Matt not only stood up, but the wound on his chest disappeared, as if he had never been injured. Who are you? The purple man only felt cold all over. Perhaps, he didn't even notice it, but his voice was trembling slightly. I am the Quincy of the Invisible Empire, one of the guardians of God's forgiveness. Hugh Glenn Hassward. Lord, wearing a new vest, said without changing his face. Chapter 31, Jessica Jones. The new vest is here. This is Lord, please come to Yunmen, a corpse specially made for him. This corpse not only can perfectly use the power of the Quincy, but also does not limit the power of Reaper too much. As for the appearance of Yimikuro, due to the consideration of the identity of the of Death, Lord referred to the Invisible Empire in the original book, Euglan Hassward of the Star-Crossed Knights. There is no other reason, only handsome. Rain Glenn Hassward's appearance is obviously more biased towards Western aesthetics. Has long golden hair, emerald green eyes, and exquisite facial features. The temperament is noble and elegant, which is suitable for his new vest. Originally, Lord wanted to use Hassward's vest to go out and see if he could find the right person to give away his soul. In this way, he can not only introduce the camp of the Quincy in a logical way, but also quickly develop his power and subordinates. But unexpectedly, Lord turned around in Hell's Kitchen and found that there was no suitable goal. These in Hell's Kitchen are a good choice to nurture Daegzu, but for him to share his soul and train members of the Star-Raising Cross, it would be 1,000 miles away. Originally Lord planned to go back first. Unexpectedly, on the way back, I happened to ran into the scene where Purple Man and Jessica designed a sneak attack on Daredevil. This is a surprise. As a blind Daredevil, doesn't it just meet the conditions for soul distribution? And with Daredevil's heart, it is absolutely not a loss for him to become a member of the Star-Crossed Knights. So, the previous scene happened. Lord pretended to be Hasward, and through contact, gave a small part of his soul to the injured Matt. Then Matt's physique was instantly transformed into a Quincy. Also, Matt unconsciously absorbed the surrounding spirits and healed himself. And the effects of soul distribution and contact healing, of course, don't stop there. Matt suddenly felt a little itchy in his eyes, so he took off the mask and rubbed his eyes with his hands. The expression on his face suddenly solidified. My eyes. Matt looked at his hand in disbelief, and the palm prints on it were clearly visible. This is his hand. Can you see? My eyes are better. Matt felt a huge shock in his heart, and then slowly raised his head. The dark and endless starry sky is dotted with jewel-like morning stars, surrounding a bright full moon. Since he was contaminated by radioactive materials, blindness and darkness have been with him for 20 years. Matt, who was accustomed to the darkness a long time ago, never thought that he would see the sun again. That is, bright. Ha, can I see it? Matt looked around in disbelief, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Moon, night sky, trees, walls, night sky, moon. Everything is deeply attracted to Matt. But this scene almost caused the Purple Man's brain to be congested. Over the past month, he has worked so hard to devise a trap that could have killed Daredevil, so he got rid of a big worry. What about now? Daredevil was not dead, even his eyes were healed. Kill them! The Purple Man's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, kill them for me. Jessica. Yes. Jessica responded, then raised her foot heavily and stamped on the ground, leaning over and rushing out like a cheetah. Boom! The solid cement suddenly fell apart, leaving a deep footprint. The shattered cement exploded like a bullet in all directions, deeply embedded in the wall next to it. Be careful! Matt's face suddenly changed, and he reminded loudly, quickly get out of the way, she has a lot of power, and she definitely can't make it hard. Through the experience of being punched through the chest just now, Matt is very afraid of the woman named Jessica. As we all know, human chests are protected by ribs, so it is not a simple matter to penetrate with a fist. In addition to the necessary strong power, it is not enough, it must be fast enough, only in this way can one punch through the chest. Obviously, Jessica's strength and speed are far beyond him. There is no need to get out of the way. The man named Hasward pushed the frame of the frame with one hand, and said calmly, as a Quincy, we don't need to put humans in our eyes. Calmly, calmly, calmly. This is the message Matt read from the man's face. It seems that these people are like gravel on the ground in his eyes, and they are not worth paying attention to. Instead of getting out of the way, the man slowly raised his palm, as if he was planning to take the punch. Kill him! Kill him! The Purple Man's face was distorted and he roared frantically, ha, do you want to take Jessica's fist? He has absolutely sufficient trust in Jessica's power. Jessica, like him, is a mutated human. But only in a different place, Jessica has 25 tons of terrifying power beyond ordinary people. Even a wall made of steel is as fragile as paper in front of her. What's more, is it the human body? Hoob! Jessica made this punch, with a violent sonic boom that pierced the air, and a burst of wind hit it. Lord raised his hand, and black veins emerged along his arm. Through the talent of the Quincy, he can forcibly plunder the spirit child free in the atmosphere, and then inject it into his own blood vessels in the body, forming a terrifying defense force far beyond the physical body. Exclusive combat skill of the Quincy, the static blood suit. Boom! Fists and palms collided. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet collapsed. The violent wind around it was roaring and roaring like a substance, turning into a transparent steel knife, and forcibly splitting the nearby solid concrete floor. Karma. The purple laughter stopped abruptly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seemed to be pinched by the neck suddenly, and his face was full of shock and horror. Because the man named Hasward was not killed by Jessica with a punch, but with one hand, Jessica blocked a blow with all his strength. Not bad. Lord's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was obviously very satisfied with the defensive effect of the static blood suit. Blood suit is the exclusive combat technique of the pure blood quints of the Invisible Empire. It is mainly divided into two types, the static blood suit which controls the defense power, and the moving blood suit which controls the attack power. The static blood suit injects the spirit child into the blood vessels, which can greatly increase the body's defenses, while the blood equipment is to inject the spirit child into the blood vessels to maximize the destructive power of the body, and the two cannot be used at the same time. Was able to block Jessica's punch, and it was Lord who opened the static blood suit. Jessica is not too weak in a superhero, but it is not too strong. The strength is about the same as Captain America, so it is not too amazing for Lord to block her attack with a static blood suit. Lord glanced at the purple man, disgusted in his heart. This guy is not only very perverted in ability, but he is even more perverted. Not only controlled Jessica Jones, but even insulted her both physically and psychologically. That's right, just what you think. The books of these two people were almost available in the last life as long as they were searched. Lord had viewed several books with a learning mindset. But comics are comics, if you put them in reality. A pervert like the purple man must kill. There was a murderous intent quietly rising in Lord's eyes. Chapter 32, Everything Flows Through. The purple man panicked in an instant, with cold sweat on his forehead. He originally wanted to avenge him today, but who would have thought of killing a ruthless man halfway through? Not only rescued Matt, who was dying, but also blocked Jessica's attack so easily. Even his biggest reliance, pheromones, could not control the opponent. Run! 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 Jessica! The purple man panicked and shouted, "Take me out of here!" Jessica not only possesses the power far beyond ordinary people, but also can fly fast in the air, and this is the hope that the purple man places to escape. As long as they fly up, they are safe. Who? The moment Jessica received the order, she quickly withdrew back. After a few kicks on the ground, Jessica grabbed the purple man's clothes, picked him up easily, and then flew into the air. Jessica's flying speed is very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, she is almost disappearing from the field of vision. Not good. Matt's face changed. They are going to run. Rest assured. Lord raised his eyelids slightly, and made a sneer. He can't run. I have to say that if you look at it from normal people's thinking, Zyron is indeed very thoughtful. Because most superheroes have no ability to fly in the air. So, once Jessica took the purple men into the air, they could only stare at them, helplessly watching them leave. But unfortunately, I can only say that the purple man is too unlucky, who let him meet Lord. Flying in the sky? No, it's too low. Whether it is a quencher or a of death, he can hover in the air for a long time by controlling the spirit child under his feet. Flying sickle feet. In Matt's vision, Hasward disappeared instantly. Matt looked dumbfounded. Next second, the purple man who consciously escaped successfully, his eyes widened before he could breathe a sigh of relief. I saw, right in front of them was the man named Hasward. Go down. Lord raised his hand and pressed down, and the terrifying riot suddenly burst out. Snapped. There seems to be an invisible big hand in the sky, which slaps Jessica and the purple man to the ground. Boom! At the critical moment, the purple man put Jessica under her body to counteract the impact for him. But even so, Xiren's physical fitness is similar to that of ordinary people. He fell from a high altitude and broke a leg on the spot. Lord fell slowly from the air. Fack! 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 The corners of the purple man's mouth twitched slightly, cursing wildly in his heart. I thought that saving a dying person with bare hands would be nonsense enough. I didn't expect more nonsense awaiting him. This guy, is it really a human? There is no human being able to stand in the sky out of thin air. You are not a Superman. Wait, wait, wait! The purple man yelled in a panic, leave me around, I can surrender to you. Surrender. Lord's eyes were indifferent, the blood of our Quincer clan can't tolerate your waste and taint. This is a lie. The truth is that I look down on him, it's too wasteful. Control pheromones and hormones? Stop it. Where did the pheromones and hormones come from? Control the virtual? Then you might die, it's ugly. In summary, Lord decided that it would be better to destroy the humanity. No, no. The purple man was sweating profusely and exclaimed, you can't kill me. I will cooperate with Xiaohui. Lord was taken aback for a moment. If it weren't for the Xiren reminder, he would have almost forgotten that there was this organization. It is strange to say. Recently, the people who joined hands have not appeared very much. Could it be that all the members are autistic? Seeing Hasward's silence, the purple man thought that the other party was scared, and immediately felt relieved, and continued, the 5 fingers that assemble in the hands need me to do something for them. If you dare to kill me, they must I will trouble you. Lord laughed, I can't ask for it. Recently, there is a shortage of souls. Even if Xiaohui doesn't come to look for it, he still has to find the trouble of Xiaohui. Goodbye. Purple man. Lord said indifferently, letting go of his clasped palms. Jingling. A silver white cross, hanging on a silver chain, fell. Lord injected spiritual power into it, and the shape of the cross of extinction changed accordingly. After the light dissipated, the cross of extinction, which changed its shape, was a silver-white revolver. On both sides of the barrel, there are patterns similar to the form of relief, which looks extremely delicate, just like a work of art. At the same time, Lord learned the name of this revolver. Holy Gun Convict. The equipment of the Quincy is different from that of Death, and there are not so many weird abilities. But there is only one thing that Zanpakuto can't do. That is the cross-transformation weapon of Quebec, which can absorb the spirits in the atmosphere, thereby releasing the exclusive combat technology of Quebec. The other party is clearly determined to kill. Xiren knew that there was no turning back, and a fierce flash suddenly flashed in his eyes. Jessica, stand in front of me. The purple man gave such an order, then curled up behind Jessica, shouting, come on. If you want to kill me, you have to kill this woman first. Lord thought a little funny, do you think I care about her? Do not. The purple man is clearly at the end of the road, and he shouts with a crazy look, she is a superhero, an innocent person, but I control it. Good fellow, Lord called the good fellow. In order to save my life, I didn't hesitate to start blew up. The purple man hugged Jessica tightly, as if he was holding the last life-saving straw, and shouted sharply, she is just an innocent woman, do you bear to see her die in your hands? You are still not superhero. Lord raised his hand, and the silver-white convict pointed at the purple man and Jessica. No, you can't kill me. The purple man was scared and panicked and said, you are a hero, you can't kill innocent people. www.readaloud.com. Do you want to get the blood of innocent people? Repeat it one last time. Lord's eyes were full of indifference, I am not a superhero, I am the guard of the invisible empire Sword. Jessica, block me the bullet. The purple man roared and pushed Jessica out. Can work. Will definitely work. With Jessica's physical fitness, a bullet can still be blocked. Jessica, even if you die, you have to hold him back. Xiren turned around without hesitation and ran away. Holy text, X-axis. Lord thought silently in his heart, pulling the trigger with his fingertips. The convict absorbs the spirit child in the atmosphere, and then condenses it into an arrow endowed with sacred characters and shoots it out. Boom! Before the purple man had time to run, he saw a blue light blooming in the muzzle. After passing through Jessica's chest, the blue light still penetrated his chest unabatedly. Even after passing through the two of them, the blue light has not stopped, but has been moving towards the end of the eyes. Boom boom boom! All the buildings passed by along the way are all penetrated by that blue light, and it is unstoppable to destroy it. Everything goes through, it's really scary. A hint of surprise flashed through Lord's eyes, and it seemed that he had won the big prize this time. As long as it is within range, between 2 points and 1 line. The arrows shot by the convict cannot be blocked, cannot be subdued, and cannot be defended. This is a veritable, absolute attack. Chapter 33, Star 10 Nights. After Lord used permeation of all things, the SHIELD alarm immediately sounded a harsh buzzer. Fax squid. With a pair of dark-rimmed eggs, he threw out a coffee cup again in a rage. Every day is still going on? That is making trouble again this time. A coffee cup worth $3,000 traversed a beautiful arc in mid-air, and then hit the hard glass wall and broke to the ground. Director. Agent Hill, who just opened the door, glanced at the broken coffee cup on the ground, and said lightly, "This is the last coffee cup, and the person on it already suspects you are embezzling." Fury didn't follow in one breath and almost choked to death on the spot. What a fleeting disadvantage. It's just a $3,000 coffee cup, the person on it is so stingy now? Moreover, SHIELD, how can it be called corruption? There are a few more wrinkles on the braised egg's face, let me check and see what happened. Yes, Director. Hill slightly clicked, and then walked out quickly. The purple man was dying, his pupils gradually dilated. He never dreamed that he would die here one day. But it's worth it, at least when he was still pulling a beautiful heroine as a backstop. Ha, ha ha ha. Before he died, the purple man was still laughing madly. Jessica, it seems that you will never escape my control. You are too early happily. Lord's mouth raised a weird smile, and then slowly walked to Jessica's side. Fingertips touched his forehead. Lord once again divided a piece of soul shard, and gave it to Jessica. Within one day, 2 pieces of soul fragments were continuously divided, making Lord's face bloodless, and his aura fading a lot. There was a touch of fatigue on Lord's face, and he secretly said, "It seems that this can't be used often, otherwise it will damage the soul too much." The light blue soul fragment slowly melted into Jessica's body. Seeing this familiar scene, the purple man only felt that a mouthful of old blood was flowing upstream. Here again. Do you still have a conscience? The purple man spit out blood, and then was alive to death. Get a medium soul *1. Lord nodded in satisfaction. Matt, who rushed to witness this scene and was speechless for a while. He always felt that Hathward did it on purpose, and the purpose was to off the purple man, otherwise, why did he bring Jessica back to life in front of others? In fact, Matt guessed half of it correctly. Lord did it deliberately, but the reason was not against the purple man. Soul-giving contact healing has a shortcoming, it can only be given to people with physical and mental impairments. But Jessica's body and mind are not defective, so Lord can only artificially create a defect. Seriously wounded and dying. To some extent, it should be regarded as a kind of defect, right? Well. Unconscious Jessica groaned, then slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that caught her eye was a face with delicate facial features and those impressive emerald green eyes. "Welcome to wake up, my family." Lord was determined. Obviously the guess was correct, and this tricky method can be used. "It's you." Jessica was taken aback for a moment, and then remembered the man's name. Hasward. Although she was once controlled by the Purple Man, Jessica did not lose those memories, so she still remembers this indifferent mysterious man. "Yes, you saved me?" "Why?" Jessica was a little unbelievable, and there was a slight tremor in her voice. She thought that she would go to with the Purple Man. "But I didn't expect to be rescued again, and he was still this mysterious man." "Yes." Lord pretended to be expressionless, with a cold look, "because you have our blood. Although it is very meager, you are also a member of our clan." "Clan people? Blood?" Jessica didn't understand this. She just wanted to care about one thing: the Purple Man. "The Purple Man, is he really dead?" "He died," Lord said lightly, "and you, from now on, are free." "Purple Man is dead?" "Purple Man? Dead? I am free." Jessica almost collapsed, and she unconsciously left 2 lines of tears on her beautiful face, sobbing in a low voice. "Purple Man? Finally dead? The demon who has been controlling her is finally dead now. And the double inhuman insults she has endured in the past, as well as the tragic past of being an executioner, are finally over. Then, establish the Star-Crossed Knights." Jessica calmed down her excitement a bit, then looked at him with a complicated expression. "Are you really willing to accept me?" She was scared and worried. Those dark experiences in the past, the innocent blood on her hands, have made this woman feel sick. Jessica knows very well that even if she is out of the control of the Purple Man, there is no place for her in this world, and the crimes she commits will inevitably lead to her being hunted down by those superheroes. Jessica looked directly into Lord's eyes with a pair of bright eyes, with a trace of expectation, a trace of concern, a trace of fear, and timidly asked, Can I really join you?" "Jessica Jones." Lord pushed the frame with one hand and said calmly, "You are a citizen of the Invisible Empire. We have the same blood flowing in our bodies, so there is no need to worry about anything." "But..." A trace of hesitation appeared on Jessica's face. "I may be hunted down by a superhero, causing unnecessary trouble." Lord leaned over, took Jessica's hand, and looked directly into her eyes. "If you feel scared, then stay behind me, just as dark clouds cannot block the sun, and I will disperse it for you. Everything is haze." His voice reveals a hint of deepness and magnetism, giving people a sense of stability and trustworthiness. Plop, plop. Jessica's cheeks suddenly flushed, and her heart beat violently. At this moment, Hasward really seemed to have become the sun in her eyes. Exudes a dazzling light, warm and cozy atmosphere. Jessica lowered her head. She didn't even dare to look Hasward in the eyes. Those eyes are so bright and dazzling, as if they can dispel all the darkness and haze in her heart. The heart, which was originally full of holes, suddenly found peace and harmony at this moment. Jessica made up her mind silently. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If the first half of her life is a haze shrouded in misery and darkness, then in the second half of her life, she wants to stay next to the sun. And Hasward, it is her son. You don't even need to speak too much, just staying next to this man, you can feel the inexplicable closeness. It's as if the baby has returned to his mother's embrace, feeling warmly wrapped in it. Master Hasward. Jessica knelt on one knee, like a pious girl praying, "If you are the sun, then I will be the moon, always by your side. All those who receive the favor of God will serve them physically and mentally to God." Soul distribution and contact healing can not only heal the body and mind of others, but also plunder their knowledge, experience, and talents for their own use. Its truly commendable place lies in its power to tamper with people's hearts. Anyone who is healed physically and mentally after being gifted with soul fragments will regard him as a true God from the heart. And Lord, is the in their minds. In Jessica's eyes, Hasward's image is as warm and dazzling as the sun. In Matt's mind, Hasward's existence is like a beacon that illuminates his darkness. This kind of influence from soul fragments is a subtle change, not a sudden change overnight. And so, even Matt, who firmly believes in his own ideals, cannot escape this influence. For Hasward, who saved his life and gave him a second light, Matt's heart already belongs to Lord Master Hasward. Matt knelt on one knee, and there was a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. I am willing to follow in your footsteps too. Chapter 34, Hands Together. At this moment, here, the Invisible Empire, the Star-Crossed Knights, is officially established. Although there are only 2 members at present, Lord firmly believes that in the near future, the members will gradually increase until it transforms into a real invisible empire. But there is one more problem that needs to be solved. Quincy is different from death and emptiness. It is not a state of soul, but a human being with a physical body, which can be seen by ordinary people. Therefore, both Jessica and Matt have not grown up, and they should not be exposed to the public too early, especially the bitter egg with persecution delusion. Just as the invisible empire in the original book is hidden in the shadow of the Sarii garden where the of death lives, the Star-Crossed Knights are still relatively weak and need to be hidden under the shadow of others for the time being. But where is the appropriate address? Just as Lord was annoyed by this, he suddenly saw the dead purple man, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Matt, how much do you know about your opponent? A lot, they and I are old enemies. Matt's eyes dimmed slightly, thinking of his ex-girlfriend, and his mood suddenly became a little low. Master Hasward, are you interested in the rival union? When it comes to hand fusion, there is bound to be a woman, Erica. She is Daredevil, Matt's ex-girlfriend. The two were separated due to their disagreements, but when they met again, Erica had been brainwashed by the hands-on meeting and turned into a merciless killing machine. Although Matt broke into the gang several times to rescue Erica, he failed because of his lack of strength, and on several occasions he almost died in Erica's hands. Just right. Lord's delicate facial features reveal a kind of indifference, and he said in a calm tone, I want to talk to them about something trivial. Can you show me the way? Matt saw the flash of killing intent in Hasward's eyes. He was shocked and quickly said, Master Hasward, the strength of the hand gang is very strong. If we rush in, it is very likely that we will come out unexpected. Because in order to save Erica, he has broken into the headquarters of the Hand Union many times, so he knows better than everyone how terrible the professional ninja murder group is. In Matt's view, although Hasward's strength is very strong, and his methods are extremely mysterious. But if you rush into the huge hand club headquarters and face hundreds of ninjas who are proficient in assassination and the terrifying 5 fingers, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. Jessica also stood up and echoed, Master Hasward, I also agree with Matt's view. The Hand Union now is different from before. It is very dangerous inside. Oh! Lord pushed the frame with one hand, and curiously said, look and tell me what you know. Jessica recalled, when I was under the control of the Purple Man, I once saw the 5 fingers in a secret room underground. But they felt like they weren't humans, there was a kind of unspeakable weird. Are you sure? Matt frowned slightly, and said puzzledly, maybe you didn't see the 5 fingers, but something else. Jessica shook her head, and then said in a deep voice, I can tell you with certainty that what I saw at that time was the 5 fingers, and the sentence not a human was told to me in private by the Purple Man. The point is, isn't it like a human? Matt recalled this sentence while touching his chin, and said, a madman like the Purple Man is willing to cooperate with Xiaohui. It is very likely that he has been intimidated and he has to help him. Before, Matt felt a little strange. Using the Purple Man's ability to cooperate with Jessica, even if it is no match for the Hand Gang, but it will not be reduced to helping the hand gang to do things, right? But now it seems there is a lot of hidden secrets in this. Matt said in a condensed voice. Jessica, you can recall it carefully and see if there is any other information. It is good. Jessica took a deep breath. Although she didn't want to recall what happened when she was under control, she was still willing to try it for the sake of Master Hasward. I remember it. Jessica suddenly said, the purple man also told me one thing, he said that he must take away that book. Book? Matt was startled slightly. Snatch a book? Are you sure that Zyron said that? What else did he say? I remember, the purple man seemed to say. Jessica frowned, and tried to recall, that book is a divine tool, giving 5 fingers the power of immortality, that's why we'll work with them. A book that can bestow eternal life? Lord pushed the frame with one hand, and said thoughtfully, things have become more interesting. This is a bit intriguing. Logically speaking, Xiao Hui is only a killer group in Marvel. The only thing worthy of his attention, I am afraid, is the 5-fingered keel stolen from Kunlun Mountain. But now a book is out of nowhere, and it can also give people the power of immortality. Very strong sense of sight. Isn't this definitely the next door Doctor Strange coming to the show? After contacting the sudden disappearance of the Hand Knit Club recently seems to have a lot to do with this book. It seems necessary to take a look. Master Hasward. Matt knelt on one knee and said, I suggest to investigate clearly first, and then after making a plan, let me sneak in first, which is safer and safer. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. The undetermined factor is too big. The strength of the 5 fingers is already terrifying, but now it is given the power by a book, and even the purple man cannot resist. These circumstances make Matt have to worry about Hasward. No need to worry. Lord's eyes were half closed, the corners of his lips were raised slightly, and a calm and gentle smile was evoked. The hands are just some dust. Whether it is 1 or 2, it makes no difference to me. The hand-to-hand meeting is only the first step. If you can't even take this step, how can you compete with death in the future? Being timid will only lead to death. Cowardice, failure is bound to usher in. Since he wants to usurp the power of the creation gods, how can he shrink back? Hand Union Headquarters. Lord wore a white military uniform, hovering above the night sky. On the 2 sides beside him, Daredevil Matt and Jessica were standing in midair like him. After the constitution is transformed into a Quincy, the control of the soul is just like breathing, almost carved into the soul's instinct. Therefore, it is not too difficult for Matt and Jessica to use Lingza to construct steps under their feet. After a little familiarity, they can easily do it. The interior of the headquarters of the Xiaohui headquarters was completely dark, and it was impossible to see the structure inside from the outside. Erica, I'm coming. Matt said silently in his heart. Since his ex-girlfriend was controlled by the Hand Healing Club, he has been trying to rescue Erica, and he can finally do it today. Let's go. Lord said calmly, let's go and see what is there. Chapter 35, Join the Quincy. Jessica. Hand Union Headquarters is located in a secret room underground. 5 slender figures swayed under the dim candle light. Someone broke in. It's the blind man, the woman who came last time, and someone I don't know. How to do? The ceremony is underway, and it must not be interrupted. Let everyone stop them. As the discussion ended, the candle light gradually dimmed and extinguished, and the 5 figures fell into the darkness again. Something is wrong. The moment he stepped into the reunion, Matt, who was extremely sensitive in his senses, immediately noticed something was wrong, and reminded him, Master Hasward, please be careful. The feeling here is very bad. Since stepping into the Hui headquarters, familiar darkness has shrouded, letting Matt's other senses reach their limits. But because of the developed sense organs, Matt felt like a man on his back, as if he had a pair of eyes secretly observing them in the dark. Jessica nodded solemnly, she also felt an ominous breath. At this moment, a sharp samurai sword suddenly stabbed out of the darkness. Ding! Matt reacted very quickly, raising his arm and placing the crutches on his chest, blocking the deadly knife. But the next second, several samurai swords were encircled, and they stabbed him fiercely. Matt did not have the slightest panic on his face, the surrounding darkness did not affect his movements, but instead made him feel that he had returned to a familiar environment, and at a distance of a few centimeters, he drew the katana close to his body. Click! With a crisp sound, Matt's crutches suddenly broke into two sections from the middle, holding a crutches in one hand, and stabbing them out like a thunder. Boom! Boom! The smooth tip of the crutch pierced the ninja's throat. 2 lines of blood immediately poured out like a fountain, and the 2 men covered their throats with horror, trying to prevent the blood from flowing out, but their eyes gradually dimmed and eventually fell down. Matt's face changed slightly, and a touch of unbearable expression appeared in his eyes, which could only turn into a sigh. Jessica on the other side was also attacked. There are 7 or 8 ninjas wearing black tights, as if blending with the surrounding darkness, attacking from the darkness. Their goal is Lord. It may be because of the actions of Jessica and Matt who unconsciously protected him inside, causing these ninjas to subconsciously feel that Lord is the best bully. 7 or 8 cold and bright blades stabbed, only a few centimeters away from Lord. In the eyes of those ninjas, he was already dead. Dare you guys! Jessica's pupils suddenly shrank, and a terrifying killing intent broke out, and he blasted a punch to the ground. Boom! The huge power instantly shattered the ground within 3 meters of the surrounding area. Pieces of shattered tiles were like hidden weapons, engulfed by the bursting wind, and shot precisely at those ninjas. Puff puff! The ninja was pierced by bullet like gravel in an instant, and his body was like a piece of tattered with holes in it, and blood was spilled out as if it were money-free. During the period, the expression on Lord's face did not even change at all, as if he had expected this scene a long time ago. The next moment, Jessica quickly took off her jacket, unfolded it with a vigorous shake, and covered Lord's head like a curtain. Wow! The blood that fell was all blocked by Jessica's clothes, and no drop of blood fell on him. Jessica lowered her head, a hint of anger mixed in her tone. It's my fault that the adults were almost stained with their dirty blood. Lord! Hey! It's a bit too much to pretend, he's not the Eisen guy. Jessica doesn't care about this, in her eyes Hasward is the sun, anyone who dares to defile will die. Roar! Suddenly, a roar like a beast came out of the darkness. In the next second, a young figure rushed out like a swift cannonball, and the blood-red pupils that were clearly visible in the darkness exuded a strong and terrifying murderous aura. Be careful! Hei Kong's speed was extremely fast, he instantly crossed the line of defense between Jessica and Matt, and then hit Lord with a punch. Boom! After a dull loud noise, Hei Kong's tyrannical eyes were slightly taken aback. That person actually blocked his fist with a finger. You actually hurt him. Jessica's eyes turned red. Kill you, I will kill you. With a roar, Jessica suddenly felt that some kind of shackles had been opened in her body. An unprecedented power emerged from the depths of the soul. Ho! The spirits floating in the atmosphere converge at a speed visible to the naked eye in an instant, and a miniature tornado is set off around Jessica. You dare to defile the Lord with your dirty hands! Jessica was so angry, her spiritual power gathered crazily in her hands, and gradually formed into a huge crossbow. This is Ling Bao. Lord's eyes lit up, which was unexpected joy. Unexpectedly, under the blessing of anger, Jessica would comprehend the advanced combat technique of the Quincy master controlling Lingzit to condense into weapons. Jessica pulled the huge cross spirit bow with both hands, and the murderous aura in her eyes seemed to become real. Although Hei Kong is not very sane, he can clearly feel that the woman is a huge threat to him. Hei Kong suddenly stepped on the ground, he curled up and jumped, trying to escape into the darkness. Die, rubbish! Sacred arrow! Countless arrows condensed by spiritual power were shot out like a torrential rain, overwhelming the sky for a while, almost covering the entire hall. Puff puff! When did those ninjas hiding in the dark have seen such a horrible scene, and they didn't even have room to escape, they were shot into a sieve. Under the sacred arrow, Hei Kong couldn't help howling miserably even though he possessed a beast, his body was pierced through several holes, and he stumbled back into the shadows. The blood spreads and flows on the ground like a river, and the reflection here is as terrible as purgatory. Hey! Jessica exhaled, the killing intent in her eyes diminished slightly. Jessica, you are too cruel to start. Matt's eyelids jumped wildly and couldn't help but whispered. Is it? Jessica turned around, staring at Matt with red eyes, and said word by word, I don't think the attack is too heavy. If you blame them, they don't have eyes and attack Master Hasward. But... Matt was about to refute a few words when he saw the spirit bow in Jessica's hand, already aimed at him. You, disloyal! Jessica said word by word. The look in her eyes is serious. A chill instantly invades the whole body. www.readaloud.com. Matt's heart stops suddenly. If he intends to continue talking, then the next second will be like those ninjas, Jessica will be ruthlessly shot into a sieve. This scene. Lord felt that if he didn't come out again, I was afraid that the newly recruited Star-Crossed Knights would be left alone. Okay, Jessica. Lord came out to make a round in a timely manner, and said gently, Matt has no other meaning, you don't need to be serious. Yes, Lord Hasward. Jessica lowered her spirit bow, her eyes still cold, as if she was warning Matt. What is this called? Matt has a bitter face, he just can't bear it a little bit, and he almost gets shot into a hornet's nest. Who can stand it? Here you can see a little difference. Jessica sees Hasward as the son, and can execute orders without hesitation, and can even abandon moral codes for it. But on the other hand, Matt, his belief in Hasward is based on his own cognition and guidelines, and he will first consider whether he violates his heart. And so, Jessica, who was dedicated to defending Lord just now, was easier to accept Hasward, thus awakening the real power of the Quincy. But Matt is slightly worse, he hasn't realized the real power of the Quincy, and he is still fighting with his previous experience. Lord didn't want to comment too much on the two, but if things go on like this, if Matt has not grown to his satisfaction, then he can only recover the soul fragments in Matt's body. There is no need for incompetent people in the Knights of the Star Cross. Chapter 36, Urgent Task. Matt feels aggrieved. Obviously he was the first person to receive the gift, but now he has been caught up by Jessica, and even his power has not yet awakened. The most important is... Matt just saw that Master Hasward's eyes seemed to show a trace of dissatisfaction with him. No way. Matt secretly vowed in his heart, I must awaken my strength as soon as possible. Just now Jessica showed the power that can kill hundreds of ninjas instantly, which really made him feel envied. It's too slow to walk layer by layer in the afternoon. Lord's brow furrowed, and the dark energy in the ground became stronger and stronger. It was too late to walk down. Jessica was a little embarrassed and helpless, but my lord, it's too far away from the basement, I can't wear my spirit bow. It's okay, I'll do it myself. Lord took a few steps calmly, took out the mortal cross-deformed concerner, and aimed at the ground. Because of the inability to see the target directly, everything can't be used in general, so Lord simply condenses spiritual power directly and releases it through the barrel. Click! Pulled the trigger with his fingertips, the convict who absorbed nearly 2/3 of Lord's body's spiritual power, released a huge arrow. Sacred arrow! The crime broker burst out with dazzling light, and the terrifying spiritual power condensed into a huge arrow, and then slammed into the ground. rumbling. Layer after layer, the huge sacred arrow destroys and decays. After piercing dozens of layers of hard ground, it can run out and disappear. The whole Shaohui building was shaking, and countless reinforced concrete cracked and turned into huge rocks and fell down. After the surrounding vibration subsided, a pothole about tens of meters deep appeared on the ground in front of them, leading directly to the basement of the handheld meeting. Hiss! Matt took a deep breath and couldn't help but be shocked. What a terrifying destructive power! Penetrated dozens of floors in just one blow. If the strength shown by Jessica is still in his imagination, then the strength shown by Hasward has completely exceeded his expectations. The destructive power of this degree is no less than the most advanced ultra-high-speed kinetic energy weapon in the United States. But what they didn't know was that the blow just now consumed Lord very much, and the spiritual power in his body was almost emptied. But fortunately, the Quincy can absorb the spiritual child in the atmosphere. With his current situation, he can recover in just a few minutes. Let's go. Lord calmed his breath, then put away the convict, and said to them lightly. Jessica followed first, then Matt reacted and jumped right after. Who? A few seconds later, the three fell to the ground. The first thing that caught Lord's eyes was a huge magic circle on the ground, engraved with complicated and mysterious patterns. Looking at the cumbersome patterns, Lord felt his brain dizzy. Bring it on. Walk in, come in. I will give you great power. A sound like nothing, like a whisper of a devil, echoed in Lord's mind. Not good. Lord bit his tongue and forced himself to wake up, with a trace of alert in his eyes. What a terrible magic circle, it can actually seduce my soul. He is of death in essence, and the strength of his spiritual body is far beyond that of ordinary people, but even so, just now, just carelessly, he almost lost the way of this magic circle. These patterns are so weird, just one glance at them made him fall into it, almost unable to extricate himself from it. But Jessica and Matt, obviously not so lucky. Their spiritual power is obviously not as good as Lord, and they are instantly attracted by those patterns, and the whole person is confused, as if they have been evil. Ah, Master Hasward! Jessica's cheeks flew blush, her eyes blurred towards the magic circle, and her mouth still muttered, You are mine alone, no one can take it away. Lord! Very scary. I didn't expect Jessica to look serious, and secretly want to take him as her own. Matt also swayed, walking towards the magic circle. Erica, don't leave me. It seems that as long as anyone has seen the patterns on the magic circle, they will be drawn to the greatest desire in their hearts and be manipulated by that voice. The 61 of the Bound Deo 6-rod light prison. Lord's index finger points, and Matt and Jessica are fixed in place. He he he. In the darkness, an old voice came, You are late, our ceremony has been successful. Ritual. Lord raised his eyebrows slightly, Are you referring to those ghost symbols on the ground? Ignorant people. The old voice seemed very angry, This is the power of the God of Darkness, and he will give us true eternal life. That's right. Several human shadows shone on the ground, shouting fanatically, We will gain eternal life beyond Kunlun, and you can only usher in death. The brainwashed people are terrible. Lord could not help but mourn for these people for 3 seconds. The Dark of Raoshiza knew that he was unreliable when he heard his name. Who knew from which corner he came out? The ignorant person. An old lady walked out with a fanatical face, holding a simple and old book. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Lord narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the 2 words Darkhold engraved on the cover of that old book. Grass. Isn't this Dark God book? How come here? Must stop him. Lord's forehead was sweating coldly. If Sithorn were to come back to Earth, he would definitely be the first person to die. But, it's too late. Mrs. Gao, holding the Dark Divine Book, has walked into the magic circle, and burst into a pile of minced meat in a frantic call. Blood and flesh infiltrated the ground, and the strange patterns on the magic array became brighter and brighter, brewing waves of horror. Not good. Lord cursed inwardly, it was too late. Gilyalu. The black viscous liquid poured out, and a huge hole appeared on the ground, like an abyss connected to another latitude. Then, a vague shadow crawled out of the hollow, and then stood up straight. Well. The dark shadow let out a comfortable groan, and said contentedly, I haven't returned for tens of millions of years. I didn't expect the earth to become like this. Ding! Issue urgent task. Task: exorcise the Hades Sithorn. Content: the 5 fingers summoned a projection of Sithorn under the temptation of the dark book of gods, and asked the host to expel it from the latitude of the earth before the Supreme Master came. Reward: depends on completion. Hades. Sithorn. Is really this great god, Lord's forehead is sweating, and his heart is more fun. Chapter 37, Underworld Sithorn. Rumors, in ancient times. At the beginning of the birth of the earth, it was in chaos. The great creator originated from natural magical energy, who determines the spread of his own matter to every corner of the earth. These scattered magical energy substances bred a batch of the earliest creatures, ancient gods. There are 4 most powerful ancient gods, namely, Gaia, the in charge of the earth and nature, Set, the of destruction and death, Ashutu, the source of white magic, and Sithorn, the source of black magic. However, one day, the snake Set found that swallowing other ancient gods could increase his power, so he began to slaughter and swallow other ancient gods, and finally induced the battle of fall of the ancient gods. During the period, the fallen ancient gods turned into demons. In order to pursue stronger power, they killed each other and swallowed each other. Gaia, the of the earth, couldn't bear it, so he launched a war against the snake Set, but the difference in strength between the two was not that big. So this battle lasted for a long time, and the scope spread to the entire earth, and even destroyed the dinosaurs as a result. In order to end the fate of killing and devouring each other between the ancient gods, the great creator and the earth Gaia gave birth to a new ancient god Adam together. Adam, born with the mission of ending the battle of the ancient gods, the gods have the power to surpass all the ancient gods. He continues to destroy those ancient gods who have fallen into demons and absorb their vitality. But in the end, Adam fell into an extremely powerful god-eater because he could not bear this power. The power of the devourer of the gods, even the snake Set and the underworld Sithorn could not compete with it. In order to avoid the fate of being swallowed by Adam, these fallen ancient gods had to flee to other dimensions. But before fleeing, Sithorn had recorded all his dark magic on the indestructible parchment as an important follower for his return to Earth in the future. Anyone who reads these parchments and learns the dark magic recorded above will be seduced by Sithorn and become his most loyal believer. Then he will open the door between the dimensions by carving the circle to welcome him again. The birth of the first vampire in Marvel is also closely related to the Dark Book. Later, these parchments that recorded the powerful black magic of Sithorn were revised into a book by King Arthur's sister, Morgan Le Fay, and later generations called them Dark Book. Although it is not clear how Xiao Erhui found the Dark Book of God, Sithorn in front of him is a genuine ancient god. Sithorn was a single cosmic powerhouse tens of millions of years ago, and it was at the same level as the mysterious map of the source of white magic. Even if there is only one projection, the power is obviously not the current Lord can contend. Is like you just came out of Novice Village, and you bumped into a full-level boss head-on. This question is obviously superclass. There was a weird look on Lord's face, and the heart system really looked up to him. But the danger is directly proportional to the reward. His system rarely releases tasks, and this is the first time I have seen such emergency tasks. The tasks released by the system before will be rewarded with generous rewards after completion. For example, in the Becoming a Reaper quest previously released, the reward is a Hajime Zanpakuto knife and the Ryutsuo of the 6th class official. Want, why? Lord looked solemn and began to brainstorm. His dog system mission is not released once in 100,000 years. Who knows if he missed this time, when will he wait for the next time? And the task of expelling Sithorn, the underworld god, you know with your toes that the reward must be very generous, and you must not miss it. Fight. Lord gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It isn't just a projection. Starve to death the timid, hold on to the daring. It's really not good, and the Supreme Master will give him a pocket. The thinking time is over. Compared with the time in the real world, a few seconds have just passed. The projection of the underworld Sithorn was still immersed in the long-lost return, completely ignoring the few people next to him. This is actually quite normal. When you walk or rest, do you care about the ants under your feet? Obviously not. In Sithorn's eyes, just as humans treat ants, they are so small that they don't need to be concerned. He is one of the oldest gods, the source of all black magic in the world, even the power of Hell Mephisto and the Scarlet Witch, is partly derived from him. Humanity? Unless Guyi himself comes in person, he may still feel a little nervous, and the others will forget it. But it was Sithorn's arrogance that gave Lord a head start. Aren't you pretending to be cool? Aren't you handsome? Don't you miss the earth? In that case, let you go back and miss it. Either you don't do it, you have to go all out to do it. The other party is one of the oldest gods on earth, and he will never give him a second chance. Lord narrowed his eyes, and suddenly noticed something. The magic circle that summoned Sithorn's projection seemed to be a special wedge. Inside the empty in the magic circle, there is a steady flow of power for this projection, and as a wedge, it maintains the passage between the two dimensions. In other words, the key to expelling Sithorn is how to destroy the magic circle under his feet, cut off the source of his power supply, and disconnect the earth from that latitude. But the above are all Lord's guesses. Whether the facts are really as he thought, still needs a simple verification. Come and try. Lord's eyes dazzled, and he summoned the Zanpakuto knife, and his majestic spiritual power was released instantly, just like a volcanic eruption. The other party is the of underworld. Lord naturally dare not have any reservations, as soon as he comes up with all his strength. Thanks to the research results of Yunmen www.readaloud.com, he can use the power of the of death at the same time in the state of a quince, and the two will not interfere with each other. Shoot him, sharp gun. After a quick and short whisper, the blade suddenly stretched out, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant, and flashing like a horror, shooting towards Sithorn. Ding! The elongated silver blade was firmly clamped by two fingers, like two iron tongs, and it couldn't make any further progress. Is really strong. Lord's face changed slightly, but he used his full strength. Sithorn didn't even move, but with two fingers, he easily clamped the gun. Interesting. Sithorn's projection surface did not change, and he glanced at Lord. It's interesting, I've never seen this kind of power before. Can you tell me where it comes from? None of your business. Lord gave a sneer. The cross of the left hand transformed into a convict. Since ordinary attacks are not effective on him, he can only try. He has just acquired the ability of the Quincy. The souls visible to the naked eye are gathering, forming a huge vortex like a storm. Even at a certain moment, this huge fluctuation of spiritual power caused slight distortions in the surrounding space. Holy text, everything is connected. Sacred arrow. Boom! The high-density spiritual power was released instantly, and it made a huge roar like thunder. This blow has gathered all the spiritual power, condensed into a huge sacred arrow, tearing the sky and rushing towards Sithorn in an instant. In front of the power of the rule system. Unless you descend from the body, it is absolutely impossible to block this blow. Chapter 38, Fight Sithorn. Ignorant human beings. The corners of Sithorn's mouth rose slightly, and a sneer-like arc was outlined. Like this weak attack, I can erase it at will. Sithorn's eyes were cold, and he raised a finger to point to the void, in the name of my Sithorn black hole. If other wizards want to release spells, they must communicate through spells before they can extract energy from the magical dimension, and then release different attacks according to different spells. But Sithorn is different. He is the source of black magic, and the power of dimensionality comes from himself, so he can release all kinds of magic instantly without chanting spells. At the place where Sithorn's fingertips fell, a huge magic pattern spread out, rippling layers in the space. Then, the space seemed to be pierced by the fingertips, revealing an empty that is almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Endless dark energy gathered in the light spot, forming a whirlpool in an instant. Ho-ho! The size of the hollow has expanded dozens of times in an instant, and a terrifying suction burst out, trying to swallow everything around it. Even the moonlight projected from the sky took on a weird spiral and twisted form, and was greedily swallowed by the black hole. Without any objects or elements, it can escape the gravitational restraint of the black hole. But there are accidents in everything. The highly compressed light beam emitted by the convict violated this phenomenon forcibly. It was not bent at all by gravitational force, but shot straight toward the black hole. With the penetrating spirit beam attached to everything, after penetrating the black hole with a force of destruction, the power rushed towards Sithorn without any weakening. Impossible! Sithorn's face changed in an instant. He obviously did not expect that his black magic would be destroyed so easily. But in the next second, Sithorn's face suddenly rose with anger. It turns out that the target of the Lingza beam is not him, but the magic circle at his feet, which connects the dimensional channels and supplies dark energy. Once this magic circle is destroyed, the passage between the earth and the dimension will disappear. Presumptuous humans! Sithorn yelled angrily and said, "In the name of my Sithorn, stop!" His voice is not too loud, but it overshadows everything, full of oppression and majesty, as if calling the whole world. Hum! A strange energy wave, centered on Sithorn, spread in all directions. The dust floating in the air has stopped. Paused by the light distorted by the black hole. Even sounds, vibrations, molecules and even atoms seem to have been pressed the pause button at this moment. With the highly compressed light beam emitted by all things, it stopped only 1 centimeter away from the magic circle. The time is suspended. Lord's face changed slightly. Although his thinking was still active, his body was very stiff. It seemed that he couldn't even move his fingers. Sithorn, it was terrible. This is just a projection. If the main body is here, he might die in an instant. A boring trick. Zasuo smashed the Lingza beam with his bare hands, and said angrily, "It's just that you can use a little bit of the power of the rule system. Do you think you can ruin my plan?" Only a little bit. The magic circle was destroyed. Lord's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect Sithorn to pause time. In front of the still time, even the rule-based force like the penetration of everything, it still seems so pale and weak. Time returns to flow. Sithorn's breath slipped instantly, and the black shadows that were close to the entity became somewhat transparent and illusory. It seems that this trick is very costly. Lord's eyes lit up slightly, which was good news for him. It seems that the pause time is also very expensive for Sithorn's projection, but I don't know how many more times he can use it. But judging from the degree of projection, Lord felt that it would be the limit to use it again at most. If there are more, he may not need to do anything. Sithorn's projection will collapse on its own. "Human, you successfully angered me." A cold light flashed across Sithorn's eyes, and his voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point, as if the wind in the 12th month of winter was strong enough to freeze bone marrow. If Sithorn had always had a playful mentality before, then he is serious now. "Sithorn, I'm curious." With a trace of provocation on Lord's face, he said, "How many more time can you pause? It's enough to deal with you once." Sithorn proudly said, "It's just that I have mastered a little rule power. Do you really think I can't handle it?" Is it? Lord laughed, and without warning, he raised his hand and shot it out. Do you think this trick can still be useful for me? Sithorn snorted coldly, and drew a black giant sword out of thin air from the magic circle under him. The black broadsword body is close to the entity, but it is also biased towards the energy body. It is engraved with weird patterns, and only a light stroke left a dark trace in the void. This sword is a dark artifact made from Sithorn's body, after tempering the rules and forging with powerful black magic. Don't say that it is the power of rules that mere mortals have, even the mirror-dimensional space displayed by the Supreme Master can be cut away with a single sword. When Sithorn raised his generous giant sword, and suddenly cleaved a terrifying wave of swords forward. The sacred Maya was annihilated and disintegrated by a strange power at the moment of contact, and restored to the most basic soul. So simple. Sithorn was taken aback for a moment. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com faintly felt that something was wrong. The intensity of this attack was obviously not as good as the previous one. Before he understood what was going on, the sky suddenly darkened in the next second, and countless sacred arrows were shot at him. Simple. Lord sneered, and kept pulling the convict's trigger. Amidst the continuous roar and roar, the muzzle swallowed deadly blue fireworks, shooting out a sacred arrow. The dense and violent firepower covered an area of several hundred meters in Sithorn in an instant. 1 round, 2 rounds, and 3 rounds, you can stop it. Then, what if it's 10 shots, 100 shots and 1000 shots? And among these sacred arrows, there is a small number of arrows, randomly added with the ability of permeability of everything. As long as Sithorn misses one of the shots, Lord has sufficient confidence to destroy the magic circle. Boom 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 boom. The black big sword collided with the sacred arrow, sputtering countless sparks and jumping, and the terrifying energy surged like a tide, smashing the surrounding floors and walls into slag. In an instant, the whole building became riddled with holes, and the steel and concrete continued to collapse, looking crumbling. Do your best to be clever. Sithorn roared angrily, and he had discovered Lord's little abacus. With such a huge number of divine destruction arrows, with the current power of his projection, there is no way to eliminate them all. And among these sacred arrows, there is still a small part with the power of the rule system added just now. If you want to accurately identify which sacred arrow has special power and which sacred arrow has no special power, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is almost impossible to do it. Chapter 39, 1 Cremation. Ignorant mortals. Let you see how terrifying the great of the world is. Sithorn shouted angrily, holding the sword in both hands, and plunged into the ground abruptly. Click! The hard ground split instantly, and the dense cracks resembled a huge spider web, continuously expanding and extending outward. From those cracks, the dark energy is sprayed out to the extreme, and it can even be seen with the naked eye. An instant. Lord felt his whole body shattered, and immediately stepped away from the place immediately, and at the same time injected the spirit child into the blood vessel, forming a static blood suit. In the name of my Sithon Dark Storm! Sithorn shouted angrily, thrusting the black big sword into the ground with all his strength, and the terrifying energy accumulated in the sword exploded in this instant. Boom! The huge energy set off a hurricane that almost connects the sky and the earth in an instant. Even if it is a few kilometers away, it can be clearly seen. Within a thousandth of a second, a black hurricane swept across, destroying all buildings in a radius of hundreds of meters, and all tangible and intangible materials were crushed to pieces. What ability is this? Lord saw with his own eyes. A huge building was involved in it, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sacred arrow is as fragile as glass in front of the dark hurricane, and all the effort between breathing is destroyed, and the former state of spirit is restored. Collapsed? Or annihilated? Doesn't seem to be. Instead, all the matter in contact is restored to the most basic particle state. No, I can't run away. Lord was shocked, his face changed slightly. The expansion speed of this dark hurricane far exceeds his escape speed, and there is also a huge attraction that is pulling him frantically. According to this situation, he will be involved in a few seconds. In an instant, Lord injected all his spiritual power into his blood vessels, forming black lines on his body, and manipulating the overflowing spirits, forming a defensive barrier around his body. Blast! The dark hurricane raged across the sky and the earth, and the violent power shattered everything. This night, half of the people in New York City have seen the huge storm that connects the heavens and the earth, and the sense of oppression from the depths of the soul. Again. At this moment, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., a certain bald-headed marinated egg, the black face that was already angry almost turned into a white face. Within one day, 2 huge abnormal energy fluctuations were discovered in succession, and they were all in Hell's Kitchen. He is even a little skeptical now. Is it possible that there is something hidden in that ruined place? Otherwise, how to explain that every time a problem occurs, the location happens to be in Hell's Kitchen? Check it out for me. Fury furiously said, calling all the surveillance satellites and cameras. I want to see what happened there within 30 seconds. The huge storms of the heavens and the earth gradually disappeared, and the 4 or 5 streets, including the headquarters of the Shaohui, were all destroyed under this horrible force like a natural disaster. All the objects were shattered into powder. The buildings that were originally lined with trees have now completely turned into a plain, with countless ruins, and the ground that collapsed and cracked. Lord was pale, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered with blood, standing crumbling in a ruin. Awesome! There was a trace of blood hanging on the corner of Lord's lips, and he smiled miserably. If it weren't for the static blood suit, it might have been torn apart just now. There is a spiritual barrier on the outside, a static blood suit inside, and the dual defenses are instantly destroyed. It is enough to see how terrible this dark storm is. Mortal, you lost. Sithorn stood there, saw Lord's situation, and said disdainfully, my power comes from the dark dimension, but your power has been exhausted. Lord was expressionless, only his wrist was shaking slightly. As Sithorn said, launching a large number of sacred arrows is very terrifying to the consumption of spiritual power. Even if he has the physique of a Quincy, he can continuously absorb spirits and replenish it, but the replenishment speed is far less than the consumption speed. Just now, in order to defend against the dark storm, he has almost drained the last trace of his spiritual power. But even so, Sithorn did not see the slightest panic from Lord's face, and he was still so calm as usual, as if he hadn't put it in his eyes at all. You are wrong, Sithorn. Lord's expression remained calm, and the 3-foot-long Zanpakuto knife pointed at the ground obliquely. I am already a general in this battle. The next moment, Lord stepped forward in a flash, and he took the initiative to rush towards Sithorn. Looking for death. Sithorn looked disdainful and waved his black big sword to block the sharp edge of Zanpakuto. When the thick blade of the sword struck the Zanpakuto knife, spattering countless sparks, and the terrifying forces collided with each other, causing the surrounding air to ripple waves. With a slight knock, Sithorn shook the blade of the sharp gun forcibly. Ignorant human beings, do you want to stop me? If you don't try, who can know? Lord's face was still calm, and the attack became even more frantic. In an instant, more than 100 hits. The swords collided several times, and they collided with brilliant sparks. The two of them became stronger and faster. An unimaginable terrifying force, rolling up a rolling and bursting wind in the agitation, like a real blade, once again ruthlessly destroyed the ground around it. Suddenly, in the gap between the two fighting, Lord looked at the timing, and while turning over and backing, he aimed the blade in his hand at Sithorn. Shoot him, sharp gun! The short blade stretched out, and from a very strange angle, like an antelope hanging horns, it shot out suddenly and swiftly. The speed at which the blade stretched broke through the sound barrier in an instant, with a harsh blast, and with a touch of deadly cold light, the magic array that pierced the ground through a few meters. Stupid mortal! Sithorn's eyes turned into pure pitch black, and his voice suddenly dropped to freezing point. Do you think I would not have thought of this trick? Sithorn leaned forward with his right hand, and his 5 fingers seemed to have been cast in stainless steel, and he grasped the blade of the sharp spear abruptly. Horrible, terrible! Lord shook his head, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. Now, I really can't help it. I will make you completely desperate. Sithorn's eyes flashed with disgust. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Rest assured, I won't let you die easily. Was repeatedly disturbed by this ant, he decided to let Lord enjoy it, what it would be like to fall into the eternal darkness. Speaking, Sithorn slowly lifted and retracted, and then spread his 5 fingers. A horrible suction suddenly enveloped Lord. Ho-ho! This suction force was extremely terrifying. Even the space was slightly deformed. Lord could not resist at all, so he flew towards Sithorn. Click! Sithorn squeezed Lord's neck, his eyes flashed fiercely. Now, mankind, are you ready? Are you going to fall into the dark? He was ready to appreciate the despair on Lord's face. However, Lord did not show a desperate expression, but he sighed in relief, with a strange smile on the corners of his mouth. He was waiting for this opportunity. Finally come! Why? Sithorn was stunned, and he saw in Lord's eyes a confident confidence that he had a chance to win. Who gave him the confidence? A mere person, without the power to resist, dare to assume the posture of a winner? Sithorn, I should have told you. Lord firmly grasped Sithorn with one hand, with a smile on his face. I have been a general. Click! Sithorn's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw Lord's arm was covered with horrible cracks, and the fiery red lines were intertwined, revealing crimson light from the inside to the outside. 96 Broken Road. Cremation with one cut. Chapter 40, Blur. As Lord said, the ending had been determined a few minutes ago. I understand. The scenes of the previous fight suddenly flashed back in his mind. After a while, Sithorn's eyes showed a hint of understanding. So, it's no wonder that you used to ignore the consumption of crazy attacks before, and the performance of deliberately showing weakness at the last minute. These are all to let me relax my guard, and then I can step here. Sithorn understands thoroughly. All the foreshadowing before is for this final blow. But the only answer to him was Lord's indifferent eyes and a light and fluttering sentence. One knife cremation. Humanity. Boom. The terrifying fire that was compressed to the extreme, burst out in an instant, forming a huge blade-like flame, almost several kilometers in diameter. The terrifying high temperature evaporates the air within a kilometer into mist while breathing, causing the temperature to rise suddenly by several degrees. Ho-ho! The air is like a thick stream of water, oscillating out round after round of ripples, then compressed to the extreme and burst open. A shock wave visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deafening, like a thunder-crushing loud noise, completely spread, echoing throughout the sky. If ordinary people are a little closer, I'm afraid the eardrums, blood vessels, and heart will all be shattered by this earth-shattering roar. A few kilometers away in the street, the trees and glass on both sides were shattered under the impact of this air wave. This day, the people of New York City are destined to be unforgettable. That huge blazing blade, like a storm, like a small nuclear bomb, has almost spread to more than half of Manhattan. My lord! Countless people were stunned and watched this scene. Is there a nuclear war in New York? Actually, it is not only the citizens who are shocked, but the eyeballs are about to stare out after seeing the braised eggs in this scene at SHIELD. It's over. Such a big phenomenon cannot be concealed at all. It will not only cause panic among the people, but he will also be held accountable by those idiots later. More importantly, within the important scope of S.H.I.E.L.D's jurisdiction, the occurrence of such a hidden huge threat is a very serious breach of responsibility. Want to come, those politicians should be sleepless tonight. Cremation with a knife deserves to be the high-level ban on the 96th. The power really did not disappoint Lord, and even far exceeded expectations. The original conditions for the activation of this move were extremely harsh. The prerequisite for using it was a scorched body, and at the expense of abandoning an arm, it released a huge blade-like flame. But with the system in hand, Lord does not need a scorched body, nor does he need to give up an arm. He can launch it directly, ranking number 96 in the advanced braking road. With his current level and spiritual pressure, it is impossible to use the advanced braking path. Thanks to the last lottery draw, it happened to be the number 96th break and cremation with a knife. Although it is a one-time consumable, it can be regarded as the most powerful hole card he has so far. According to the description of the system, the power of a one-time one-shot cremation is equivalent to the one-shot cremation power used by the Captain Yamamoto Motori Usai's sacrifice arm. If Sithorn was not too powerful and disrupted the original plan, he hadn't even planned to use this trick. Fortunately, the result is gratifying. A cremation is worthy of an advanced ruin, and its power can't even stop the black magic of Sithorn. The billowing smoke and air waves gradually dissipated. The scorched ground exudes a trace of scorching heat, leaving behind a huge gully that is several kilometers in diameter and is bottomless. I won. Lord let out a sigh of breath, and his tight nerves finally relaxed. From the step-by-step design of Sithorn, and then to the last moment when the limit is approaching, the whole card that has been buried for a long time is turned over. Although the process is not beautiful, and even a bit embarrassing, the result is gratifying. But this battle also made Lord fully realize his so-called power, how vulnerable it is in front of these big guys. And this made Lord's desire to become stronger even more urgent. Still too weak. Lord squeezed the Zanpakuto knife tightly, and there was a deep desire in his eyes. The future Marvel Universe will only be more dangerous than today, and the road he has to walk and the enemies he has to face will only be more terrifying than Sithorn. Become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger. Only if you are strong enough, can you not need to worry about these. Hey! Taking a deep breath, Lord threw these distracting thoughts into his mind and turned to look at Sithorn's projection. Sithorn's projection suffered a complete cremation injury at close range, and the projection became fragmented and almost faded away. Human, what's your name? Sithorn, who was on the verge of dissipating, returned to his calm tone instead, and asked faintly. You Glenn Hassward. Lord did not blush, said without a heartbeat, lying without blinking his eyelids. It's impossible to report his real name anyway. Who knows if this guy will curse him with dark magic when he returns. To deal with the black magic boss like Sithorn, you must be careful and careful, so as not to be stunned by others and have no place to reason. Hassward, I remember you. Sithorn seemed to be smiling, and I didn't know whether he was lying through it, or he said consciously, I hope that when we meet again next time, you can become stronger, otherwise I will feel very boring. Ha ha. Lord responded with a sneer, no, we better never meet. Meet? It's best not to see you in this life. He wanted to know with his toes, he must have been revengeful by Sithorn, and it was still the kind that was engraved on the small book. People have planned for tens of thousands of years, and finally opened up the passage of the earth, before the last step, the real body can come. As a result, I was interrupted by a human who didn't know where it came from, and the bamboo basket was completely empty. If I didn't get angry, it would be a hell. As long as he can see each other again, Sithorn will let him have a good life? Hassward is it? Sithorn, who was about to dissipate, suddenly showed a weird smile. As the first human being to defeat me, I intend to give you a gift. I hope you like it. Goodbye. Lord's face changed in an instant, and he ran into the distance without a word. Slipped away. What an international joke. Undermined Sithorn's plan, instead of being angry, he still kindly gave him a gift. Say it out, Geixen, I'm afraid it's true that I can't wait to kill him. Run! Sithorn's mouth was grinning to the root of his ears. www.readaloud.com. There was a strange light in his eyes. Do you think, where else can you go? Although his projection is about to dissipate, there is still a little dark energy remaining. Wouldn't it be easy to catch up with Lord, who has exhausted his spiritual power? Next moment, Sithorn, who was about to disappear, moved, suddenly turned into a black glow, and passed hundreds of meters in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Sithorn rushed up with a grin, and Lord's face turned pale in fright. This scene was like a Moron and Brokeback Mountain. Accept my gift. Sithorn caught up with Lord in an instant. Then, in the latter's horrified eyes, Sithorn's arm pierced his chest fiercely, and the last remaining dark energy in the projection was integrated into Lord's body. What is this? A trace of twisted pain flashed across Lord's face, and a powerful negative emotion appeared out of thin air in his mind, which was madly eroding his reason. At the last moment before disappearing, Sithorn's voice echoed in Lord's mind, "Hasward, as the price of expelling me, fall into the abyss of darkness." The heart beat violently, and the blue veins on Lord's face violently, like snakes, looks terrifying. This is a gift from the underworld Sithorn, condensing the most evil negative emotions in the world, and the purest dark energy, no one can resist. Roar ah ah ah! Lord's painful upward roar, the uncontrollable burst of spiritual power. A white bone mask appeared suddenly, covering half of his face. Chapter 41, Supreme Master. The orange-yellow magical energy jumped in midair, drawing out a circular portal out of thin air. A bald woman in a yellow robe walked out slowly through the orange space door. She is the supreme mage who has guarded the earth for thousands of years. Guyi. Strange. Guyi's eyebrows narrowed slightly, and he asked in confusion, "Why?" Sithorn's breath disappeared. As early as when Sithorn descended on the earth, he deliberately shielded the energy fluctuations of the dark magic and temporarily blinded the Ancient One's time gem, so as not to prevent her from happening in advance by observing the timeline of the past and the future. However, it was originally a perfect plan, but he didn't expect it to be broken by Lord. The immense destructive power of cremation with a knife, at the moment when it destroys the summoning magic circle, it can no longer be concealed from Guyi. Before Guyi could think about it, he was interrupted by a sudden roar. Howr 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 how! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the sky. Is that a human? The ancients followed the prestige, but then the expression was slightly startled, because it was a strange creature she had never seen before. I saw Lord. No, now he can no longer be called Lord. The white bone mask covered his face, and the two scarlet points in the dark eye sockets suddenly opened. The terrifying spiritual pressure rubbed violently like a blade, and the rising heat wave made his figure look a little illusory and fuzzy. This ominous feeling. Guyi looked at the semi-virtuous Lord, his eyes showed a dignified look. In her 1,000 years of time, she has fought countless magical creatures, but she has never seen such a weird creature. A series of negative emotions such as cruelty, destruction, killing, tyranny, etc., as if the monster in front of us was only born for destruction. Howr 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 how! The earth-shaking roar, dissipated with the billowing air. In the scarlet and violent beast pupils, a monstrous murderous aura erupted, and the semi-virtuous Lord suddenly stepped on the ground. The ground could not withstand the violent impact, and the layers collapsed and fractured in an instant, and a huge deep pit collapsed. The semi-virtualized Lord disappeared in an instant, and the whole person appeared in front of Guyi in the next second, and the Zanpakuto sword in his hand slashed out vigorously. In the name of Emperor Weishan, the Red Ring of Rajador. At almost the same time, a red circle appeared on Guyi's hands, constructing a shield constructed by magic. Kamitaja's basic moves are common to all mages. It is a spell with a very low lower limit and a high upper limit. It can be used by different people and has different effects. The defense power in Guyi's hands is naturally far superior to other mages. When the collision of the blade and the magic shield caused the energy to oscillate and annihilate each other in an instant, as if several missiles exploded in the sky, setting off a storm visible to the naked eye and sweeping the clouds. After the billowing smoke dissipated, Guyi was unscathed except for a little dust on his yellow robe. Roar! Semi-virtualized Lord gave a low roar, and the black phantom flashes suddenly condensed at his fingertips, and the goal enshrouded the supreme mage and the city behind him. Okay. Guyi's expression finally changed slightly. This is Sithorn's dark energy. Boom! A pitch-black flash tore through the sky, and the terrifying destructive power penetrated through the layers of space, swaying tidal like ripples, as if sparks hit the earth. Mirror dimension. Guyi groaned softly, put his hands together and patted gently. Hum. 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 I saw the space in all directions, suddenly rippled, and the scenery in front of me was constantly turning and expanding, like a kaleidoscope, presenting a magnificent scene after multiple mirrors folded. Mirror space. Space spells that can only be used by high-level mages in Kamatage. Can pull the caster and the enemy into the mirror space together, and all the damage caused by the two sides in it will not involve the real space outside. There are two purposes for this. One is that it can protect the mystery of the mage from being noticed by ordinary people and the secular public. Secondly, it can protect the real world from the harm of magical creatures. In the name of Emperor Weishan Seraphim's shield. Guyi opened his hands, and the orange-yellow magical sparks pulsed, automatically arranged and combined based on the pentagram, quickly drawing out a complicated magical pattern. Seraphim's shield is a comprehensive defense high-level spell. In the movie, only Doctor Strange has used it once, and once blocked the impact of a spacecraft for everyone. It shows how powerful its defense is. But Doctor Strange, who has recently succeeded the Supreme Mage, is more than one block behind in terms of magic, experience and ability, compared with Guyi who has succeeded for 1,000 years. At last, the black virtual flash collided with the golden magic shield. Rumbling! The virtual flash exploded in the sky, and the black light instantly flared. For a time, the black light covered everything, and the whole world was rendered black. The violent fluctuations in the space oscillated, as if a huge rock was thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples swayed in circles, spreading across Manhattan in the blink of an eye. A shock wave visible to the naked eye rose and overlapped one after another like a tide, and finally turned into a meteorite that ruined the world and hit the surface fiercely. Fortunately, this is the mirror image dimension space. If this trick is going to explode outside www.readaloud.com, I am afraid that half of Manhattan will be destroyed. Ho ho! After the raging energy storm slowly dissipated, the figures of the two fighting parties appeared. One side is the Supreme Master Guyi, with a calm expression and no sense of urgency, as if he didn't care about the enemy in front of him. On the other side, Lord, who was already half virtualized, the spiritual pressure around his body was like burning smoke, slowly rising, and white bone armor began to appear on his body, and he began to move towards another unpredictable monster. The way forward. Let me see, what are you? Guyi said faintly. His hands were combined like lotus flowers, and eyeball-shaped metal ornaments slowly floated up on his chest. The eyeball-shaped metal ornament is exactly the thing guarded by the Supreme Master, the Eye of Agamotto. In the name of Agamotto, time back. Green rings engraved with cumbersome runes, wrapped around Guyi's two wrists, and the magical energy gathered on his chest, formed a pattern that looked like an eye. This moment. There are no secrets in her eyes in all things in the world, no matter the past, present, or even the future can be spied on. But after a while, Guyi's expression was stunned. The undisturbed heart seemed to be broken by a stone, with layers of ripples. It's impossible, the time gem can't see it. Past. The eye of Agamotto has failed. Among the hundreds of past timelines she observed, none of the timelines contained this weird monster. Is like, it never existed. Only things that don't exist can't be observed by time. Chapter 42, A Warning from Ancient One. What kind of creature are you, on earth? Guyi's face is extremely solemn, because no one knows better than her, once the timeline deviates, what terrible things will happen in the future. Ha 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 ha. Semi-virtualized Lord once again let out a meaningless roar, and when he was about to attack Guyi, a hand suddenly clasped the edge of the white bone mask. Click! That hand was tearing the white bone mask vigorously, and the monster let out a scream and wielded the Zanpakuto knife casually, as if trying to prevent the mask from being peeled off. This is... Guyi frowned slightly, but did not choose to take the opportunity to attack, but watched quietly. Click, click. As more and more white bone masks were peeled off, Guyi saw the face covered under that strange mask. It's actually a human. Gu looked surprised, she really did not expect that the monster was actually a human. To get out. Lord's will finally took the upper hand, completely suppressing Sithorn's remaining negative emotions, and burst out hysterical roars, struggling to tear the bone mask covering his face. Click! With a crisp sound, the white bone mask was completely peeled off. Hey, I'm finally back. Lord let out a suffocating breath, and when he opened his eyes, the expression on his face suddenly froze. A bald woman in a yellow robe was looking at him quietly, as if she was very interested in him. Ko. Koichi. Lord, ... Compared to Lord's appearance, Guyi looked much calmer, and said in a tone that you hadn't eaten at night, "Good evening, young man." Lord took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. You must not panic now. Run? Don't even think about it, here is the mirror space that Guyi opened himself. Not to mention him, even if Sithorn's projection comes, it is impossible to break it. Can only admit it. Judging from the current results, this is the best choice. Lord pushed the broken lens, stabilized his emotions, and said, I didn't expect to see you in this situation, and I am very sorry that you saw the ugly posture just now. It's okay. Guyi looked quite easygoing, and smiled gently, young man, don't you plan to introduce yourself? Lord very gentleman bowed and said, the Supreme Mage can call me Yuglin Hasward. Hasward. Gu smiled and looked like you believe I believe it or not, I don't want to reveal my real name. Are you afraid that I will pursue your past? Another soul hidden under this skeleton, two completely different faces, are clearly visible in the eyes of Guyi as a palm pattern, so naturally I won't believe Lord's nonsense. Lord knew in his heart, but he smiled without saying a word, everything was silent. Nothing. Gu waved his hand and said lightly, since you don't want to say, I won't ask you. Thank the Master for your understanding. Lord's words are sincere. But... Gu paused, and then said, in exchange, you have to answer some of my questions. Please tell me, I will try my best to solve the puzzles for the mage. Under the eaves, people had to bow their heads. Considering the prestige of the Supreme Mage, Lord could only agree. Sithorn, you expelled. Yes, some price was paid. Hehe, you can see it. Then the second question, the kind of attitude you were just now. It was calculated by Sithorn. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be such a spell in black magic that can turn people into monsters, right? Sithorn's new research. Oh, guess I believe it or not. I guess the master must have believed it. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Two old foxes, one old and one young, smile at each other. Lord carefully considered his vocabulary, tried not to arouse Guyi's suspicion, and threw all his faults on Sithorn's head. It's impossible for this product to come again anyway, it's better to take the blame for him. I understand. Guyi nodded thoughtfully, and then said, then Hasward, I have one last question. Master, please tell me. Lord's face is slightly solemn, I am afraid that this last question is what Guyi really wants to ask him. Guyi's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and the temperament exuding from his body suddenly changed. The Guyi at this moment is the real Supreme Master. From the otherworldly expert before, he instantly became a ruthless guardian. Who are you, on earth? Guyi's voice is not loud, but it exudes a sense of oppression. Why can't you see your past for a long time? To suffer. Lord's face changed slightly, thinking about the answer wildly in his mind. This problem is more serious. Because of the Eye of Agamotto, the Supreme Mage can observe the past, present, and future timelines of all parallel universes. In the final battle of the Avengers, Doctor Strange used this ability to observe 14 million futures, and found the only one that can defeat the big purple sweet potato spirit. Gu used the Eye of Agamotto to observe the future and prevent some major disasters in time. But Lord is not within the scope of observation, it is like a bug in the world, not in all timelines. This is outrageous. Is also because of this, that's why Guyi asked this question. Seeing Lord fell silent, Guyi took a step forward slightly, and then the sense of oppression became stronger. How? Guyi said faintly, is this question difficult to answer? The question itself is not difficult to answer. The real difficulty is, what is the answer that Guyi wants? Long time cannot observe his past. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com should be caused by the dual reasons of the internal system and the transversal person. But he can't tell Guyi the truth. Can only take a risk. Lord took a deep breath and said, a human being. Okay. Guyi raised his brows, and the coldness in his eyes gradually increased. The answer is not what I asked, but this is not what I want to know. The wizard is embarrassing me. A bitter face appeared on Lord's face, and he said helplessly, when it comes to the long river of time, how could I be able to do it, perhaps because of Sithorn's problem. Gu closed his eyes slightly and stared at Lord for a long time. It wasn't until Lord felt all hairy that Guyi regained the momentum and returned to his previous gentle state. He sighed, what you said makes sense. Sithorn can indeed do it. Maybe I was too anxious. It's done. Lord breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and was extremely grateful to Sithorn. If Sithorn hadn't been for him, I'm afraid the Supreme Mage wouldn't believe him so easily. Young people. Guyi looked at Lord with profound meaning, and said, I hope you can remember what you said today, and never forget, you are a human being, an earthling. I will remember, Mage. Lord nodded seriously, and he would definitely not deny this. Be careful of Sithorn's power, it's not that simple. Gu turned around and opened the space door, leaving a floating sentence, if you want to control this power in the future, then come to Comitage to find me. Chapter 43, Dissolution, De Honglian Bing Lun Wan. After Guyi left. Hey! Lord took a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, it's so dangerous, it's almost exposed. Until then, his heart, which has been hanging in his throat, finally fell to the ground slowly. Just now, Guyi seemed to believe his lie, but in fact, Lord knew very well in his heart that the mage was just too lazy to delve into it. Guyi is not that easy to deceive. The Supreme Mage who sits in the Eye of Agamotto, there are few things in the world that can be hidden from their eyes, and it happens that Lord's existence is just that small part. If Guyi just wanted to ask clearly what is going on, even if he has 100 mouths, I'm afraid he can't explain clearly. But fortunately, Guyi didn't know why and didn't delve into this matter. He even sent him a kind invitation just before leaving. What is the purpose of the Ancient One? I don't know, I can't guess. The Supreme Master can observe the parallel universe for a long time. No one can know what Guyi is thinking about. Forget it. Lord rubbed his sour temples with a tired look on his face, and sighed, whether she wants to do it, the soldiers will stop it, and the water will cover it. There was so much happening tonight, he just wants to take a good rest. But before going home to rest, Lord has one more thing to do. The dark book. There was a gleam in Lord's eyes. This dangerous item that could summon Sithorn, must not let it go out. If this thing is left outside and used by some villain characters to summon Sithorn to the earth, will it still make him have a good life? Not to mention that before he broke Sithorn's return plan, the two were almost dead enemies. Just a few minutes ago, he was still shaking the pot frantically in front of Guyi. If Sithorn knew about this, Lord felt that he would have nothing good to eat. So for the sake of safety, it is best for him to keep the dark book. Lord regained a little spiritual power, a few instant steps back to the place where he was fighting. Almost all of this place was destroyed. There were ruins of buildings and traces of battles, and the dark book was only the size of an ordinary book, and there was no idea where it was buried. Lord turned his spiritual power into ripples and spread it out, intending to perceive the location of the dark book. But before the spiritual power ripples spread far, Lord suddenly felt that there were two dying lives under the ruins. Fuck! Lord's eyes twitched, and he suddenly remembered that the two employees he had just hired seemed to be here all the time. With a sword cut through the ruins, Lord saw that Matt and Jessica were bound by the 6 rods of light, and looked at him with a faint look of resentment. Master Hasward, you finally came to save us. Matt and Jessica wanted to cry without tears, and their voices were punishing as if they were an angry little daughter-in-law. They were fascinated by black magic, and they were finally held in place by Lord, but when they woke up, they found that Lord had already started a battle with Sithorn. They want to run. Can be held firmly by the 6 stick lights, let alone running away, even moving your fingers is an extravagant hope. The result is self-evident. They can only watch. The two big men fought not far in front, and then they were seriously injured by the aftermath of the fight. Next, they could only reduce their breathing as much as possible, lying in the ruins, hoping for the stars and the moon, waiting for Lord to come back to rescue them. Lord relieved the 6-rod light prisons, and then used the Huideo to heal the two of them. Master Hasward. Matt said with a sad expression, you didn't forget us, did you? How could it be? Lord's face became stiff, and his eyes drifted away unconsciously. Of course not, how could I have forgotten you? Jessica, Matt, hee. But there is good news. Matt, under the threat of death, forcibly awakened the ability of the Quincy, and absorbed the spirit child to maintain his life. Should be in disguise, blessing, right? Lord comforted the two of them a few words, and then asked them to help search for the dark book. But the 3 of them almost rummaged through this place, and still did not find the dark god book. Is it Sithorn? Lord rubbed his chin and meditated. At the moment when the magic circle was destroyed, he threw the dark book of God elsewhere to avoid being found by me and the Supreme Mage. Master Hasward. Jessica leaned forward and asked, should I expand the scope to search for that book? Lord thought for a while, and said, all right, you and Matt go back to rest first, and then secretly collect news about the book. Yes, Lord Hasward. Matt and Jessica did not refuse, because they really need a rest now. Wait, Master Hasward. Jessica suddenly spoke, if we find the book, how should we notify you? No notice required. During this time you practice your abilities first, and when the time is right, I will come to you. After that, Lord turned around and left in a flash. Jingling Pavilion. System, check the progress of the task. Lord lay on the bed comfortably, his eyes narrowed to a line, and said lazily. Has been fighting before, although there are constant reminders in his mind, but there is no time to watch. I'll go home and relax. Lord can finally take a look, this time I have gained. Urgent mission, expulsion of Hades Sithorn. Content, the 5 fingers summoned a projection of Sithorn under the temptation of the dark book of gods, and asked the host to expel it from the latitude of the earth before the Supreme Master came. Status, completed. Reward. Random mission, Supreme Master. Content: face the Supreme Mage. You have only two choices, either lie to her or kill her. Friendly suggestion: choose to lie to her, if you still don't want to die. Status: completed. Reward: Medium Soul *100. An unknown energy intrusion is retrieved, which can be converted into the energy required for Masked Face. Conversion in progress. 3, 2, 1. The conversion is successful. Trial mission opens. Break the boundaries. Content: this is a gift from the Sithorn. www.readaloud.com. You can only choose to accept or die. Status: completed. Task reward: the special state blur has been turned on. A wave of fat. Lord couldn't restrain the ecstasy in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Deserves to be the system, the shot is generous. Although the task of expelling the underworld Sithorn is difficult, the rewards are also huge. It's just that he never expected that this reward was actually Uncle. The second stage after the initial solution of the Zanpakuto sword is also the final form of the Zanpakuto sword swastika. The Reaper in the master level state will have a qualitative leap, no matter whether it is Ryotsu or combat power, which is about 5 to 10 times that of the initial solution state, and only the captain level Reaper can master the final whole card. Daiguren Hirawamaru is the original Jufen team leader, Tosushiro Hisugaya's. Among all the gods of death, it is the only 3 Zanpakuto that possesses the heavenly coming. Its ability is to control all the moisture in the atmosphere and instantly condense it into ice. It is the strongest Zanpakuto of all ice attributes. Knife. As for the second reward, a parting gift from Sithorn. After being forcibly transformed into a blind power by the front of the system, it is a double-edged sword for the current lord. Blur is a very dangerous power. The ability to break the boundary in one fell swoop by incorporating the power of emptiness into the death god's body. And once the strength of the two parties is not equal, it is very likely that they will be swallowed by the void in the body, and then become a real void. But anyway, it's better to have than not. At least, he can have one more whole card in the future. Chapter 44, Shenkan and number 039, T save the wrong. System: check the soul of this harvest. Luoda calmed down his excitement, and then called out the system prompt. Acquisition: Medium Soul *1, Purple Man. Acquired: Medium Soul *5, 5 fingers. Acquired: Inferior Soul *920, Hand-joined Ninja. Acquired: Medium Soul *100, Task Reward. Including this receipt, the total number of souls Lord currently holds is Inferior Soul *990. Medium Soul *108. Great Harvest. Lodler is about to lose his mouth. It can be said that horses have no night, grass is not fat, people are not rich without windfall. Thanks Sithorn. Thank you Shaohui. Thanks to the Purple Man. Thank you Supreme Master. These are the main players, and they have contributed 17 medium souls to him. You can earn a lot of money in one go. Sure enough, if you want to make a fortune, you still have to rely on system tasks. If this is replaced by the previous one, when he does it alone, I don't know how long it will take to save to see the middle prize pool. Looking at 17 medium-sized souls, Lord felt a little hot in his heart. He has never seen anything in the middle prize pool before, and he can finally get a glimpse of it today. Why don't you, come here? Lord rubbed his hands in excitement and thought, if you don't die in a catastrophe, you must be lucky. I'm so lucky tonight, maybe there are surprises. Just do it. A look of expectation flashed in Lord's eyes. System: I want to draw a lottery. Ding! Medium Soul *100 is detected. Do you choose the medium prize pool? That's right. With money, it is different. Lord swept away the poor and sorrows of the past, his face was full of confidence, and he expelled 10 medium souls boldly. Pump. Draw 10 times. The resident figure in the middle prize pool is no longer the guy with a wicked smile on the face of Kisuk Urahara, but has been replaced by a large, Uajawaretsu? And many more. Lord looked bewildered. Why did Uajawali stay in the middle prize pool? Planning is so understanding. Know what men want most. Lord's eyes moved down, his face flushed. So big. The loose death tyrant outfit can't stop it, and it really deserves to be Uajawa's lie. But he has seen the Uajawa Real Collector's Edition that comes with the Spring Festival special book, and the small scene in front of him can't disturb his determined heart. I don't know if it is an illusion, Lord always feels that Uajawali looks at him in his eyes, there seems to be a trace of sullenness. Wrong, illusion, right. Lord scratched his head, and when he looked again, he found that Uajawali had returned to his previous facial paralysis, as if everything was an illusion. Consumption, medium soul *100. The vibration of the treasure chest this time was not as exaggerated as last time, it was just a slight vibration, and then a few rays of light burst out of the chest. Purple, purple light. Seeing the color of the light, Lord suddenly felt cold in his heart, with an ominous premonition. Purple medium Reiki beads *5. Purple medium Reiki beads *5. Purple Ghost Road Experience Book *5. Purple Ghost Road Experience Book *5. Purple Kendo Skills, 2 breaks. White Women's Reaper Association Cherry Blossom Season Special, with Matsumoto Ranju Special. Golden Collapsing Jade, Broken Fragments *50. Purple White Fighting Skill, Instant Coax. Purple Queen Skiller Skill, Disguise Sky Puppet. Golden Special Building, Bone Hell, a hot spring made of special spiritual pressure, which can squeeze the spiritual pressure and blood of the soaker. If the patient is soaked in water, the injury will be discharged with the spiritual pressure and blood. The middle prize pool is over, and Lord's heart sinks to the bottom of the lake. Lord? There is only 1 gold, and the rest are all consumables and skills. Blood loss. Lord spit out old blood. This wave of lottery is simply a blood loss, it's not as good as the following prize pool. In the previous inferior prize pool, he still drew the best of holy characters, but the best in the middle prize pool was actually only that special building, the Bone Hell system. Don't you come out to explain it. Lord's lungs were hurting. Ding! The probability of the lottery is all random, please calm down the mind. Lord said angrily, since this is the case, then you explain to me, what is the difference between the middle prize pool and the lower prize pool? New rewards for the medium prize pool, characters, special buildings. Character? Special building. Lord froze for a moment and asked, what are you referring to, which characters and buildings? Character coverage, all characters from the of death. Building coverage, all special buildings from the of death. Lord raised his brows, for example. Special buildings, Sarii Garden, Murderous Stone, Great Spirit Book Corridor, Confession Palace, Shuang Shantai, etc. Characters, Kokaki Byakuya, Ichimaru Jin, Matsumoto Renju, etc. After listening, Lord thought for a long time. It seems that the things in the middle prize pool are more abundant than those in the lower prize pool, and you can also summon the characters in the original and those specific buildings. This is a good thing for him, at least when the soul world is rebuilt in the future, there is no need to worry about those buildings. But this also shows from the side, how bad his luck is. With so many optional buildings and characters, I got a bone hell. Somehow summon a character. Loss, exploded. Lord murmured, his eyes instantly lost the highlight, lying on the bench like a puddle of mud. What's the Emperor? Are all fake, non-existent? There is no European Emperor in the world. If you smoke more often, there will naturally be a so-called European Emperor. Xian doesn't save the wrong, only Krypton changes his life. Lord decided to never trust the Emperor of Europe anymore, only Krypton can get him out of Africa. Forget it. Lord comforted himself in his heart that luck can't always be overwhelming, and it is understandable that he sometimes misses a few times. Although I didn't get anything worth looking forward to, but in all fairness, the reward was actually good. Somehow. There is also a special edition of the cherry blossom season of Luanju. In a sense, it doesn't seem to be a loss. Come in happiness, and return in defeat. Lord sighed, cleaned up the depressed mood www.readaloud.com and used up the consumables. Reinforcement plus 1000. Reinforcement plus 1000. Reinforcement plus 1000. Ghost experience plus 1000. Level up Reiki pressure, LV.6 LV.7. Level up Ghost Road, LV.4 LV.5. Lord sighed and said, System, check my personal interface. Niter, Lord Carr. Lineage, Reaper, Quincy, Sue. Repressure LV.7, 4th Class Officer, 5000/100000. The first solution, Gunslinger, Senbonzakura, Hiver Wamaru. Kendo LV4, 1000/5000 Sword Pressure, 2 breaks. White Fight LV4, 1000/5000 1 Bone, Instant Coax. Shan Tao LV4, 1000/5000 Empty Cicada. Ghost Road LV5, 0/10,000 Proficient in Ghost Road below 50, 61 of Bound Road, 6 Rod Light Prison. Blindness, Underworld, not domesticated. Excursion, not unlocked. Holy Text, X, everything goes through. Skills, Soul Distribution, Contact Healing, Static Blood Suit, Blood Moving Suit, Flying Sicklefoot, Sacred Arrow, Chaotic Costume. Soul Holding, Medium Soul 8, Inferior Soul 990. Props, Righteous Skeleton 3, Reaper's Proxy Card, Flesh Tonic, Hell Butterfly, Memory Replacement Machine, Bacteria Surveillance, Shattered Jade, Broken Fragment 55/10,000, Women's Reaper Association Magazine 3, Anti-Film Bandit, God Amnesty Guardsman Costume, Exterminator's Cross Convict, Soul Cutting Object, Special Building Bone Hell, unused. Chapter 45, An Invitation from SHIELD. The night is fading, and the dawn is breaking. In the attic room, Lord was asleep deeply. A ray of sunlight was projected from outside the window, and the air was scented with flowers. With the gentle breeze outside the window, the white window curtains drifted slowly. The sleeping Lord suddenly felt his stomach sink, and then a tender voice of Yunmen came from his ear. Get up, brother. The sun you have, you're exposed. Lord opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Yunmeng riding on his stomach, gently pushing with 2 small hands. Morning. Yunmen. Lord lifted up the scattered hair on his forehead, revealing a delicate face, with a deep sleepiness remaining on his face. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock, brother. Yunmeng said sweetly. Get up, Yunmeng made breakfast specially for you. It is good. Lord got up, picked up Yunmen, scratched her nose, and smiled. Xiaoyunmen is so good, he has learned to cook. That is. Yunmen raised his head proudly. Yunmen is amazing. Ha ha ha. Lord smiled and went downstairs to the living room holding Yunmen. The front of Jingling Pavilion is the shop, and the back is the living area, which is divided into 2 floors. Upstairs is the place for 2 people to rest, while downstairs is the living room, kitchen, and bathing area. Yunmen broke free from Lord's arms, and then hopped into the kitchen, clumsily carrying 2 plates and walked out. Brother, look at the breakfast that Yunmen made for you. Half a Russian-style pure meat sausage, 2 slices of toast that has just been overheated, a slightly burnt omelette, and a cup of warm milk. Although the method is not difficult, from the dirty face of Yunmen, it can be seen that she is indeed preparing very carefully. Sound dream is awesome. Lord rubbed Yunmen's little head, and kissed her the cheek. Now I have learned how to cook breakfast. Yunmen's eyes looked at Lord, with two small hands on his face, and said expectantly, "Brother, please taste how Yunmen is doing." "Good." Lord smiled and sat down, took the knife and fork that Yunmen handed him, cut a piece of sausage and put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, he showed a satisfied expression. Yunmen did a great job. Glug. Yunmen, who was praised, smiled even more happily. In this way, a slightly warm breakfast ended with the laughter of the two. Ding dong! Just as Lord was about to go to the underground space, the bell outside the door suddenly rang. Who will come at this time? Lord wondered for a while, then walked over and opened them. Outside the door, there are two people, half-bald Collison and Black Widow. "Good morning, Mr. Lord." Collison gave a professional smirk and said, "I'm very sorry to disturb you during your break." "Is it you?" Lord's expression remained unchanged, his voice became a little cold. "Why are you looking for me?" "That's it, Mr. Lord." Collison showed a hint of apologetic expression, and said, "You can take the liberty to ask, did you know about the explosion in Hell's Kitchen last night? It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. is in a hurry." The explosion in the Hell's Kitchen last night definitely shocked many people, especially the politicians on it. It is estimated that they were putting pressure on the Bittern, otherwise Collison would not appear here early. "I do not know." Although Lord knew that the explosion was caused by him, he was deliberately surprised. "I went back to the soul world last night, and I was not in this world, so what happened?" "Back to the soul world?" The Black Widow, who didn't speak aside, keenly noticed the key in this sentence. He can go back to the soul world at any time. In other words, the passage between the soul world and the earth can be opened at any time. The Black Widow, who got the news, was slightly startled, but she quickly pressed it down, without showing any fluctuations on her face. Collison stared at Lord fiercely, and after confirming that he could not see a trace of flaws on his face, he said bitterly, "The specific situation is unclear in 1 or 2 sentences. Could you please come with us?" "Headquarters, look at the video of the incident." Lord thought for a while. He happened to see the marinated eggs in the past, and then he placed the monitoring bacteria on his body, and nodded, "Yes, wait for me to clean up." "It's okay." There was a glimmer of joy in Collison's eyes, and he hurriedly said, "You take your time, we just need to wait outside." This scene was seen by 2 agents waiting in the distance, with shocked expressions on their faces. Collison is an 8th level agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., which is almost only lower than a handful of people, and he is also a close friend of the director, but now he shows respect to such an ordinary person. "What is the identity of that person?" One of the younger agents asked curiously. "How can Agent Collison respect him so much?" "To shut up." An older agent's eyes were slightly cold, and he said with a serious expression, "Toth, if you don't want to die, don't ask if you shouldn't ask." Agents need to remember at all times, don't ask if you shouldn't. How many young agents, or spies of other organizations, were secretly executed by S.H.I.E.L.D. because they asked something they shouldn't know? Something is top secret and cannot be leaked. Once someone intervenes, it will even be investigated and even executed. And this little agent has obviously touched the edge of sensitivity. Todd just remembered, and he sweated on his face and said nervously, "Sorry, sir." "Remember, there is no next time." The chill in the eyes of the older agent gradually disappeared. "If it happens again, I will execute you personally, Toth." "Yes." Todd wiped his sweat. When the old agent turned around, he didn't notice that there was a flash of killing intent in Toth's eyes. After tidying up the room, Lord used a ghost road to seal and hide the underground space, so as not to be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. or others after leaving. Then, Lord took Yunmen and sat in the back seat of an Audi. Collison was driving, and the co-pilot was Black Widow. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mr. Lord, Please sit down, we are ready to go. Collison ignited skillfully and stepped on the accelerator. Hum! The engine made a roar, and it ran across the long street like a flash of lightning, without any scruples about whether it would violate the traffic law. Of course. The premise is that someone dares to stop the FBI car. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s daily life is through the FBI's leading officer. After all, who has a better reputation than their SHIELD? The vehicle passed through the city all the way, and then it arrived at the headquarters of SHIELD, the Delta Wing building, which was crashed into the second Captain America. The Delta Wing building is transparent on the outside and adopts a fully bulletproof glass design. The entrances and exits have strict monitoring and personnel handles. Generally, outsiders need to go through several checkpoints to enter the building. There are only Collison and Black Widow, and the Reds around the two directors are there. Lord does not need to go through these trivial matters, and enters the Delta Wing building without hindrance. A group of 4 people took the exclusive elevator to the top of the Delta Wing building, which is the office of SHIELD Director Nick Fury. Squeak! As the elevator doors opened, an office with a large floor area and floor-to-ceiling windows came into view. Welcome to SHIELD headquarters. Marinated Egg got up from the seat, stared at Lord with only one eye, and said solemnly, "Hello, Mr. Lord, I'm the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, I'm glad to see you." "Hello, Nick Fury." Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile came up at the corner of his lips. "Finally, meet Old Fox." Chapter 46, Old Fox and Little Fox. After watching the 3 of Lord leave, Tot separated from the elderly agent, and then went to an empty corner alone. After looking around to make sure that there was no one, he pressed a communication device in his ear. "Silver Fox, I am a hamster." "Speak." "Mission failed." "The reason?" "The man has a high degree of confidentiality, at least around level 8. I have no access to it at all, and I can't inquire at will, otherwise he will be executed." "Understood. Then what should I do next?" "Monitor that man and Collison closely, and report any actions to me in time." "Understand." After the communication was over, Toad looked around again, made sure no one was eavesdropping, and then strode out. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lord, for taking the time to come here and help us identify the explosion last night," Nick Fury said very sincerely, with a professional smirk almost identical to that of the good old man Collison on his face. If he hadn't known the old fox's character, it is estimated that Lord would think he is a good person now. This acting. If Fairy retires in the future, even if he goes to Hollywood, he will be able to come back as a movie star. No need. While expressing disdain in his heart, Lord maintained his arrogance and coldness, and said, "Can you tell me now? Regarding the explosion that occurred in Hell's Kitchen last night?" "Of course can." Fury smiled, then pressed a button on the table, and said, "This is what the satellite monitored in the Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan last night." A 3-dimensional projection video was immediately presented in front of everyone. This video was constructed by the surveillance equipment on the street, all available cameras nearby, and satellites in the sky. It was simulated by the technicians and then resynthesized. A man with blonde hair and green eyes, wearing a white double-breasted military uniform-style coat, with exquisite features and a pair of indifferent eyes, holding a silver-white revolver in his hand, is at war with an unknown shadow. The huge arrows and the dark flames are intertwined with each other, colliding with the airwaves visible to the naked eye during the debut, causing destructive destruction to the surrounding environment. Even if I watched it again, the 3 agents present still couldn't help but be shocked. This is exactly the scene of Lord's disguised Hasward when he was at war with Sithorn projection. Since the Quincy relies on the flesh to fight, it is fundamentally different from the Reaper, so it can be observed by any monitoring equipment and human eyes. Because of this, SHIELD and those politicians are highly nervous. Heroes are not scary. Because they have family, worries, shortcomings, and conscience. What they worry about is an uncontrolled superhuman. Especially what happened last night, the politicians who were still dreaming suddenly woke up, and suddenly realized that there was such a terrifying superhuman lurking beside them. There is no past, no record. A superhuman that seemed to have never existed before, but suddenly appeared, can easily release a powerful destructive power comparable to missiles, which undoubtedly made Fury and the others unable to sit still. Nick Fury, who was in the late stage of persecution and delusion, saw the dangerous blonde man, and immediately conceived dozens of conspiracies and tricks in his mind, and couldn't wait to find out the origin of this man. Fry carefully observed Lord's reaction. He always thought that perhaps Lord would know something about this man. Collison and Black Widow are also observing Yin Men's reaction. The necessary skill as an agent is to observe words and expressions, and to dig out all useful information from the other party's micro-expressions. But unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed. For Grim Reaper, Yimikuro is nothing more than a clothes. If you observe a piece of clothes, can the agent still dig out the micro-emoji information? Obviously not. The powerful soul power allows Lord to perfectly control any expression on Yuwu. The three experienced agents can only return empty-handed from him. And even though Yinmen was young, her predecessor was an adjutant who was personally trained by Nai Yuli, and she didn't know this at all, so naturally she would not reveal any flaws. However, since S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to know so much, Lord didn't mind telling them. Unexpectedly, it was them. Lord's face changed suddenly, showing deep fear, and said, "Are they actually coming back?" This scene was seen by Collison, Black Widow, and Fairy, and the three of them changed their colors and asked, "Is this still the arrogant and disgusting Reaper?" Collison and Black Widow exchanged their eyes, and both found the solemn touch in each other's eyes. Obviously, Lord knew the blonde man, and judging from the jealousy in his eyes, the relationship between the mysterious blonde man and him should belong to the opposite class, and there may even be enmity between the two. Mr. Lord. Nick Fury, the old fox, naturally did not miss this point. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "You seem to know this man." Although Lord was silent, the dignity and fear on his face undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions to the three agents. Lord really knew the blonde man. Fury gave Collison a look quietly, who nodded slightly to signify his comprehension, and then walked out. Collison, acting as a victim, said bitterly, "Mr. Lord, many people died in Hell's Kitchen last night. They are all very kind Americans who have never done anything illegal, but suddenly suffered. It's this kind of disaster. More than 1,000 happy families fell apart overnight, and the corpses screamed all over, and blood was about to irrigate the underground passage. The culprit of all this was caused by the blonde man. Do you want to sit back and watch him continue to destroy go down? Kindness? Never break the law? Corpses everywhere? Blood flowed into a river?" Every time Collison said a word, Lord's eyes twitched. "Good fellow. Where is Hell's Kitchen? Don't you have a B number in your heart? And the word kindness, does it have anything to do with the in Hell's Kitchen? If someone who doesn't know is here, maybe Collison would really be fooled by it. But unfortunately, they didn't know that it was Lord himself who did it. I can't complain, but I still have to put it on my face." You guessed it right. Lord pretended to be unbearable, and he said, "That person is a Quincy. I have seen him in the literature. Quick killer." Hearing this unfamiliar term, you read www.yuyugonshu.com. Nick Fury's eyes twitched, suddenly with an ominous premonition. "You Glenn Hassward." Lord sighed long, with a touch of shame and anger on his face, saying, "Once, one of the Star-Crossed Knights." Hiss. As soon as I heard these words, the wrinkles on Nick Fury's forehead were almost squeezed out, and said with a headache, "Mr. Lord, what does this Star-Crossed Knight order have to do with your death? Although I don't want to talk about it." Lord was very entangled, but in the end he sighed and said quietly, "Well, this incident did have a great impact on you. It doesn't matter if I tell you. This matter starts with the First World War. 1,000,000 years after the establishment of the Soul World. About thousands of years ago, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared. They claim to be the Quincy. Among them, the Knights of the Star Cross are the most powerful, with a powerful combat power comparable to the captain of the Godii 13th Division. Between the Soul World and the Quincy, due to some irreconcilable special reasons, the two sides have launched a battle. The war lasted for a long time, and both sides suffered heavy losses, and finally ended in the defeat of the Quincy. The Soul World was also greatly injured because of this, and it was impossible to choose to proclaim itself for 1,000 years. We thought that the race of Quincy had completely disappeared. But I didn't expect that one of the members of the Star Cross Knights was still alive in this world. Fairy, Sigma. Coulson, Sigma. Black Widow, Sigma. Chapter 47, Big Flicker. Through Lord's vivid description, the three agents seemed to be on the scene, feeling the cruelty and of that battle. Quick Master and the Soul World. Humans and Death. Star Cross Knights and Godii 13th Division. Even today, after 1,000 years, through these few words of description, Fury and others can feel the brutality and coming on. This can't help but make the three old agents present a deep doubt. Thousands of years ago, what happened between the Soul World and the Quincy, and what special reason caused them to choose to go to war? Is obviously an organization whose mission is to eliminate emptiness. It should work together to protect mankind, but why do you want to draw your sword, or even eliminate the absolute side at all costs? The agent's intuition tells Fury that this matter is definitely not as simple as Lords said. Can allow the two major organizations to destroy the absolute side at all costs. The hidden information in this may be related to some important things. And a little bit more. Fry is very good at digging out useful information from others' words. And what was revealed in Lord's words just now, there is a very crucial and important information. The corpse soul world had to be closed for 1,000 years because of the battle with the Quincy, which caused great damage to its vitality. This information is very important. 1. Explained from the side, why, they never found any information related to the of death in any information, maybe it was deliberately concealed by someone with a heart. 2. Judging from the recent appearance of the of death, the corpse soul world has ended its 1,000-year self-appointment and recovered from that battle, ready to step on the earth again. Is really a good fortune, misfortune never comes singly. At this juncture, the return of the soul world, the appearance of the Quincy, and the unidentified creature's void, Fury has already begun to feel his brain buzzing. Mr. Lord, can you tell us, what do you mean by the special reason for irreconciliation you just mentioned? Collison is obviously more concerned about it. Why do the two camps choose to go to war with the goal of completely destroying the absolute side? Lord was silent, with a trace of hesitation in his expression, and he was very reluctant to bring up the matter. This expression was very familiar to the three old agents present. When it comes to some important secrets, people will show this expression. Fry thought for a while, felt that Lord could not be pressed too tightly at the moment, and said, "It's okay, Mr. Lord, if you can't say anything, then forget it." "Okay." Hearing the words, Lord responded coldly, and his tight face and eyebrows eased slightly. Fairy, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How long did Shield need to be so humble? Now they face Lord, they are almost helpless, and they don't dare to push him too tightly, because there is no means of containment, and the situation will get worse if it becomes urgent. Even if one is not careful, it will cause a war between the two sides. Facing a mythical, huge and mysterious organization with thousands of years of existence, Fury has no confidence to be able to contend with it. At least, before finding the strength to contend with them, Fury had no such confidence. But from today's conversation, Fury has at least some eyebrows. The mysterious star-crossed knights may be their helper against the power of Reaper. The enemy of the enemy, isn't it a friend? What death gods and quenchers, in Fury's eyes, are all bargaining chips that can be used. We still have to have our own power. Fry sighed in his heart, intending to reopen the long-buried plan. The Avengers project must speed up. The two foxes, one big and one small, are thinking about how to calculate each other. Lord calmly squeezed Yin Men's palm in secret. Yin Men blinked, and went up with his heart, and grabbed the hem of Fury's trench coat. "Hey, Uncle Braised Egg, I want to drink Coke." If you observe carefully, you can find that Yin Men's little hands are stained with a little light powder. And these almost invisible light powders are the monitoring bacteria that Lord draws, and they have been placed on Nick Fury's body by Yin Men. In this way, no matter what Nick Fury does, it is impossible to escape his palm. Fry's face changed instantly, like burnt coal, and his face was twitching with the naked eye. "Uncle Braised Egg." Coelson and Natasha heard these words, their expressions instantly became very weird, desperately restraining the corners of their mouths that were about to rise. "Can't laugh. Can't laugh out loud. Otherwise, you will definitely be bitten. No, you will be put on shoes by the secretary. Hold back. She is just a child. There is no need to be angry with a child." Fry took a deep breath and squeezed out a kind smile. "No problem, Collison, go and get this cute little princess and get a cold Coke." Yin Men immediately clapped her hands happily, not forgetting to thank them, and said sweetly, "Thank you Uncle Marinated Egg and Uncle Bald." Puff. Lord's mouth twitched slightly. Unexpectedly Yin Meng learned to have a black belly at such a young age. The knife is stabbed in the heart. Collison, who was still laughing at Fury in his heart a second ago, www.readaloud.com. This will become like Fury clutching his chest. "All right, Yin Men, stop playing." Lord held back a smile, put on a serious expression, and said, "We should go now, and we have to go back to the Soul World and report this to the captain." "Back to the Corpse Soul World? Report to the captain?" Fairy and Collison were shocked, their faces suddenly changed. This sentence clearly tells them that the present world where humans are, and the Corpse Soul World where the of Death is a channel that can come and go at any time. "Lo, Mr. Lord, there is no need to be so anxious, right?" Coulson suddenly became anxious and said, "Maybe we can wait, maybe we can eliminate him by joining hands." He was afraid that if the two sides went to war again, they would come to New York City at the same level as last night. "I am afraid that they would not be enough to destroy them." "No way," Lord said with a cold expression, "the Quincy who has disappeared for 1,000 years has appeared, and I have to win the Star-Crossed Knights. I must report to the Godii 13th Division to take action in time." The faces of the three of them were extremely ugly. Lord obviously didn't take them in his eyes, and he didn't care about their wishes at all. "Go, Yin Men." Lord took Yin Men's hand, and the two walked away, ignoring the ugly expressions on the faces of the three people behind. He estimated that during this period of time, the Marinated Egg might not be able to sleep anymore. Mom messed with Fake. On this day, Falker re-emerged. The coffee cup that was just shipped was once again used as a punching bag by the Marinated Egg, and it was thrown on the wall and broken to the ground. Chapter 48, The Captain is on his way. It was night after coming out of the Delta Wing building. "Brother, how did I behave just now?" Yin Men held Lord affectionately, and asked in a coquettish tone. "Well done." Lord smiled and rubbed Yin Men's hair, and he praised, "My Jia Yin Men is the best, I can already help my brother." Glug. Hearing the compliment from Lord, Yin Men felt happily in his heart. It was almost sweeter than eating honey, with two shallow dimples on his face, and he smiled happily. Although he was still in S.H.I.E.L.D., Lord did not have the slightest scruples, and talked with Yin Men about the placement of surveillance bacteria on Fairy. And strangely, the agents passed by clearly, but the expression on their faces didn't change at all, as if they hadn't noticed them at all. This is actually one of Lord's newly developed abilities after he has the blood of the Quincy. By manipulating the free spirits in the atmosphere, within a few feet of his body as the center of the circle, an absolute spiritual space is constructed. There are two advantages to the absolute spiritual power space. First, the concentration of the inner spirit of the absolute spiritual power is much higher than that of the outside, which can accelerate the absorption speed of the death or the Quincy, and can slowly recover the injuries on the body. Second, absolute spiritual power can isolate most of the detection equipment, telepathy, and eliminate the sense of own existence. The reason why Lord developed this trick is actually to prevent problems before they happen. Who makes the Marvel Universe so many dangerous people? He doesn't want to be spied on his inner world by a telepath one day. Lord chatted with Yinmen and walked out of the Delta Wing building. Wait! Mr. Lord! Suddenly, Collison's voice came from behind. Lord and Yinmen stopped and turned back, only to see Collison trotting over. What's the matter? Lord's eyes were cold, and he looked impatient. I apologize to you for what happened just now. Collison wiped the sweat from his face, showing a trace of apologetic expression, and said, we were too anxious and worried that it would cause an accident like last night, so that's why we said that. Lord said lightly, it doesn't matter, anyway, whether you agree or not, it will not affect the will of the soul world. Collison was a little embarrassed, and then quickly changed into a professional smirk, and changed the subject. Mr. Lord, why don't you let me take you home? It is far away from Manhattan, and it spans a large area in the middle. Unless he wants to run back with Yinmen on his feet, taking a car obediently is the best choice. When he thought of this, Lord couldn't help but feel envy for Sifenjai Yuan Yai. If he can have a flashback like Shun Shen Yiki, it is estimated that going back to Manhattan from here is just a few flashbacks, so why bother to take a car? After Lord took Yinmen into the co-pilot, it was a Chevrolet Corvette, a very old antique car. Yinmen looked at the car curiously, touched it here and poked it over, and seemed to like it very much. It seems that the little princess likes Laura very much. Collison sat in the driver's seat and smiled. Laura. Yinmen opened a pair of eyes, looked at Collison cutely, tilted his head and said, is this its name? Yes, I call it Laura. Collison gently stroked the steering wheel, as if he was stroking an old lover, smiled, and said, this is my favorite car. It took a lot of effort to get it. Yinmen made a grimace and curled his lips and said, Uncle Bald, you are so perverted, you are actually in love with a car. Ping! Lord heard the sound of glass shattering again, turning his head to look at Collison with an awkward expression. Ahem! Collison coughed to relieve his embarrassment, you are still young and don't understand. The car is like a most loyal lover to a man. You will never betray you. You only need to add gas occasionally. Good fist. Unexpectedly, Collison is still proficient in boxing, so I suggest going directly to the line. Although it is an old antique car, it has been transformed by S.H.I.E.L.D's black technology, and its horsepower is definitely more than most sports cars. Sit down. Collison kindly reminded, Laura is very brutal. Boom! The throttle made a roar like a beast, and Laura turned into a red lightning and galloped out. Wow! Yinmen cheered happily, opened his hands to enjoy the feeling of the wind blowing in his ears. Mr. Lord. Collison held the steering wheel in one hand, and asked, I want to ask you a question, okay? Yes. Lord put his hand on his cheek, staring at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, and said lightly, if you are to persuade me not to report to the soul world, then you should give up. Of course this is not the problem. Collison shook his head and said, I just want to ask, if the soul world knows this news, what will it do? This is what he really wants to ask, and it is also what Nick Fury is currently paying attention to. What kind of action will the soul world take when it knows that the Quincy is not extinct? Lord sneered, who do you think I am? I'm just an ordinary of death. How can I know the decision of the Soul Society? Although this answer was as early as Carlson expected, he still asked unwillingly, please, Mr. Lord, even if it's a fool's guess. If the soul world knows about the existence of a Quincy, will it invade New York aggressively and start the original war again? Invasion? Lord sighed in his heart. He doesn't even have the hair of the soul world. www.readaloud.com. What about invasion? It seemed that the daytime story scared Shield, which made Collison do everything possible to ask him about the next move in the soul world. But that's okay, it can continue according to his plan. Let the corpse soul world surface a little bit, and continue to strengthen the credibility of Shield here. The key reason why lies can deceive people is that the information conditions known to both parties are not equal. And all the information that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows is that Lord deliberately revealed to the other party through various channels. Based on such unequal information conditions, even if Nick Fury is cunning, it is impossible to get rid of this layer of fog and explore the hidden truth behind it. Lord propped his cheek with one hand, and comforted, don't worry, the soul world is not a killer organization. How can it be possible to start a war again regardless of human safety? Hearing these words, Collison's heart that mentioned his throat eased a little. But before Collison was completely relaxed, Lord's next sentence made his heart touch his throat again. But, according to my experience, the soul world should send a captain to the world. Lord said lightly. Squeak. Laura slammed the brakes, the tires rubbing violently made a harsh sound, leaving 2 black marks on the asphalt road. Collison almost slammed his head on the steering wheel, while Lord and Yin Men sat firmly on the Diaoyute without shaking. Lord asked lightly, what's the matter? Collison's face changed drastically, and his voice became stammered, Team, Captain. Chapter 49, The First Encounter with Ironhide. This news is no less than a huge boulder, which suddenly fell into the calm lake surface, setting off a wave several meters high. He clearly remembered Lord saying that there are tens of thousands of death gods like him in the world of corpses. Among the tens of thousands of gods of death, there are 13 gods of death who are crowned with the Godii 13th Squadron, possessing extraordinary terrifying power, enough to crush any ordinary of death. Now Lord tells him that such a terrible guy is about to come to Earth. New York, will it really not be destroyed? Thinking of that Hassward, the huge blade-like flames released in Hell's Kitchen, and thinking of the unknown captain of the 13th Division, Coulson couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. You don't mean? Coulson swallowed, and said with difficulty, the captain of the 13th Division, right. Otherwise what do you think? Lord said with a trace of contempt in his eyes, except for the captain-level death, no one can stop Hassward. Collison was panicked, took out a hand and wiped his sweat. Let me just ask, what are the tempers of the captains? Lord recalled for a moment, shook his head and said, not very good. There are almost no normal people in the Godii 13th Division that looks like the original. First team, Paranoid. Second Division, Sundara Star Chaser. Third Division, Squinting Monster. Fourth Division, Monster with Big Breasts. The Fifth Division, a well-known two-dimensional pretender. Sixth Division, the sister-in-law pretends to commit crimes. Seventh Division, Kobolds. Eighth Division, Lazy Uncle. The Ninth Division, the Partner of Justice. Juban, the puppy loves Xiao Zhengtai. The 11th Division, Fighting Frenzy. The 12th Division, Abnormal. The 13th Squad, Sick Yoko. To sum up, Lord can hardly find a few normal people, almost all of them are somewhat problematic. This time, Collison panicked even more. Lo, Mr. Lord. Collison said with a trembling voice, they shouldn't ruin New York, right? Lord thought for a while, and then replied, no. Collison doubted this. Really? Should? Are you sure? Not sure. What if? Don't worry, the damage caused will be deducted from the captain's battle subsidy. This sentence sounds familiar, and the corner of Collison's eyes twitched. Isn't this the usual routine of their SHIELD? Lord patted Collison on the shoulder, and comforted, don't worry, the captain usually won't do it easily. Doesn't this mean farting? Collison was already unable to complain, so he could only step on the accelerator with his face and one foot, wondering how to tell the director when he went back. God knows whether Fury can withstand this blow. Under Collison's unrestricted dashing speed, they soon entered the city. Yinmen pointed to the tallest bright building and asked, Uncle Bald, what is that? Coulson glanced at it and said, oh, that is Tony Stark's Stark Industrial Building, which is considered one of the landmarks of New York City. Stark Industrial Building. Yinmen had stars in his eyes, and said expectantly, brother, I want to go and see. Okay. The little girl obviously has no resistance to this kind of shining and sleek mansion. Facing Yinmen's coquettish offensive, Lord smiled and scratched her nose, and said indulgently, then go there. Anyway, there is no rush for this. Coulson naturally wouldn't refuse this request. No problem, we just need to pass there and we can take you to see it. Laura roared and led the three of them to gallop on the wide road. Seeing getting closer and closer to the Stark Industrial Building, Collison suddenly heard a loud noise in his ear. As soon as he turned his head, Collison saw that a wall of a nearby factory broke open, and there were two human-shaped iron skin machines inside and slammed into it. Not good. Collison's face changed drastically. The appearance of the two iron skin machines was too sudden, and the speed was so fast that Collison didn't even have time to escape, and could only watch them bumping into them. The next second, Collison suddenly felt his body lighten. He was pulled up by the collar of his neck, and then he separated from Laura's car seat and flew to the side at a very fast speed. Bang! Collison sat down on the ground, his face pale in pain, and could not help but let out a scream. Boom! The red old antique was scrapped and exploded on the spot when it was hit by two shaped iron sheets. The fiery red flames accompanied by hot air waves suddenly lifted Collison 3 or 4 meters away. The original bustling road caused several cars to collide because of the explosion. The flames skyrocketed, and the whistle sounded. Until then, Lord did not hold Yinmen and slowly landed beside Collison. Yinmen broke free from Lord's arms, walked to Collison's side, poked him in the face, and said seriously, Uncle Bald, your lover has exploded. Coulson. This makeup, it's so ruthless. Lord felt that if the heart of Yinmen was cut open, it would definitely be black inside. Oh, my Laura! Collison wanted to cry without tears, and even a trace of water vapor could be seen in his eyes, which shows how much he likes the car. Yinmen learned from Lord, and touched Collison's half-bald head, and said in a small devilish voice, It's okay, Uncle Bald, you can find another lover. You are a demon. The corner of Lord's mouth twitched slightly, why he hadn't noticed before that Yinmen had a poisonous tongue attribute. Collison's eyes twitched violently, and his chest continued to rise and fall, comforting himself crazily in his heart. It's okay. She is just a child, don't know anything, don't be angry with the child. Stop making trouble, Yinmen. Lord held Yinmen in his arms, and if I let this little guy go on, maybe Collison would be to death in advance. Collison tried his best to calm his mood, and glared at the humanoid iron sheet. It was this ghost that nearly killed him just now. Ha 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 ha. The huge tin man got up and roared, You are dead, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com Tony. Don't talk too early. The golden red tin man stood up, Obadi, it's not certain who will die. Oh, my uncle and nephew fight. Lord suddenly became interested. It seems that he was lucky enough to meet the first story of Iron Man. However, the plot has obviously changed slightly. Collison, who was supposed to go to the factory to save Pepper Potts, is here. It seems that SHIELD should have changed a person. Go to hell, Tony. Obadiah picked up a passing motorcycle and slammed it on Tony's body. Boom! The huge power instantly caused Tony to fly upside down and hit the ground heavily, smashing a huge hole. Obadiah controlled the jet at his feet, jumped and turned several times in the air, and landed next to Tony, hitting it down with one punch after another, venting the anger in his chest recklessly. 40 years. I always support you and assist you. Bang bang bang. Obadiah relies on the huge mecha, with almost overwhelming advantage, press Tony to the ground and beat. I started this company from scratch. And you, Tony, a playboy, what have you done? You're just sitting back and enjoying it. Obadiah grabbed Tony and threw it out fiercely. Boom! The way Tony flew out happened to hit Lord next to him. Right now. Obadiah ejected a rocket from his shoulder, aimed at Tony, smiled grimly, you can go to death, Tony, I will accept your company, and then carry it forward. Chapter 50, Free Milliken. Go to hell. A trace of cruelty flashed in Obadiah's eyes, and he ejected the rocket on his shoulder. He seems to have seen the tragic situation of Tony being blown to pieces, and the glorious future that belongs to him is about to begin, leading Stark Industries to become the world's most powerful weapons supplier. Whew! The rockets dragged the long tail flames, passing quickly in the air, and the target was directed at Tony Stark. R. P. G. Collison exclaimed, his face turned pale in an instant, and then he rushed out to the side. Sir, there are still 2 ordinary people within the explosive range of the rocket. Jarvis reminded faithfully. Tony Stark in the mech was taken aback, turned his head suddenly to see that there were ordinary people beside him, and one of them was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. And the little girl is looking at him with a pair of black, innocent, big eyes, full of curiosity. Suddenly, Tony felt that the softness in his heart seemed to be touched, and he subconsciously made an amazing move. Instead of running away, he rushed toward the rocket that had been shot. Run! Tony roared and kicked the rocket projectile with his leg up and kicked it into the air. Boom! The rocket exploded, and the sound burst like a thunder, setting off a huge wave of flames, swallowing a radius of several meters like a flame demon. Thanks to Tony's protection, Lord and Yin Men are unscathed. On the contrary, Tony himself was knocked against the wall by the blast, and then fell heavily to the ground. Oh! Tony got up with a look of Venus, and said, Jarvis, remember to remind me next time to improve the suspension system. Okay, sir. Why are you struggling, Tony? Obadiah became even more angry when he saw this, gritted his teeth and said, hurry up and die for me. Obadiah's battle armor raised his left hand, and the 6-barreled Vulcan cannon hung below aimed the target at Tony. Go to death, Tony! With the roar of Obadiah, the 6-barreled Vulcan cannon quickly turned, sending out an earth-shaking roar. Boom boom boom! The 6 roaring barrels, like a death sickle, pour out bullets like a torrential rain at the rate of fire of 6,000 bullets per minute. Obadiah held the Vulcan cannon and fired indiscriminately, and the bullets poured out frantically. He didn't care if it would affect ordinary people. Obadiah, are you crazy? Tony dodges left and right, dodge bullets frantically, you are slaughtering civilians. This operation made Tony people stupid. Even if Obadiah killed him later, it could cause such a large area of civilian casualties. Does he think he will not be held accountable by Congress? Ha ha ha! Obadiah laughed wildly in the mecha, and said grimly, I know I did it. As long as I kill you, the entire Stark Industries group will be mine. Then only a little money will be needed. Those stupid politicians. Mom provokes trouble. Tony was speechless, and the politicians he knew were really capable of doing such a thing. Don't ask, ask is freedom. I am a big country like America, and I have my own national conditions here. Fug. Obadi saw that Tony could not be hit, a fierce flash flashed in his eyes, and the bullets poured toward Lord Harmony. Asshole! Tony, who had not much energy in the armor, suddenly cursed. In order to protect the two normal people, actually to protect the little girl, he had to stand up again. Obadiah smiled cruelly. In order to protect the two fate, he actually used his body to block the gun. Ha 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 ha. Tony, bearing the impact of the bullet, shouted at Lord, "Hurry up and take that kid out of here." Crack crack. Gatlin frantically vomited a dazzling tongue of fire, shooting a series of dense bullets in the dark, bombarding Tony's mech like a gust of rain, sputtering brilliant sparks and stars. Fug. Looking at the red screen everywhere in front of him, and reports of damage to the mecha everywhere, Tony couldn't help but cursed in his heart and ordered Jarvis, "Jarvis, focus the energy on your chest." "Sir, the remaining energy is only 5%. Are you sure you want to concentrate all on your chest?" "I'm sure." "Do what I say," Tony yelled. I saw the golden red humanoid mecha on the chest, and a dazzling brilliance suddenly burst into the circular energy groove. "Shoot him!" Seeing that the energy was concentrated, Tony yelled eagerly. Boom! A dazzling light composed of pure energy spouted from his chest, instantly blasting Obadi's huge body. The mecha that lost the last trace of energy, the light on the eyes and chest dimmed suddenly, completely turning into a pile of scrap iron. Ha 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 ha! Obadiah laughed and crawled out of the ruins again. Tony's desperate blow just now did not cause any substantial damage except for making him a little dizzy. "You have no energy, Tony." Obadi walked step by step, his face was filled with joy. "Finally, I can kill you with my own hands." Boom! Boom! The heavy steps of the mecha, like death knell about to ring the death knell, ringed in Tony's heart one after another. The energy returned to zero, and the mecha was scrap metal. Tony's face was extremely pale, and he couldn't help but give birth to a trace of despair. "Am I dying?" Tony's eyes showed a dim look, and said bitterly, "I didn't expect www.readaloud.com I would eventually die under my own invention, it's ridiculous." Obadi drove up to the mecha, and when he saw little Yinmen and Lord, he said with disdain, "Two bugs, get out of me quickly, or you will be trampled to death by 1 foot." Lord raised a question mark and pointed at himself. "Excuse me, are you talking about me again?" "Damn yellow-skinned monkey, funeral with Tony." Obadiah was too lazy to talk nonsense with these two people, impatiently raised the right arm of the machine, and smashed it towards Lord Yinmen. "No! Obadi!" Seeing that the huge robotic arm was about to fall, Tony exclaimed and closed his eyes unbearably. He seemed to have seen the two men being smashed into a puddle of mud by Obadi. "Shoot him, sharp gun!" Next second, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the cold knife light, which instantly cut off the huge mechanical arm. The mechanical arm fell to the ground, sparks splashed at the break. Lord's eyes narrowed into a line, and the corners of his lips raised a deadly arc. "What did you just say? Can you repeat it?" Until then, Tony and Obadi reacted, their faces were full of shock and confusion. Obadi squirmed his lips subconsciously. "Yellow." A splendid light of the sword burst out, and the mecha was divided into two from the outside to the inside together with the pilot. Acquire, inferior soul *10. Lord curled the corner of his mouth. His heart was indeed a waste of iron. Is a villain at any rate, and it turns out to be an inferior soul, no wonder the Tony in the movie can kill him. Chapter 51, Special Store. Obadi, die! The huge humanoid mecha he was driving was split in half by a knife from top to bottom. The speed is so fast. The speed at which the gunslinger stretched and contracted after the initial release had already surpassed the human retinal capture speed, so only a brilliant light remained in the eyes of everyone. And until the moment of death, Obadiah didn't understand what happened. My God! Tony's eyes widened, and he took a breath. with an incredulous tone, "What happened just now? Obadiah, just died like that. Is like a dream." 1 second before he was still wandering on the edge of death, and he even heard the death knell, but the next second, the powerful and impeccable Obadi was split in half in a way comparable to drama. And many more. Tony suddenly reacted, no wonder this person didn't panic just now, it turns out that he has the ability to instantly kill Obadiah. Feeling his behavior of giving up and saving others just now is useless in the eyes of this man? Tony thought more and more angry, and couldn't help but vomit. You could have beaten him, but you stood there just now and watched me get beaten, right? Yes, is there a problem? Lord smiled, and there was a hint of wickedness in his words. Isn't it worth seeing two moving tin guys fighting each other? It's called Mark III. Tony retorted irritably, it's not the Tin Man you mentioned, and also, don't compare me with that Obadiah fool. Lord rubbed his chin pretentiously and said, I don't think it makes a difference. Anyway, it's just a pile of broken copper and iron, just cut it in half. You. Tony's eyes twitched, and he was speechless. What else can he say? Obadiah's body's single round defense is stronger than the Mark III on his body, but even so, he can't hold a shot in front of this man. Tony, who couldn't think of how to refute, could only say bluntly, this is only the third-generation machine, and I will be able to improve it again soon. Up to you. Lord's lips curled up with a smile, and he suddenly looked forward to whether Tony would make anti-reaper armor in the future. That's right, Lord said again, remember, you owe me a life. Impossible, don't even think about it. When he mentioned this Tony, he got angry and said loudly, if it weren't for protecting you, how could I run out of energy and be defeated by that Obadiah fool? Ha 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 ha. Lord thought Tony was very interesting, and then an idea came to his mind, I admire you very much, maybe we have a chance in the future, maybe we can become colleagues. Tony obviously didn't understand what he meant. He thought the other party was taunting him, and immediately sneered, hey, are you dreaming? Do you know my name is Tony Stark? Lord didn't bother to explain to him, after holding Yunmen's little hand, he said to Collison, we go back by ourselves, you don't have to give it away. And many more. Before Collison could finish speaking, Lord and Yunmen suddenly disappeared. He could only swallow the second half of the sentence into his stomach, and then shook his head bitterly. What is this called? Originally planned to give someone a good way, and get some information by the way, but in the end, he lost his favorite car, and was somehow involved in the Stark Industries incident. Tony, Sigma, degree. Jarvis. Am I too tired and hallucinating? Tony stared at the place where Lord and Yunmen disappeared, and asked with a dazed look, how did they disappear out of thin air? Jarvis was silent for a moment, and then said, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know either. The humans who disappeared out of thin air. This almost broke Tony's understanding of existing science, and his face was full of shock. Jarvis, check it out for me. Tony suppressed a touch of shock in his eyes, and said solemnly, I want to know all the information about this person within an hour. I need to remind you that it is illegal to violate the privacy of citizens, sir. Jarvis. I'm here, Mr. Stark. As long as it is not known to anyone, it can't be considered an offense, understand? Understood, Mr. Stark. One more thing, Jarvis. Please give me an order, Mr. Stark. Order me a double cheese beef burger, faster. Jingling Pavilion. After came back to coax Yunmen to sleep, Lord came to the underground space alone. He asked about the system before, special building, Bone Hell is a permanent building, once used, it will be fixed in a certain place and will not change due to changes in space. In this underground space, there is a healing hot spring that imitates Bone Hell, so he didn't choose to use this item. He wanted to wait for the soul world to be opened, and it would be better to put it there. Lord came here to do another thing. The special store of the system will refresh once a month, and today coincides with the last day of the end of the month. As long as one past 0, the shop will refresh the items in it. Looking at the Dun Shun Liuhua hanging on the top in the special shop, Lord was very excited, but he needed a superior soul, so he had to stay away. Bring it on. Lord rubbed his hands, waiting for the refresh of 0 with a look of excitement. 3, 2, 1. Waiting for the countdown 1 second by 1 second, watching the moment when the time skipped 0 o'clock, Lord immediately looked at the special store. The original product has been replaced by a brand new product. Golden Props, Special Transformation Soul. Golden Zanpakuto Knife, Huatian Crazy Bone. Golden Prop, Spirit King's Right Hand. Golden Prop, Holy Text C. Golden Zanpakuto Knife, Sheath Ball. Blue Props, Tian Tashyen. Golden Female Reaper Association Hot Spring Special, out of print. Golden Item, Superman Medicine. Golden Prop, Turn God's Body. Golden Props, Reinforcement Amplifier. Fuck. Lord was almost blinded by this golden light. www.readaloud.com. The luck of his lottery was all replaced by the system, right? But when he looked at the price, his heart was half cold. Spirit King's Right Hand, Superior Soul *10. Superman's Medicine, Superior Soul *1. Sheath Volt, Superior Soul *1. Huatian Crazy Bones, Superior Soul *1. Out of print Hot Spring Bonus, Medium Soul *100. Things are good things, but no matter how shy in the pocket, what he wants most is the first-class soul to start. Unscrupulous profiteers. Lord's teeth creaked and he wanted to steal the system. But cursing, you can't afford it, and the system can't give him credit. Lord can only look at a few other products. What? When Lord's gaze passed over one of the props, he suddenly stopped. Golden Special Transformation Soul. Evaluation. The special modified soul series that has not been passed is born by copying the soul of the selected target, which is connected to the soul of the body, and has the power of the body, but it is permanently sealed by Urahara-Kisuk due to the laws of the soul world. Price, Medium Soul *5. Well. Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. This thing is a bit interesting. Is born by duplicating the soul of the selected target, and is connected with the main body and possesses the ability of part of the main body. Isn't this equivalent to a clone? Chapter 52, Sexy Lord, Pinch People Online. System, Exchange for Special Transformation Souls. Acquired, Special Modified Soul. With the sound of the system falling, the 5 medium souls in the backpack disappeared, and at the same time a blue glass bead appeared in Lord's hand. A glass bead. Lord was a little surprised, then placed the azure blue glass beads in front of his eyes to observe. Through the azure blue outer glass, you can see inside the beads, there seems to be a small baby curled up, the shape is between air and solid. Lord asked curiously, System, how do you use this stuff? Ding, you can take it. Take it? Lord's eyes twitched slightly, but thinking that the system shouldn't lie to him, he swallowed the glass beads according to the words. As soon as the azure blue glass bead entered the entrance, it instantly turned into a stream of air, and then flowed around in the limbs. Immediately afterwards, Lord suddenly shocked his soul, and a strange feeling surged into his heart, as if a pregnant woman was about to give birth. I saw Lingzi in the underground space, suddenly gathered into a cyclone, and then countless blue light spots emitted from Lord's soul, and gradually condensed with the help of Lingzi. But it hasn't fully formed yet, now it's just after the gathering of the souls, it has formed a form similar to human, and it's still the last step to be born. Ding, the sleeper can meditate in his mind to change the appearance of the soul. Ding, the appearance of the modified soul can be changed, and the number of times is unlimited. Nayubi deserves to be a special product with a price of up to 5 medium souls. This feature has caught up with the Cyberpunk 2077 next door. Wait, Cyberpunk! Lord's eyes lit up, and suddenly he had a very bold idea. I don't know if I can. Ahem, this question is super outline, the next one. Lord looked at the unformed, waiting for the created transforming soul, and decided who he wanted to pinch. Hisugiya Toshiro is not like him the most, but Lord currently only has his solution. Considering the subsequent situation, it is naturally the best choice. Lord closed his eyes and imagined the appearance of Hisugiya Toshiro in his mind. Silvery white hair, a slightly juvenile face, turquoise eyes, and a slender body. As the image in Lord's mind became more and more realistic, the humanoid creature formed by the condensed spirit also changed its appearance. Come out, Hisugiya Toshiro! The gathered souls slowly dissipated, and a man about 1.7 meters in length appeared. A pair of turquoise eyes under her silvery white shattered short hair. His eyes look like a piece of ice that lasts forever, and the angular facial lines make it as exquisite as a perfect sculpture. This is the adult version of Hisugiya Toshiro that Lord made up with reference to the Millennium Bloody Battle of Death. In fact, in the original work, Hisugiya Toshiro could have become this form. It's just that, because he himself dislikes this form will cause decline, so he has always shown himself in the image of Gengtai. But as the first appearance of the 13th Division, Lord decided after repeated considerations, and chose this version of the adult Hisugiya Toshiro image. Although it is not as popular as the Gengtai version, facing the group of old yen coins from SHIELD, it is obvious that the adult version has a more stable temperament, which fits the title of Oding 13th Division. Speaking of Gonei 13th Division, then you have to mention Captain Hayori. As the captain's iconic costume, Lord will naturally have it. This time Lord also decided to change it slightly, because the image of the Death Tyrant is biased towards the Japanese style, which easily arouses the suspicion of S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, the improved Death Tyrant suit changed to a black style similar to the long windbreaker. Compared with the original version of the Death Tyrant suit, it is more inclined to the clothes after Kurosaki Ichigo, no longer has such a strong kimono style. The Captain Hayori, who is draped outside, is the representative of the captain's soul. He is changed to a large cloak with long sleeves and wide mouth. There are several engraved lines on the hem, and the serial number of the team is printed on the back of Hayori. After putting on the new Deathmaster outfit and Captain Hayori, an adult version of Hisugiya Toshiro appeared. It's so alike. Lord looked at the soul created and transformed by himself, and a trace of admiration rose in his heart. As expected of me, the skill of pinching his face is still so good. The newly born transforming soul, with a dazed eye, looked at Lord blankly, and asked, "Excuse me, are you my master?" Transforming the soul can clearly feel that the warmth from Lord's soul is like the embrace of a mother, and I naturally want to get close to and dedicate myself. And Lord's feelings are clearer. His senses seem to have been extended, and he can clearly perceive the uneasy and dazed mood of this transformed soul at this moment. Even Lord has a special feeling. He can put his will completely above the will to transform the soul, and control him like a puppet. And the scariest part is that the specially modified soul can share part of the body's abilities. If you still don't understand, then give an example. Just imagine. If Yamamoto Genryusai uses a special transformation of the soul, then the Invisible Empire will face, but it will be two cannibalistic swords. Hiss. This scene, just thinking about Lord feels terrifying. This is the special transformation soul. Lord finally understood why the soul world would ban this technology, and ordered Urahara Kisuk to seal it permanently. If this technology is mass-produced, the number of captain-level death gods will increase exponentially. Once the number of civilian death gods increases, it will inevitably conflict with the nobles in the soul world, and there may be another war at that time. So for the status and rights of the nobility, they chose to ban this technology, and finally had to make Lord cheaper. Starting today. Lord put a hand on the shoulder of Transformation Soul, and the corner of his lips raised a gentle and humble smile, as warm as a spring day, and said, "Your name is Hasward, which is my half-body, is also my shadow." Gave him this name because, in Lord's eyes, the modified soul is almost exactly the same as the original Hasward, and can share abilities and body and mind with him, just like a half-body. Transform the soul? No, he should be called Hasward now. Starting today, he has his own name. My name? Hasward. The confusion on Hasward's face disappeared and turned into solemnity, and then slowly knelt down on one knee, as if swearing, "Master, your will is my will. I need you to pretend to be Hisugiya 2 hero now." Lord projected the plan brewing in his mind to Hasward through telepathy. "I understand." Without thinking, Hasward replied in a deep voice, "As you wish, I will become Hisugiya Toshiro." "Very good, not bad. Very loyal." Lord laughed, he couldn't wait to see if that bittern face would become darker. Maybe it will become whiter? Chapter 53, Godai 13th Squad. The next day, Stark Group. Slow. Slower. Slower. Slow down. Tony stared at the three-dimensional projection in front of him, and it kept playing back the image of Lord's instant killing of Obadi last night. It is said that curiosity is the source of human progress. As a genius Tony Stark, naturally, he does not lack curiosity. After returning to rest for a night, he can't wait to come to his laboratory and ask Jarvis to replay yesterday's battle footage. After this battle image was slowed down to 50 times, Tony finally saw how Lord would instantly kill Obadiah. On the arm of Obadiah's body, a knife suddenly appeared in Lord's hand as soon as it was about to fall. "Jarvis, zoom in on that knife." Tony magnified the screen several times before seeing the knife clearly. The length of the blade is very short, not as good as the forearm of an adult. The blade is in the shape of an S. The overall look is unremarkable, just an ordinary short knife. "This is a knife." Tony frowned slightly, feeling a little incomprehensible. "Jarvis, keep playing." The video was played back dozens of times slowly, and he saw that the blade of the knife violated the law of conservation of matter, and suddenly stretched out for no reason. After the blade penetrated the body, it vertically divided the body into two with an extremely sharp posture, and then retracted at an extremely fast speed, turning it into that ordinary short knife. The whole process of stretching and shrinking is very fast. Even when it is slowed down 50 times, the picture still looks very blurry. It is difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Am I wrong? Tony took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. "Jarvis, did he use this knife to sever Obadiah's mecha?" "Yes, Mr. Stark." Jarvis replied. "Hiss." Tony scratched his head, unable to believe his eyes, and said differently, "This is unscientific. How did he do it?" "Is incredible. You need to know that the body shell of Obadi is made of military-grade high composite materials. The outer armor is made of high-purity, high-strength steel, which is even harder than the outer armor of the main battle tank currently in service. Even if his palm cannon is hit, it can only play a knock-up role. And Lord? With just such a short knife that was not as long as his arm, it split the mecha shell made of military-grade material. If it was just this, he would not be so surprised. For example, high-frequency blades, or particle vibration, etc., can achieve the same effect. But there is only one thing that Tony can't figure out anyway. Speed. The telescopic speed of the knife far exceeded his imagination. Even under the 50 times limit slow-motion video, Tony can't see how fast the knife can stretch, which shows how terrifying it is. Tony took a sip of coffee, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked, "Jarvis, what is the expansion speed of that knife?" Preliminary calculation, at about 100 times the speed of sound. 100 times the speed of sound. Tony just drank the coffee. Before he could swallow it, he was frightened and sprayed out, "Jarvis, are you sure you are joking with me?" What is the concept of 100 times the speed of sound? The telescopic speed of this knife can reach 34 km per second. This speed has even surpassed most of the speed at which outer space meteorites crash into the atmosphere. This is unscientific. Tony stared at him, and he was stupid. Because of the existence of this knife, he has completely overthrown the scientific concept he established in the first few decades of his life. According to the kinetic energy formula, it can be known that the greater the moving speed of objects with the same mass, the greater their kinetic energy. Even if it is a coin-sized object, if it is accelerated to several tens of times the speed of sound, its power is comparable to missiles and penetrates an entire building. And the huge kinetic energy shock wave generated when the coin is launched is enough to destroy any building near the launching coin base. But at such a close distance, the speed of this knife exceeded 100 times the speed of sound, but it did not generate huge kinetic energy. This has violated Newton's law. Lord Karl, interesting guy. Tony's eyes lit up, and suddenly he became very curious about this man named Lord. But unfortunately, after Tony announced in public that he was Iron Man at the press conference, the Congress and reporters who followed were so disturbed that he turned his head and forgot about it. Collison sat in a cafe, looked at the jingling pavilion directly across the street, and sighed quietly. Since the last time I met Lord, the existence of the Soul World and the Guardi 13th Division made Fury feel as if he were in his throat, so he was sent to monitor Lord's movements. Why is it he? Because Frey spoke to him earnestly, saying that among all trusted agents, he is the only one who can see the existence of Reaper, and no one is more suitable than him. Although Collison himself does not think so, he thinks that the director is probably avenging his personal revenge. Because that day when he heard the word Fry in Yunmen, the corner of his mouth couldn't stop frantically rising, and he was spotted by the careful director. Although he suspected that this incident was revenge, Collison felt that the mission time should not be too long. I never expected it. Since Lord and Yunmen came home that day, it seemed as if the world had evaporated, disappearing for almost half a month. During the period, Collison tried to use infrared scanning, sound wave detectors and other high-tech equipment, but none of them confirmed to him that there was indeed no one in the room. For half a month, he had to sit here every day, and the waiter in the cafe even thought at one point, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, a man in a suit and leather shoes is a pervert. The sunset is gradually falling, and today is nothing. It seems that it won't appear today. Collison sighed, took the last sip of coffee, took out $2 and pressed it under the cup, and slowly got up from his seat. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the old wooden door of Jingling Pavilion being pushed open. You know, there should be no one in there. Coelson was shocked. Are they back? The old wooden door of Jingling Pavilion was pushed open, and the two people who came out first were Lord and Yunmen. But unlike before, the two men are wearing the same black clothes, and there is a knife hanging around their waist. Is that the state of the soul? Collison immediately remembered that when he first saw Lord that day, the other party was wearing such a suit. Before Collison could figure out why Lord and Yunmen wanted to appear in this form, he suddenly saw the two standing beside each other as if they were guards, and his expression seemed to be a little respectful. Could it be? Collison's face became stiff, and suddenly thought of a bad possibility. Next second, a man with broken silver white hair, wearing a black long dress of the same style and a pure white cloak, walked out of the Jingling Pavilion. 13th Division. Coulson's heart is cold, and his body is stiff. Whether it is from that person's temperament or dress, or Lord and Yunmen's attitude toward him, Wu has proved one thing to Collison. That man is captain of Godi 13th Division. Chapter 54, The New Official Takes Office 3 Fire 1. Hiss. Collison suddenly felt a chill in his back and couldn't help but shudder. This feeling was like being pointed at the forehead with a gun, and his entire body was erected. Dangerous. This was Collison's first thought, but the second thought that flashed after him, where did this danger come from? For an agent, it is not an accident that there is a danger, as long as it is found and solved. So, Collison was very calm and turned around calmly, his eyes swept across the cafe from left to right. Because this neighborhood is considered a slum area, the decoration of this cafe is not good. It even uses a blade fan from the last century, and because it is aging and no longer working, there are usually not many people coming to patronize it. There is only one fat woman in the cafe, who is the owner and waiter of this shop, and she is older, so it can't be the source of danger. Collison's tense nerves slowly eased, and there is just a group of ordinary people in the cafe, and it is impossible to threaten him at all. Maybe it's too tired recently. Collison shook his head, then turned his gaze to the opposite street again. But this look! Coulson was dumbfounded in an instant. Where is the person? Lord is still there, and Yinmen is still there, but the man with the silver-white hair is gone. Where did you go? Collison scolded himself for being careless. He shouldn't have been distracted by other things just now. If this is to let the director know that he accidentally stares at someone who is missing, and he is still a suspected captain of the 13th Division of Godai, I am afraid that Nick Fury's character can throw him into the toilet for a year. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly rang in Collison's ears. Who is it? Collison's pupils shrank slightly, and his hairs stood up. The most taboo thing for an agent is to be rashly approached behind, because behind is the most vulnerable part of a person. Years and months of spying experience made Collison react instantly, drew his gun and turned around in one go. The whole action took no more than a second, without any drag. From this series of beautiful counterattacks, we can see the professionalism of Collison as an agent. Although he usually looks gentle like a good old man, he is an uncle who likes to name cars, likes to chase stars, and is bald, but he is by no means a waste. It's you. When Collison turned and raised the muzzle, he saw the familiar silver-white broken hair, which suddenly changed his face. This person. Wasn't it just on the opposite street? He suspected that he was the captain of the Godai 13th Division? From the perspective of an ordinary person, he is pointing a gun at this man's head at this moment, so he should have the upper hand. But actually, can firearms made by humans be useful to Reaper? Collison didn't think it would work. In addition to giving him some psychological comfort, the effect of firearms is estimated to be similar to that of a fire stick. At least, judging from Lord's performance, ordinary firearms can no longer play any role. What's more, the man in front of him is the captain, who is more terrifying than Lord. If you want to deal with this kind of existence, maybe only the gadget that is being developed in the Bureau may play a role. Hello, this is Collison. Collison reacted quickly. Knowing that the pistol was useless, he instantly changed into the professional smirk of the agent and prepared to explain. But at this moment, Collison suddenly felt that the abnormal chill came again. Who? The water vapor in the atmosphere suddenly condensed into frost, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it is freezing everything around, including Collison. No. Collison obviously did not expect that this person would not listen to his explanation at all, and suddenly panicked and shouted, I know. Next second, Collison's words stopped abruptly, and the whole person was suddenly covered by frost, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. This silver-white man with shredded hair is the disguised Hisuga Toshiro. Has the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system, manipulates the moisture in the atmosphere, and wants to freeze a person into an ice sculpture. It can be said that it is simply too easy. Hisuga Dongshiro's eyes were cold, like ice that has not melted forever, and he said indifferently, a mere human, dare to spy on death. This is the attitude of the corpse soul world, and it is used to protect the entire Siridii. The king is over tens of thousands of death gods, and there are only 13 Guardi 13th Division, that unique domineering. This incident is what Lord meant. A mortal organization, who gave Shield the courage to let them monitor here. It was too busy some time ago, and Lord wanted to train Hasward to pretend to be Hitsugaya, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these people. But today is the first captain in the corpse soul world, the first appearance of Hisugaya 2 hero. Lord is worried that he can't find anyone to liway, and Shield has hit him. That's right. Sleeping on the pillow, Lord simply took Collison to operate, and reminded the salted egg not to stretch his hand too far. Poor Coulson. Lord really doesn't know, is it that he is lucky, or is he bad luck? It seems that every time I meet him, Coulson is going to be unlucky. After waiting for a while, Lord felt that the time was about to come. If it freezes again, it is estimated that Collison will have to pick up the lunch in advance. This is no good. An excellent tool man like Collison, how could Lord let him die? Lord took Omen and walked to the side of Hisugaya 2 hero in a flash. Then, the moment he saw Collison, Lord deliberately showed a surprised expression, seeming to be asking him, "Why are you here?" But Collison, who became an ice sculpture, couldn't move at all. He could only look at Lord pitifully, as if he was saying, "Help me intercede and let me go quickly." Lord held back his smile, and said respectfully to Hisugaya 2 hero, "Captain, I wonder if he can let him go." The reason? Hisugaya 2 hero still looked coldly. Lord, according to the script, took advantage of what he had prepared to say. "My lord, he found the trace of the Quincy. If we want to find the Quincy as soon as possible, we still need to cooperate with them." Well. Hisugaya 2 hero pretended to ponder a little after www.readaloud.com slightly nodded and said, "In this case, if the merits and demerits are equal, we will save him alive." "Thank you, Captain." Lord expressed gratitude on his face, said, "No need." Hisugaya Tosushiro waved his hand and said lightly, "Since you are begging for him, I will naturally not refuse this little thing." While speaking, the frost covering Collison disappeared instantly. Hiss! Collison took a sharp breath, his face was pale with cold, 2 rows of teeth kept bumping. Yinmen had a very intimate past, and he treated Collison a little bit with Huideo, so as not to cause sudden death due to alternating cold and hot. Hello. The slightly better Collison shivered and said intermittently, I am Shield Bureau, in charge, and you, task." "Humph." Hisugaya Dongshiro coldly snorted, and after a slanted glance, he said indifferently, "If there is another time, it won't be as simple as freezing for a while." "Yes, I understand." What else can Collison say? He can only nod with a wry smile, and at the same time, he has a new level of understanding of the dominance of the corpse soul world. It turned out that Lord told him that when the 13 captains were not normal people, Collison still had a slight skepticism, but now he doesn't doubt it. This is simply crazy. Frozen him into an ice sculpture as soon as he came up, and he didn't even have a chance to explain it. It can be seen how overbearing this Oding 13th Division is. Can't provoke. Chapter 55, The New Official Takes Office 3 Fire 2. After some simple exchanges, Collison learned the name of the man in front of him, the captain of the 10th Team Winter Lion. Coulson thinks it's very appropriate. This man seemed to him, just like the Lion King in the winter, with silver-white shredded hair, matched with that cold and handsome appearance, full of majesty, but also made people feel noble. Seeing that Collison had no doubts, Lord felt a little relaxed. The first level seems to be over. Was his idea to change the name? The purpose is to avoid S.H.I.E.L.D's suspicion, to maximize the authenticity of the Soul World and the Reaper, and to shape a relatively complete worldview. Just imagine. If he doesn't make changes, 1 or 2 will be fine, but in the future other captains of death will appear, all with a Japanese name. What would the old fox like Nick Fury think? Even if you think with your feet, it's strange, right? Why does a huge organization in charge of human souls and the afterlife world, and those who hold important positions, bear a Japanese name? Details can determine success or failure. There are often many well-arranged plans, but the details are not perfect in the end, so for the sake of safety and stability, Lord decided to make a big change. Since there is a big lie, then these details must be filled in. Takes the complete Hisugaya Winter Lions, intercepted the word Winter Lion, and then combined it with the word June in the title to form a new name, Winter Lion King. On the other side, after Yunmen's reverberation healed, Collison gradually improved and he didn't feel so cold anymore. Ahem. Lord said in a timely manner, Collison, we need to watch the video of the Quincy again. Captain Winter Lion needs to confirm with his own eyes whether that person is Hasward or not. That one. A hint of hesitation flashed across Collison's face, and then cautiously asked, May I ask, if you are sure that it is Hasward, what action will you take? Kill. Hisugaya Dongshiro's lips opened slightly. Who? The moment kill was uttered, Collison instantly felt the temperature in the cafe, as if it had dropped more than 10 degrees, and it was a cold winter. Quick master, it's the original sin. Hisugaya Dongshiro's eyes opened slightly, revealing a breathtaking cold light. This race must never exist in the world, this is the highest order issued by the captain. I understand. Collison sighed slightly in his heart, and said, I will take you to the Delta Wing building. All the information about Mi Chu is extremely confidential, and only the chief has the power to mobilize. From the eyes of this man, he saw the determination to kill, and understood that SHIELD alone could not prevent this from happening. Wait a minute, I need to report. Collison said apologetically, then pressed the communication in his ear and reported the situation to Nick Fury. After learning more about what happened here, Nick Fury agreed to Collison's proposal and expressed his happiness and very welcome to the Soul World to the Delta Wing building. As for whether the marinated egg is really happy, that's not about Lord's business. After finalizing the matter, Collison smirked and suggested, why don't we go in my car? It's not that you can't use the instant step to pass, but the instant step level is too low now. It would be too embarrassing to let a captain run over, so in order to keep the captain's high standard, it is better to agree. Hisugaya Tohiro received Lord's spiritual hint, and said coldly, yes. Yunmen pulled Collison's sleeves, tilted his head and asked, Uncle Bald, have you changed your lover again? Colson's eyes twitched. Little kids really hate it, what kind of nonsense? Collison's new lover, oh, that's not right. Should be his new car, a standard American muscle car, quite a classic Dodge Challenger. Lord and Otomore put on Yoshitsune again, and sat in the back seat of the car in the form of flesh, while Tosushiro Hisugaya remained in the state of Reaper and sat in the co-pilot. Although Collison expressed doubts about this, he didn't understand why Lord and Yunmen had to return to the physical form, but he didn't go too far. It was just a whim of two people. However, only Otome and Hisugaya Toshiro knew that the person sitting in the car is no longer the real Lord. The soul in the corpse of Lord is a transformed soul created by Yunmen during this period of time. Although it is not as advanced as that produced by the system, it is just an inferior soul with input of Lord's usual data, but for the time being to disguise Lord, it is more than enough to deceive Collison's eyes. At the moment of redressing Yimikuro, Lord, under Collison's nose, staged a civet cat for the prince. The real Lord is hiding in the shadow of Hisugaya Tohiro at this time. This is one of the abilities of the pure-blooded Quincy. The special space constructed by the spirit child can create a shadow domain and hide in it. It is a very useful spy skill. Of course Collison didn't know this, he smiled at several people, and then started the car. Boom! The Dodge Challenger uttered a roar, and after a few seconds it easily broke the 100, like a black lightning flashing across the long street. When Collison was focusing on driving, his face suddenly changed slightly. Is that a U.S. military helicopter? Not far in front of them, there are several gunship helicopters hovering, and you can clearly see www.readaloud.com a torrent of steel turned into bullets, pouring crazily towards a certain target. Something big happened. Collison slammed the accelerator, his face suddenly became very ugly. You must know that with the character of the US military, if it were not for an unstoppable major incident, the gunship would not be allowed to open fire in downtown New York. Could it be, the imaginary appeared? Coelson thought of this possibility for the first time, because only imaginary can cause such a big riot. But the next second... Who? A car that was forcibly crumpled into iron by a terrifying force, shot at them like a cannonball. Fuck. The familiar feeling struck again, and Collison only had time to curse, and was forcibly pulled out of the car by Yinmen around his neck. Boom. His second lover, before he had time to name her, he was buried again. Looking at the Dodge Challenger who had just gotten it, the whole car was smashed into the ground, almost no complete shape could be seen, completely eliminating Collison's desire to repair her again. 2 times in the car, 2 times were destroyed. Collison wanted to cry without tears. He now seriously doubts whether Lord has any other special abilities, such as vehicle killer. Roar. Hulk. 2 huge roars came from there, followed by a huge green monster, which drew a parabola in the air like a meteor, and then slammed heavily on the concrete ground dozens of meters away in front of them. Is it Hulk? Collison was shocked, his eyes widened and said, "Why did Hulk appear in New York?" Chapter 56, The New Official Takes Office 3 Fire 3. Collison was shocked and said, "How can the Hulk appear in downtown New York?" Since the appearance of the Hulk, the whereabouts of this terrifying green monster has been controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Logically speaking, he should be in a tropical rainforest in South America now, instead of suddenly appearing in downtown New York and fighting another monster. Speaking of another monster, its appearance is very similar to Hulk, but it is even more ugly and disgusting. It looks like it has been skinned, secreting sticky mucus, and has a row of sharp bone spurs on its back. Its terrifying muscles are twisted and twisted like tree roots, and it looks like it is crawling out of hell. The evil spirits coming out. Lord, hiding in the shadows, sees the Hulk and hatred, and he understands what's going on. This is the plot of the Marvel movie Invincible Hulk. The timeline of Invincible Hulk took place after the first part of Iron Man. The exact time is unknown. The main plot is about the fierce battle between the Hulk and Abomination, and the location happens to be in the New York City area. The monster that is fighting Hulk is an experimental product of the US military hatred. The body of hatred is actually a soldier who is responsible for capturing Hulk, named Emil Bronsky. In a battle, Bronsky was interrupted by Hulk's spine. Since then, he could no longer stand up, so he felt resentful and unwilling, so he actively asked to participate in the military's superhuman experiment project. The plan is in charge of General Ross, the general of the US military. The super soldier serum and the Hulk serum are fused and injected into the human body. But because the Hulk serum was too strong, among all the soldiers who participated in the experiment, only Bronsky survived, and because of inner resentment and unwillingness, some unknowable genetic mutations occurred. And the product of this deformed experiment is hatred. Not only possesses a strong body and strength comparable to Hulk, but also maintains a clearer mind. Attention, is more sober. Although the transformed Bronsky possesses unprecedented power, he does not have a state of mind that can match it. As a result, he cannot suppress the desire to kill and destroy that is constantly flowing in his heart, and he is completely reduced to a beast controlled by power. I hate not listening to anyone's orders. After breaking through the military blockade, he wreaks havoc in the urban area of New York, wantonly venting his power and desire for destruction. General Ross originally didn't want anyone to intervene in this matter, but his proud military elite special fighter squad, with the armed helicopter, still couldn't stop this mutated monster. Seeing that the hatred became more and more violent, and his body size was still increasing over time. He looked like an invincible and arrogant posture, allowing the self-confident and proud General Rose to taste the bitter fruit of his own sowing for the first time. Facing the pressure from the Congress and other forces, Rose had to ask Dr. Banner to let Hulk stop the monster. Looking at the face of the old man, Dr. Banner will naturally not refuse. So there is the above, the scene of the battle between Hulk and Hatred. Fire! 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 The dense bullets are like a torrent of steel, pouring madly on Abomination, but it is impossible to break the tough skin of Abomination. Rocket missile. A rocket that dragged the tail flame was ejected, and then was grabbed by the Hate and exploded in front of his eyes. Boom! The explosion of flames and air waves swept the surroundings, but the Hatred was unharmed, and even a trace of disdain was revealed in those ugly eyes. Hulk attack! Hulk roared, and then launched a charge. His huge body is like a giant land battle tank. As each step falls, the surrounding ground seems to be shaking violently. Boom boom boom! The hard concrete floor is in front of Hulk, fragile like a piece of tofu, which is constantly collapsing and sinking when trampled, cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. Looking for death. There was a touch of human disdain on his Hatred face, and then unwilling to show weakness, he took a stride and rushed towards Hulk. Boom! The moment the two monsters collided, the earth in a radius of 100 meters was shaking. The huge air was squeezed violently, and a huge roar broke out. Even in a place 100 meters away, ordinary people with weaker physique felt tinnitus. Ho-ho! The air waves that can be seen by the naked eye burst apart, rolling up endless tsunamis out of thin air, as if to swallow all the surrounding creatures. The armed helicopter that was in charge of supporting in the sky almost fell under the disturbance of this huge air wave. But just a face-to-face, Hulk fell into the wind. Instead of suppressing Hatred, he was smashed out. Boom! 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 The huge body of the Hulk flew out tens of meters, crashing several houses like a cannonball, and then the whole person was deeply embedded in the wall. Hulk! Hulk shook his head, his aura was significantly lower. Actually, the reason why Hulk fell in the wind is actually because of Dr. Banner. Banner had taken the antidote developed before in order to eliminate the Hulk in his body, but obviously the Hulk was not eliminated, but the strength in his body was extremely suppressed. If Banner could be happier before, but now in this situation, it is tantamount to seeking a dead end. Hulk, who had not come out of the wall, was once again hit by the Hatred who came. The Hatred didn't stay in the slightest. He, who was experienced in combat, knew that he could not give Hulk a chance to breathe. With those huge fists, he fell down like rain. Hulk, whose power was suppressed, could only roar constantly in front of the crazy attack that hated him, and was unable to resist. The beaten was almost sinking into the ground. Stomped on Hulk's head with disgust, a touch of human scorn was revealed on that disgusting ugly face. Are you capable of this? Banner. Thinking of hunting down Banner before, when they faced the Hulk, the feeling of powerlessness and humiliation was like endless anger, burning fiercely in his chest. Hulk used to be his nightmare. But now, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com. Hulk is not anymore, he Bronsky is the real Hulk. Banna, you are too weak. Had a terrifying face on his hateful face, and said with a wanton laugh, you don't deserve to have this power at all. I, Bronsky, is the real giant. It's over, it's over. Even Banner is not his opponent. No one can beat him, Bronsky is invincible. At this moment, the faces of all the soldiers showed despair. Even the Hulk whom they had high hopes for could not defeat the monster Bronsky, so who else could save them? Go to hell! Hulk raised his fist in hatred, and smashed the debilitating Hulk at the door. Hoob! The horrible fist pressure brought up the billowing wind, and made a harsh sonic boom in the air. It is not difficult to imagine that if he was hit by this punch, I am afraid that Hulk would not be spared. At this moment of despair, a cold voice suddenly came from not far away. 30 bound to the road, 3 flashes of mouth. 3 huge beak-like beams burst through the air in the shape of a product, nailing the abomination to the building behind. Asshole, who dares to disturb me? Roared in disgust and anger, his muddy eyes swept across the battlefield, and then he found the culprit. It was a man with silver-white shredded hair, wearing a black long dress and a white cloak, walking slowly. Who are you? Roared with ugly expression in disgust. You don't need to know. Hisugiya Dongshiro's eyes were slightly indifferent and said, because, you will die soon. Chapter 57, Hasward and Hasward. The noisy battlefield was suddenly quiet. The people who had already fallen into despair, their eyes focused on hatred with a trace of surprise. These ordinary people with low spiritual power cannot see the of death. Therefore, they can only see that the hatred seems to have received an invisible blow, and then they fly out inexplicably, and are stuck on the wall of the building in a big shape. There were only a few people present, and the spiritual power reached the standard, and you could see what happened just now. The huge body of hatred and the thin body of Toshiro Hisugiya formed a sharp and strong contrast in Collison's eyes. Even though he had confidence in the captain from the Godei 13th Division, Collison still showed a touch of worry on his face. After all, the contrast between the two sides is too big. In front of the huge monster, the captain is as small as a baby, and he can be crushed into flesh with a single blow. That, Lord? Collison turned his head and asked in a slightly worried tone, you too, don't you need to help him? Why help? Yinmen blinked his eyes and comforted Collison, don't worry, Uncle Bald, like a monster of this size, the captain only needs to kill it in an instant. For a instant. Collison smiled stiffly, but he still didn't believe it. According to the information he got from SHIELD, this monster was created by the US military using a mixture of 2 serums. Whether it is strength, intelligence, recovery speed, etc., it is several times more terrifying than the Hulk. Even neither heavy machine guns nor rockets can cause damage to Abomination. How could such an almost invincible monster be killed instantly? Look at it, Coulson. At this time, Lord suddenly spoke, and said faintly, Captain-level Death God, how terrible the power is, you will soon be able to witness it with your own eyes. Captain-level Death God. Collison took a deep breath, then looked at the battlefield and said quietly, I hope he can stop this disaster as you said. Will do. Lord smiled mysteriously. Disasters will naturally be prevented, but it is possible that this process will not proceed in the way they expect. The second fire has been ignited. You mean, I will die? The hatred nailed to the building. After hearing this contemptuous word, the anger rose to the extreme like a blazing flame, and roared, dare to look down on me, bug, I want to you are pinched to death. Boom. Has the hatred of part of the Hulk's power. Under the blessing of anger, his body size has become larger and his power has also increased, and he instantly broke free from the shackles of the 3 flashes of his mouth. Oh! Hisugiya Dongshiro's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a slight surprise, a wild beast can actually break free from my bondage. Although it's only a bound dao around the 30th, hatred can be broken away so easily, and the strength seems to be approaching Daiguzuji Lian. Damn bug, die for me! Abomination squatted slightly on his knees, and then jumped up from the ground like a cannonball. Relying on the huge advantage brought by his body shape, he hates the roaring gust of wind all over his body, and quickly falls to the area where Hisugiya Hiro is located. Get away! Collison was frightened and couldn't help but remind him. But Hisugiya Hiro didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard at all, he stood there calmly. Next second. Boom! After landing, I hated the hard concrete floor under my feet. It collapsed and split as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and the eye-catching cracks spread out like a cobweb. But after the smoke cleared, I hate to find that the person is gone. Damn bug! The hatred anger was nowhere to be released, and his eyes were full of tyrannical expressions, and he made a huge growl, "Where are you? Get out of me, I will tear you alive!" Hisugaya Tohiro, with broken silver hair, appeared in front of hatred without warning. Obviously, I hate that the person is so obedient, and he was overjoyed and screamed violently, "You dare to appear in front of me, let me die!" Hoob! Disgusted and squeezed out a huge fist, venting the unmatched terrorist force wantonly. The power is like a cannonball out of the chamber, and the air around the shock is bursting and roaring. Next second, accompanied by a soft scream of the sword, a scene that shocked everyone was presented before our eyes. Unbelievable hatred arms suddenly broke and were thrown high into the sky, and then bright red blood rushed out like a fountain. Ah! Hated the place where he held the broken arm, and wailed in pain, my arm, ah!" The blood in the sky fell like raindrops after it burst, and all the surrounding things were stained with weird bright red. But only Hisugaya Toshiro, who seemed to have an invisible protective cover, shielded the blood from falling. Obviously, the shock that Hisugaya Toshiro brought to Kalasan was far greater than Lord's appearance at the time. The pure white Haori fluttered slightly in the wind, with broken silver hair and cold face. At this moment Hisugaya Toshiro, in the eyes of Kalasan, is as noble as a legendary god. Who are you?" The violent look on his hatred face gradually faded, turned into a panic, and subconsciously stepped back. He couldn't even see clearly what happened just now. The gap is too big. Hisugaya Toshiro's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a leisurely pace, walking towards the huge body of hatred, and said with an indifferent expression, "It's over, my mission in this world is not for you, this kind of trash fish." Miscellaneous fish? I hate hearing these words, the muscles in his face twitching fiercely, but my heart can't raise the slightest thought of resistance. In his eyes, the figure of that person seems to be getting bigger and bigger. The huge pressure seemed to be pressing on the body, making the hate almost unable to breathe, and he actually knelt down on the ground under pressure. "No, don't kill me!" Disgusted and afraid, shouted in fear, "Please, don't kill me!" But the answer to his www.readaloud.com is only the pair of Hisugaya Toshiro's cold emerald green eyes. Is this the captain? Kalasan felt a huge shock in his heart, and he couldn't describe it in words for a while. He felt his inner feelings at the moment. An abomination that is enough to crush the Hulk, but in front of the captain-level death, it is as ridiculous as a child who can't fight back. There are still 12 in the world of corpses like him. At this moment, Kalasan couldn't help but start to feel worried. Shield can really control this group of people as the director thought? The huge spiritual pressure made Hate unable to lift his head at all, but just like an ant, humbly crawling on the ground, begging for his life. Hisugaya Tohiro pulled out the Zanpakuto sword and was about to take his hateful life. Suddenly his face changed slightly. Changed the split to block, put the knife across the chest. In the distance, a sudden light beam passed through the long street like a streamer, and hit the body of Hisugaya Toshiro's sword. "This is the holy arrow." Hisugaya Dongshiro's complexion changed slightly, and he recognized it at a glance. This Lingza beam belongs to the power of the Quincy. A blond man, wearing a white double-breasted military uniform, walked slowly from the air like his feet on the ground. The man's exquisite features are like angels descending on the world, Gaoji with a trace of pride, condescendingly overlooking Hisugaya Toshiro. "Queen Killer, Hasward." Hisugaya Tohiro looked solemnly, and said the person's name. Lord, posing as Hasward, slightly pursed his thin lips, and said faintly, "We met for the first time, the unknown Captain Death." Chapter 58, Sit on the Frosty Day. Quick Master and Reaper. Star Cross Knights and Godii 13th Division. Hasward and Hisugaya Toshiro. The blood and blood feud that the two sides have continued for thousands of years is a memory engraved in the bone marrow. This moment, Hasward and Hisugaya Toshiro, the two confronted each other in the air. After an invisible spiritual pressure was brewing, it suddenly began to rise violently. The two are completely different, but they are like a substantive horror aura, which instantly fills the space within a few hundred meters of the area. The two auras collided fiercely with each other, and even cracked the surrounding cement ground. The hatred caught in the middle can no longer breathe, and his face is full of horrible veins. This kind of desperate feeling is like drowning in the deep sea. No matter how struggling with hatred, he tried to inhale into his mouth, but no trace of air flowed into his lungs. Lord had a solemn expression, and said solemnly, "I'm optimistic, the captain must be serious." The temperature around him dropped suddenly, and Collison shivered and wrapped his suit expertly. Whew! Almost in the blink of an eye, Collison saw that the gas exhaled from his mouth had turned into a cold white chill. What happened? Why is it suddenly so cold? Impossible, it's summer now. Ordinary people who can't see the Reaper can only feel the temperature drop, but they don't understand what happened. What happened? General Ross, who was sitting in the helicopter, also felt this unusually cold air, but he couldn't see the of death at all, so he could only be filled with doubts. Quick killer! Hisugaya Toshiro held the Zanpakuto knife and pointed the blade straight at Hasward, with a cold look in his eyes. According to the order of the captain of the 13th Squadron, I will kill you here. The premise is that you can do it. Hasward's lips curled slightly, and he said in a mocking manner, "Young Captain Death, someone like you, I have already killed many people. Then, try it." Hisugaya Toshiro was expressionless and swung a knife vertically. Kendo sword pressure. The huge spiritual pressure was compressed onto the blade, and then it was released in one breath, forming a huge slash. A sharp slash cut through the air, split a huge crack in the ground, and rushed to Hasward unstoppably. Holy annihilation! Hasward's eyes were calm, his right hand slowly raised the convict, and in response to the sword strike, he pulled the trigger. After Lingzi was forcibly plundered, it was condensed by the convict into a divine destruction arrow and shot out. Boom! The sacred arrow collided with the slash, and the Lingzi burst open, accompanied by bursts of wind, whizzing and spreading out in all directions. For a time, the wind raged and raged, like 1,000 sharp blades, splitting the ground and building of the whole street into countless cracks. The battle is fierce. Hasward and Hisugaya Toshiro instantly entered the stage of white heat. In the blink of an eye, the two sides have fought hundreds of times. The process can't be captured with the naked eye at all. Everyone can only see the brilliant sparks that burst out after the collision of the swords. When the crisp metal crashing sound continued from mid-air, as if playing a piece of music. Every time the Zanpakuto fell, the terrifying power poured out, causing shock waves to appear in the air. Suddenly, after a violent impact, Hisugaya Toshiro was suddenly distracted, revealing a trace of flaws. "Fight with me, dare to be distracted." Hasward's eyes were cold, so naturally he would not let go of such a good opportunity, pulling the trigger of the convict, and shooting a divine extinguishing arrow instantly. Within such a close distance, Hisugaya Toshiro had no time to dodge, so he could only slightly lower his body, letting the sacred Mishiro penetrate his shoulders. Blood fell like little flowers. Hisugaya Toshiro stepped away in a flash, holding his injured shoulder with one hand, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassing. He underestimated Hasward. I thought that the strength of the two sides was similar, but he didn't expect the other side to have such rich combat experience, and even the moment of stunnedness was caught by him. "Reaper, don't you plan to start solving?" Hasward did not take advantage of the situation, but pushed the lens with one hand. The cold light in his eyes flickered, and said, "If you continue like this, you may die." Collison, who was watching the battlefield, was shocked when he heard the word, then turned his head and asked, "What does he mean by the beginning solution?" At this time, Yinmen, who was serving as the narrator, said in a tender voice, SIG is the first stage of the liberation form of all Zanpaku swords. After GG's Zanpaku sword has different abilities, it can more thoroughly display the combat power of the of death. For example, my brother's Zanpaku sword is the initial solution of the stage. So that's it. Collison nodded as if comprehensively, that is to say, all the weapons in your hands can be solved first, and then you can acquire different abilities. That's right, Yinmen nodded. Then he. Collison pointed to Hisugaya Tuhiro, who had clearly fallen into a disadvantage, and said in confusion, since we can improve combat effectiveness, why doesn't he need to start solving it? The captain is different. Lord suddenly interrupted, and said with a serious expression, the captain's Zanpaku knife. After the initial release, it has a large range and can easily affect ordinary souls, so he rarely uses it in such places. Collison glanced around. There were many civilians who had not been evacuated, and his senses of the captain rose a lot. It seems that your captain is not bad, but if this continues, can you win? Can. Lord said very confidently, because he is the captain. Less nonsense. Hisugaya Tuhiro snorted coldly, and walked to Hasward's side in a flash, and Hiranumaru cut down without hesitation. When Hasward calmly raised his hand, and used the criminal's gun body to resist the sharp edge of Zanpaku Deo. Too weak. Hasward shook his head, a trace of boredom passed through his eyes, and said, since you don't want to start solving, don't blame me for bullying you, the nameless Captain Death. You talk too much. Hisugaya Tuhiro turned his blade, the sharp blade pierced the air, and with a fierce momentum, he whizzed and slashed to Hasward again. Failien feat. Hasward didn't panic at all. www.readaloud.com. The moment he took one step, his body suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. What a fast speed! Hisugaya Taoshiro's complexion slightly changed. Although he had known Failien Jiao before, he did not expect the speed to be so fast. Next second, Hasward's figure suddenly appeared behind Hisugaya Tuhiro, and pointed the convict at his head. Goodbye, the unknown Captain Death. The sinner let out a roar, and shot the sacred extinguishing arrow formed by the gathering of the souls. Boom! The condensed lingzi is powerful, and the violent explosion sound is deafening, and it instantly rolls up the smoke and dust that obscures the sky. Team leader. Seeing this situation, the Lord watching the battle from below, shouted in shock. It's okay, I'm fine. A cold voice came from the smoke and dust. Everyone opened their eyes and saw that behind Hisugaya Toshiro, there was a barrier made of frozen ice. It turned out that the sacred arrow shot by the convict only hit this layer of ice, and did not cause any damage to Hisugaya Toshiro. Are you finally serious? Hasward chuckled and said lightly. Yup. Hisugaya Tuhiro exhaled, and then a blue halo appeared in his eyes. The spiritual pressure around him suddenly climbed to the extreme, and then erupted like a volcano, setting off a wave of air that seemed to be substantial, sweeping a space of nearly 100 meters in radius. Hisugaya Tuhiro held the Chitos green handle, and spit out a faint sentence, sit in the frosty sky, Hirawamaru. Chapter 59, Dahonglian Hiwamaru. Void, atmosphere, space. All three are shaking, and the unspeakable sense of horror and oppression instantly spread to the entire street. The tyrannical force is like a substantive spiritual pressure, turning into a giant dragon and rushing into the sky. Rumbling. The sky was covered with dark clouds in an instant, covering the daylight. Hinglun Meru, who possesses the heaven's appearance, even if it's the beginning solution, the powerful spiritual pressure attached to him will have a significant impact on the soul of this world. Like now, is just the beginning solution of Zanpadao, but the temperature of the whole street has been affected, and even the sky that was originally sunny and clear has now become a cold and cloudy day with dark clouds. Is this the captain? Coulson's pupils trembled slightly, and said in horror. This is the captain's Zanpaku. Lord came from behind, with a frenzied expression on his face, the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow type, with the additional ability Heaven's Coming, possessing a powerful force that is known to control the sky and the weather. Hearing this, Collison's face changed drastically, and he said in horror, "You mean, can this knife manipulate the weather?" A weapon that can control the weather, to some extent, it is dozens of times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. The sky is coming. Hasward's eyebrows condensed slightly, feeling the strength of the spiritual pressure, and chuckles, "This is the third time I have seen a Zanpakuto that can control the sky." "Is it?" Hisuga Tohiro was in peace, and said, "This will be the last time you will see the Zanpakuto knife with the Heavens Coming." "Hat." Hasward's lips curled up, and said, "The last Reaper who had the celestial Kanglan Zanpakuto sword told me the same before he died." "So much nonsense." Hisuga Tohiro stepped out in one step, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second he came to Hasward, the light blue blade swept out. The ice dragon spins the tail. Where the light blue blade passed, the moisture contained in the air was extracted in an instant and condensed into a lifelike ice dragon. Roar! The huge ice dragon followed the blade, made a roar that shook the sky, and fluttered out with its wings vibrating. The ice dragon whizzed in with a violent cold wind in an instant, but Hasward didn't change his face, raised the convict in his hand, his muzzle emitted a series of dazzling light. Sacred arrows 3 in a row. Bang bang bang. Lingzi was looted in an instant, and after being gathered in the chamber of the convict, he launched 3 huge sacred arrows, and then collided with the rushing ice dragon. Wow! The highly compressed Lingzi beam suddenly exploded as soon as it touched the ice dragon. The energy contained in it shattered the ice dragon and turned it into a sky full of ice crystals and fell down. "It's not over yet." Seeing the ice dragon smashed, Hisuga Toshiro didn't rush, stepped and turned around, the ice wheel pill blade cut through the air, ice dragon spin tail absolutely empty. Where Hiranumaru's knife tip passed, the water vapor condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye again, and an ice dragon was recondensed. But this time, the ice dragon spins like a top. A tail made of ice, like a huge blade, sweeps out sharply. Hasward, caught off guard, can only choose to use static blood as a hard defense. When the ice dragon slammed its tail on Hasward, leaving only a shallow scar, as if it had hit the steel, bursting out bright sparks. After a few steps back, Hasward touched the shallow wound on his chest, and his calm expression on his face finally changed slightly. "So that's it." Hasward's eyes were slightly solemn. "Manipulate the moisture in the atmosphere, is this the ability of your Zanpakuto knife?" "That's right." Hisuga Tohiro raised his sword and said coldly, "All the moisture in the atmosphere is my weapon, and you have nowhere to escape, Hasward." The voice fell, Hisuga Toshiro stepped forward in an instant, the Hirawamaru in his hand passed through the air, and the tip of the sword pointed at Hasward. Flock of birds' icicles. The moisture in the atmosphere was instantly evacuated, and then condensed into ice thorns, which overwhelmed like a torrential rain, all shot at Hasward. Hulla! Facing such a large number of ice thorns, Hasward did not show panic, but smiled with a win-winner, "Captain Death, you are still too young." "What?" Hisuga Tohiro suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. "If you say, all the moisture in the atmosphere is your weapon." Hasward stretched out 5 slender fingers, and suddenly clenched them in the void, and then said coldly, "Then our Quincer's weapon is all the souls of this world." Lingzi concentrated flame. Hum. At this moment, all the souls in the atmosphere seemed to be boiling. The high concentration spirit child was instantly ignited and turned into a cyan flame roaring, like a demon that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, swallowing the entire battlefield unscrupulously. By manipulating the spirit in the atmosphere, the concentration in a small area is raised to the limit, and then detonated in one breath. Then, when the high concentration of Lingzi is detonated, the cyan flame produced can destroy all objects composed of lingzi, which naturally includes the ice created by Bing Lun Wan. Boom! The huge explosion caused by the cyan flame, the huge cyan beam of light that rose up thereafter, the billowing smoke and the deafening sound, made it clear to people who are a few miles away. The terrifying heat emanating from the cyan flames forced Lord and Yin Men to take Carlson away temporarily. After the flames dissipated, Carlson saw that the street had been completely destroyed and reduced to ruins. Can be described as, gods fight, mortals suffer. Fortunately, Carlson wiped the sweat from his head, and said with lingering fear, ordinary people have been evacuated, otherwise. I didn't think that this battle triggered by hatred would eventually turn into this situation. At this moment, Carlson is already in his heart. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com hates that General Ross. The cyan flames are still burning on the streets, making the originally cold temperature around them become blazing. You lost, death. Based on the sky, Hasward looked down at the bottom. The embarrassed Hisugaya Toshiro calmly said, your ice and snow Zanpaku knife can still exert some strength in this kind of high-temperature environment. Quick killer, really tricky. Hisugaya Toshiro's face showed a hint of helplessness, and he sighed, in this environment, my Zanpaku sword will indeed be affected. It is true. The biggest shortcoming of ice snow Zanpaku knife is that its power will weaken a lot under the hot temperature, and it may even become unusable. This is indeed his shortcoming. And Hasward aimed at this point, by increasing the concentration of the soul, detonating the flame of the soul to increase the temperature, to limit his Zanpaku. But Hisugaya Toshiro slowly got up, a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes. You think that this level of flame can affect my Hiranumaru, it's too naive. Could it be? Hasward's eyes shrunk, his calm expression changed a little. This is the world, you should have no permission. I'm sorry. At this time, Lord suddenly uttered, shouting, just now, I have received permission to allow Captain Winter Lion to use thee in this world. Hisugaya Toshiro took a step, the Haori on his body was windless, and the emerald green eyes under the silver-white shattered hair brewed a bit of cold to the bone. Solve. Big Red Lotus Hiran Meru. Chapter 60, Long Shot Frame. The chaotic clouds are low and dusk, and the snow dances back to the wind. Hisugaya Toshiro raised his sword to the sky, his silver-white hair was flying freely, and the white Haori was hunting and hunting in the strong wind. An astonishing cold air formed a white air current around him, and an ice dragon formed by the condensation of water vapor, hovering to cover his figure. Rumbling. The thick black clouds obscured the sky, and the sun and lightning and thunder were faintly visible. An extremely heavy sense of oppression permeated the world, and then a chill spread, causing the temperature within a radius of several hundred meters to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, hey! Everyone in the vicinity felt depressed. This feeling is like being locked in a confined space. Even breathing has become a lot more difficult. Every time you need to use all your strength to get a little bit of oxygen. The helicopter, which had been floating in the sky, experienced a violent turbulence at this moment and issued a harsh buzzer alarm. General, General! The soldier driving the helicopter shouted in horror, the temperature is too low, our propellers will be frozen. The military's armed helicopters are closer to the dark clouds. At this time, the temperature has fallen below the limit, causing icing on the steel wings. They may fall at any time. Damn it! General Ross yelled. He didn't understand why it was summer before, and their helicopter was about to be frozen into ice in the next second. General! The pilot tried to control the bumpy plane and urged loudly, the temperature is close to 100 degrees below zero. We can't levitate in the air, we must land as soon as possible. Beidou, what is this concept? The coldest known South Pole is currently only 89 degrees Celsius, and the temperature on this street now seems to have broken the world record. In this extremely cold weather, even the exhaled airflow will be frozen. Fac. General Ross slammed the door with a venting punch, and shouted, "What is going on here? Can anyone tell me? Why did the temperature suddenly drop so much? Next, is it snowing?" A soldier sitting next to Ross looked at the snowy sky outside, and shouted in shock, "General, look at it, it's snowing outside." "What?" Ross turned his head and looked out the window. His brain was blank, and he couldn't say anything. "I saw that in that dark cloud, crystal clear snowflakes fell. As if winter is coming early, the temperature of the whole street and even the surrounding area is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh, my God!" Seeing this scene, Carlson stood there as if struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes. This is summer. Is the hottest seasonal month in the United States, how can it snow? Although Carlson couldn't believe his eyes, it was snowing now. Did he do it? Carlson couldn't help taking a step back, full of shock, and stuttered, "Now, it's summer now. So what?" Lord has a spontaneous self-confidence and pride on his face, and said, "This is the captain, this is his mastery, has the powerful power to ignore the time. Gudong." Carlson swallowed, and has a clearer understanding of the power of death. Who? When the circling ice dragon rises and the white cold air dissipates, its figure is revealed. At this time, Hisugaya Toshiro's image has changed drastically, and his body is covered with armor condensed by ice. The right arm holding the knife turned into a dragon head holding the ice wheel pill, and the left arm and feet became dragon claws. Two huge and crystal clear ice dragon wings spread out from behind, and there was a ice dragon tail behind. Dancing behind him. The most striking thing is that behind Hisugaya Toshiro's head, there are 12 purple ice flowers floating in the air. Dahongren, Hirawamaru. Hisugaya Toshiro squinted his eyes slightly, his lips let out a white chill, and said indifferently, "Hasward, are you ready? Do you use in such a place?" A hint of mockery flashed in Hasward's eyes, and he pursed his lips and said, "You are still the same as before, a group of cold-blooded killers. As long as they can achieve their goals, they don't care about any sacrifice. You have too much nonsense." Hasward. Hisugaya Toshiro's eyes became cold, and the dragon head formed by the cold ice held the Zanpakuto knife Hiranmaru in his mouth. Ice dragon swing tail. Roar. A huge ice dragon about 100 meters in diameter suddenly burst out of the blade. Humph! Hasward sneered, and raised his hand to the convict's roar. Holy text, everything goes through. Boom! Wherever the azure blue light beam passes, whether it is an ice dragon or a building in front of you, it is instantly penetrated. But this straight-line attack was easily avoided by Hisugaya Toshiro. Absolutely empty. I don't know when, Hisugaya Toshiro took the opportunity to get close to him, and then waved the Hirawamaru, cutting forward with a sword, leading the dragon to turn around and spin its tail. When the spears and swords intersect, and they collide with fierce sparks, is just a simple swing of a knife, but the power is far more powerful than before. Feeling this unusually powerful force, Hasward's complexion has changed a little. My Zanpakuto knife, it's not that simple to stop it. Hisugaya Toshiro's eyes changed, and the strength on the blade suddenly increased several times, and accompanied by the extremely cold freezing air surging out. Waved the knife lightly once, but under the blessing of the power of Ji, the power was more than several times greater. Binglun Maru's blade forcibly shook the offender, and then with an unstoppable posture, a deep blood mark was cut across Hasward's chest. Feeling the deadly cold attack, Hasward immediately retreated 100 meters, but he had to be surging out of the cold, freezing most of his body. Lord estimated that it was almost done, and the spiritual pressure was being consumed more severely, so he winked at Hisugaya Toshiro, indicating that the scene could end. Hisugaya Toshiro nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, and then shook his wings behind him, rushing towards him like a meteor. Dragon Hail Frame. Large Sacred Extinguishing Arrow. Boom! The moment when the large sacred arrow collided with the tip of the knife, the biting chill was compressed to a critical point, and then suddenly burst, stirring up a violent air current, forming a terrifying shock wave. The cold air that broke out swept across the world in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it seemed that even time had been suspended. Next second, with the howling gust of wind www.readaloud.com violently swept across the sky and the earth, the cold wind issued a stern roar, and the boundless energy burst out. Boom! A deep blue ice sculpture formed after shooting like a fountain, has frozen the whole person of Hasward. Not only him. On the entire street within 100 meters nearby, whether it is water pipes, ironware, building ruins, etc. All the substances that exist in form are frozen into ice sculptures, exuding a crystal clear light. Hasward, it's over. Hisugiya Tuhiro stopped and turned around, looking at the frozen Hasward, exhaling a white chill. Is it? Hasward, who was already frozen, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a weird smile. This captain, why don't you look at your feet? Under your feet? Hisugiya Tuhiro was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at his feet. 5 silver daggers were inserted into the ground, and they were arranged in 5 directions from the angle of a pentagram, which happened to surround Hisugiya Toshiro in the formation. Where is the formation? Hisugiya Tuhiro suddenly had an unknown premonition. When did you plant it? This is called Pomong formation. Hasward said in the ice, I was buried in this place as early as when you first started to solve it. I didn't expect it to come in handy. With the high concentration of spirits condensed by the quinsy, the formation formed by cutting the soul is more powerful than the concentrated flames of the spirits just now, and it is several times stronger. Goodbye, the unknown Captain Death. Boom.